Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
you don't know who you are, where have you come from.
Finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough, and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of the family again.
You just completed my life for me.
Every year, thousands of people throughout the UK embark on searches for long-lost relatives. Some use large specialist family-finding agencies. Others decide to go it alone and look themselves. Today, we meet the family who haven't seen their long-lost brother in nearly 50 years, despite their efforts to track him down.
Everybody was phoning us, and it was like a hotline to the White House.
Quite an emotional person, and I think I cried for days after it.
And Alison, who started her own search and discovered family she never knew she had.
There isn't a day goes by that I don't think about her.
Too often, it's a tragic event that tears a family apart. And it can take the expertise of a family-finding company to help piece things back together again. As with the case of the Buckley brothers from Glasgow. 69-year-old Michael Buckley and his 70-year-old brother, James, were born in Glasgow in the post-war period, along with their two younger brothers, John and Patrick.
I can't remember too much about our early years in Glasgow. All I remember is the day my mother died.
Their mother, Sarah, was just 32 when she died. She left 4 young sons, all under the age of 10.
And I went in the living room and I seen my gran holding a mirror over my mother's face, shouting to my father, "There's no breath."
Their mother had suffered complications after the birth of her youngest son, Patrick.
I have no memories whatsoever of my mother. I remember my father. Not very fondly, I might add, because of the life we had, and he could have done better.
Soon after their mother's death, their father made a decision which would change his sons' lives forever.
My father sat us down and told me we were going to live in the country and there was going to be cows and sheep.
Their father placed the boys in care, but where they were actually sent was a stark contrast to the idyllic scene he had described.
We were subsequently sent up to the Nazareth House orphanage in Aberdeen, where we spent the vast majority of our formative years, which wasn't a very pleasant experience. It was a soul-destroying experience. You weren't actually allowed to feel like brothers. It wasn't actually till we left the home that we actually became brothers. You were just a number.
Christmas time was a particularly hard time, because we all sat there and there was a big Christmas tree and piles of presents for people who had families that kind of cared for them, and we were left there with practically nothing.
As the 4 boys each turned 15, they were released from the confines of the orphanage. But before long, tragedy struck again.
Our younger brother, Patrick, he left last. Then he actually died when he was 21.
And losing Patrick was a big blow.
As the eldest, James tried to help his remaining brothers find their way in the world.
I got on my apprenticeship, and my goal was to get us all back together.
James actually got me a job in Edinburgh as a commis chef, and I worked at that for 5 years.
But after spending almost his entire childhood in an institution, the younger brother John was struggling, and unbeknown to them all, James's wedding in 1966 would be the last time he and Michael would see their brother for almost 50 years.
But I was 21 when I got married, and Michael was there as my best man, and John, and that was the last time we saw him.
Their brother John, who was only 16 at the time, couldn't settle, so he left Scotland completely, losing all contact with James and Michael. In the years that followed, the brothers tried to put the past behind them and get on with their lives. But their younger brother was never far from their thoughts, as Michael's wife Ellen remembers.
When I first met Michael, he told me about John, what I'd never seen for nearly 50 years. And I said, oh, that's sad because I've got a big family, you see. I wondered what life John had had and how it turned out. So I said to Mike, we need to find him. I would welcome him open arms.
And over the years, Ellen's tried pretty much everything to track him down.
A wee while later, I'd heard that he'd moved to London. I got on and I found, hundreds of addresses for John Buckley. So I sat one night and I phoned loads of them. And I just kept saying, I'm looking to trace John Buckley is this age and he went to this. And no, sorry, it's not us. And I even got people wanting to be my relatives in the end, you know, but I was at it all night.
Michael and James have also made endless, unsuccessful attempts to find their little brother.
It's very frustrating when you're trying to locate a lost relative. So we sort of gave it up for a while, and it was only when Ellen started, listen, we really must try to look for your brother again. Because Ellen's words to me, he says, listen, you're not getting any younger. You want to find your brother.
Yeah, before it's too late.
Before it's too late.
So, in one last-ditch attempt to trace him, Michael's wife Ellen got in touch with a company that specialises in tracking down lost relatives. Senior researcher Jennifer Hill picked up the case.
We've not had any contact since Nazareth House in Aberdeen, which was the children's home that they were in. Our youngest brother Patrick died many years ago, as did our father. We're getting on now and we have not had an easy life. We have no other known relatives, so it would be fantastic if we could meet again before it's too late. When you receive a case and you know that it's gone on for, we're talking decades, you really, really hope beyond hope that you can find the right person for them and finally put this to rest.
With the information she had, Jennifer got straight to work.
So when the case came into us, what we knew was that John was approximately 65, 66 years old. We didn't have an address for him or a last known address or anything like that, but we did know his parents' full names and details.
But the location of John's birth presented a challenge.
With Scottish records, Scotland's people hold all the records, births, deaths, marriages. So we needed to bring in an external researcher who was based in Scotland, ask them to go in and find the full date of birth.
When searching for relatives who could be anywhere in the British Isles, it's crucial to remember that records of births, deaths and marriages in Scotland are held separately to those in England and Wales, as are the records of Northern Ireland and Ireland. So if your search of one set of records doesn't turn up any results, it could be well worth extending your hunt to the others. Or, as the Buckley brothers have done, employ a family-finding company who can bring in specialist researchers. Now that James and Michael had passed on their case to Jennifer, all they could do was wait. But would the experts fare any better in finding their missing brother?
Waiting for the bus to come in, it was like standing on hot coals.
Probably a day we never thought we would see.
On the other side of the UK, 58-year-old Alison Searle was about to embark on a search of her own. Alison grew up in Worthing in West Sussex.
My childhood was brilliant. My family were wonderful. Went to Scotland every year, went to Blackpool every year for the lights and summer holidays. I couldn't have asked for better.
But when Alison met her future husband as a teenager, it led to a shocking revelation.
I got engaged at 16 and we'd arranged to be married the following year, just before my 18th birthday. and I needed my mum and dad to sign the consent form. And they took so long dithering over it, and I thought, well, maybe they don't want me to get married. And one lunchtime, my dad arranged to meet me, and he sat me down and told me I was adopted. I didn't expect quite that bombshell, and it was a bombshell. But I just loved them so much, it didn't make no difference, to be quite honest. But it explained why I was so tall and they weren't. The reason they had to tell me now that I was adopted was the form said parent/adoptive parent. And they knew that they couldn't sign it as a parent. So that must have been heart-wrenching for them, because I don't think they would have told me that I was adopted otherwise. So, and that's the only reason I got told. If I'd been 18, I still would be none the wiser.
Alison then pushed the news of her parentage to the back of her mind.
I wasn't interested at the time. I wasn't interested in finding out where I'd come from, because I knew where I was.
But when Alison started a family of her own, her feelings about her own origins changed.
I first started to think about it when I fell pregnant with my daughter, and they asked me for medical background. And I just turned around and said, I don't have one. And through the pregnancy, especially at the birth, and the first cuddle, the first hug, that's when I thought of my birth mum. And what she must have gone through to give me up. As the years roll on, I just then wanted to know who I looked like, why I was so tall, where did I come from, where was I born, and what does my mum look like?
It was 2009 when Alison finally started to trace her birth mother.
I wanted to meet my mum, and I wanted a hug.
She applied for a copy of her birth certificate, which revealed that her original name had been Susan, as well as giving details of her birth mother, Mary McGow.
When I saw my mum's name, the floodgates opened. It was quite amazing to have a name. And where she came from, where I came from. She's a Geordie lass, and I was born in Yorkshire. That was amazing. I couldn't wait to get home and get on my computer and start searching for her.
The next stage in the process was to contact social services.
I then had to apply for my adoption papers from the court, which was so sad to read. But the saddest bit is the very last line. It's, why is the child offered for adoption? And she's put, mother unmarried, no home or parents. She wasn't a youngster. She was 29 years old when she had me. So I really wanted to find her. And I've got to do it now, before it's too late. Not realising when I did my searches that it was already too late.
Alison's mum had died 23 years ago.
I missed meeting her. I regret that.
She may have missed the chance to meet her birth mother, but Alison's search didn't end there.
I thought, right, I'll apply for the death certificate. I was upstairs and I opened it, and my hubby said, are you all right? Because I just screamed when I opened it, and I came running downstairs. And I said, I've got a sister. I've got a sister.
Alison's mother's death certificate showed that Mary had had another daughter. But would she be able to trace that daughter and find out the truth behind her adoption? In Scotland, Michael and James Buckley's search had reached a crucial stage. They last saw their younger brother John in Glasgow 50 years ago.
I was 21 when I got married, and that was the last time we saw him.
After decades of unsuccessful searching, they decided to seek help from a professional family finder. Jennifer Hill contacted a researcher based in Scotland to check birth, death and marriage records. A week elapsed.
Quite an anxious week, waiting to hear from them. But when we did, information we got was absolutely fantastic. The kind of detail that was in it looked into the marriage of Sarah and James Buckley, which were the parents in this instance. So we knew that we were looking into the right family. And then, of course, the bit of information we were absolutely desperate to see was the full date of birth for John Buckley, which was brilliant. The next aim was to try to bring his current whereabouts up to speed and hopefully find out where he currently was living. So we have an extensive range of databases that we are able to access. We put in the full name, put in the date of birth of John Buckley, and we got a match come up.
I jumped up off the sofa, I was so excited. Oh, I said, oh, they found John, they found John. I need to phone Michael, I need to phone him at work, I need to phone him. And I was over the moon, it was amazing.
I was absolutely gobsmacked. Absolutely gobsmacked.
I phoned him at work and I said, Michael, they found John? No. I said, yeah, they found him, they found him. And then he phoned James and he was phoning us and everybody was phoning us and it was like a hotline to the White House.
I was blown away. You know, I'm quite an emotional person and I think I cried for days after it.
The family asked Jennifer to act as an intermediary. She wrote to John to see if he would be open to contact.
When we send a letter out to a subject, it's always a really nerve-wracking moment. You're just absolutely praying, you know, please just say, yes, I'm absolutely thrilled to hear from them, and I can't wait to see them again. It's a heart in your mouth moment, definitely.
120 miles away, John received a letter telling him his brothers were trying to find him.
I got the letter and so I phoned them up. And he says, oh, it's your brother's looking for you. He says, can we pass your information on? I says, yeah. I didn't think I'd ever see my brothers again. It was just... I think before I got the letter, it'd actually gone out of my head.
And his wife of 34 years, Betty, was thrilled about the family making contact.
And then it was just like a bolt out of the blue that all came about. Delighted, over the moon, you know.
So where had John's life taken him since he last saw his brothers in the 1960s?
Started to get in with gangs and that, so I decided to leave. And from there I went to Manchester. I was roaming around. Well, the reason I think we lost touch is because when I decided to go on my own, everything just went out of my head and I was just thinking of myself, really. Just number one, and that was it.
In the early 1970s, John left the north of England altogether.
Drifted a bit in and out of London, then I settled down and I met Betty. And then the rest is history from there, really. Betty's been like a rock. I don't think I'd be here if I hadn't had Betty.
And Betty knew only too well how much he longed to see his brothers.
There was no way he could really get in contact with them. You know, we had tried a few times, but with no dates or anything. I think he just really gave up.
And when I got that letter through the post, it was...
After 50 years apart, finally, the brothers were in contact again.
And he come on the phone.
I said, I never thought I'd speak to you again. Because that's the way I felt. I never thought I would, because I hadn't a clue where he was. And it was, I couldn't actually say a lot, because I was just choked up. I'm quite an emotional person, as you probably realise.
I know it seems strange, but seemed as if we haven't been apart at all. Strange.
It was so lovely for John.
I was at a loss what to say, really. I just said, look, it's great. to speak to you and know you're still alive. And it was like a weight off my shoulders. It went away that something great had happened to me in my life instead of sometimes a lot of bad things happen in your life, you know. And it was amazing, you know.
Having missed out on half a century together, the brothers didn't want to waste any more time. And just a few days after their emotional phone call, 65-year-old John Buckley finally made his journey home.
Mike and I went to Carlisle to pick him up off the coach. And we just stood there and we waited. The coach was a few minutes late.
Waiting for the bus to come in, it was like standing on hot coals. It really was.
I looked out the window and I says to Betty, I said, I think that's Michael. And it was.
And as soon as he walked off the bus, I knew it was him. I said, Michael, this is John. And we burst into tears, obviously.
The minute he came in, I was just...
But the joy of being reunited has also been tinged with some sadness.
Since we've been together with John, we found out that he's got lung cancer. But the moment, as far as we know, the news is good, but it just makes it more poignant.
Today is another momentous occasion for the brothers. 2 weeks after John first met up with Michael and James again, he's travelling up to Scotland to be officially introduced to the rest of his older brothers' families.
Quite looking forward to it. I know Betty is.
I am actually. My nerves are not so bad today.
And it's a big day for another reason. Michael's also celebrating his 69th birthday.
Quite honestly, I never thought I'd see John again. And it's nice he's got to be here today to help celebrate my birthday.
It will be the first family celebration the brothers have shared together since James's wedding in 1966, after which John disappeared for 50 years.
Have we got enough tissues?
I've got a bag full for you, love. You'll be all right.
Ah, dear. Yeah. Shall we carry on?
Hi, honey, lovely to see you again.
As well as sharing their first birthday together since John was a teenager, the brothers are introducing him to the nieces and nephews he never knew he had.
And that's all Mike's daughter. Nice to meet you. Your niece. It's your niece.
Slightly, thank you all for coming and helping celebrate my birthday and to welcome John back into the family. Thank you very much.
Cheers, everyone.
Cheers. Cheers to John and cheers to Betty. Cheers.
Cheers to you all.
Family again.
Happy 79th birthday to Michael.
Aye. Aye, crazy my mate, that'll be lucky, aye. Even better now we found you, John. Good.
Great, we're trying.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life, really, because we were brought up, like, always told about him and always known that, like, my mum and dad were looking for him, and it's amazing. It must be the best sort of birthday present ever.
Cheers.
I wasn't sure if we'd ever meet our Uncle John. Hoped we would, but obviously it shows that if you look hard enough you can find people.
Oh, it's great, it's fantastic. It really is great, and I say I couldn't ask for a better day. It's A bit of pun, it's the icing on the cake. Talking about cakes. Just lead swiftly into that.
Happy birthday to
thank you.
Happy birthday, dear Michael. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. And John, seeing as you're the guest of honour today, you can have the first piece. There you go. Not too big, though. Right, that's it. I'm keeping the rest to myself.
Oh, it's fantastic. To finally have them all together again. The three amigos, I call them now, you know.
Is he ready?
Never give up. There's always a chance that they can find them.
In Worthing, Sussex, Alison Searle has never given up on her search for her family. After discovering she had been adopted, Alison has been trying to trace her birth mother. She has found out that her mother is no longer alive, but the death certificate revealed something incredible.
I've got a sister. I've got a sister.
Alison was determined to track down the sibling she never knew she had.
I put it in a social media site and came up with about 5 of the same name, and I typed in a message that only they would know and understand. 2 people came back to me and said, no, sorry. But then this lady came back to me and said, yes.
The message was absolutely specific to my mum, so I just immediately thought, well, it must be a cousin that we had not known about. So I just replied to the message and just said, yes, that was my mum.
And she said, how do you know all this information? Are we related? And I said, please phone me immediately.
I telephoned straight away, not even thinking for 1 second that it would be my sister. This person was a total stranger. And then she just said, are you sitting down? Because I think I'm your sister.
And at 25 to 8 on the 1st of February 2010, I spoke to my sister for the very first time, which was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That was the point of total shock, bemused, excited, ecstatic.
We're both in floods of tears, screaming at each other. Can't believe this. And she said, I've got another sister as well, and a brother. I felt complete. I'd found my family. Even though Mum had died, I had family.
After baby Alison's adoption, her mother Mary had gone on to meet a man in the RAF, set up home in Leeds, and had had 3 more children, June, Liz, and their brother David.
We used to fight like hell, you know, of course, because we're so different character-wise.
Yeah.
But we were very close. You would defend me to the hilt, yes.
As a family, we were very close.
As a family,
My
yes,
mum kept us very close. She was so private that nothing should go out of the family. You know, you don't tell other people your business.
No.
And of course, this is how she's been all her life, you see.
But in 1985, Mary decided to reveal something which explained why she had been so guarded about her past.
She just basically sat us down one day and just said, I have to tell you that you have a sister. And I had to have her adopted, and she was born in 1957, and I had to go to a mother and baby home in Halifax, and she was adopted from there. Well, basically, Mum said they took her away. They told her that she had been adopted and that she had gone to America and that she couldn't have any contact at all with her. So she was very upset about that. And then we realised that she used to always watch Surprise, Surprise, and was hoping that Alison would find her, or at least be searching for her.
And I believe she went to Halifax sort of quite a lot, and it turns out that she was hoping to see Susan on the streets of Halifax. You know, we could tell by the way she was talking about it that it had upset her terribly, and, you know, I think she said there isn't a day goes by.
Yeah, she did. Yes, she said.
I don't think about her.
June and Liz had tried to trace their half-sister, but they were looking for Alison under her name at birth, Susan. With the wrong name and faced with the restrictions around tracing adopted relatives at the time, the sisters drew a blank. Until that fateful day 25 years later, when Alison got in touch out of the blue. The sisters were desperate to meet, so it wasn't long before Alison was heading up to Leeds.
We were so excited and waiting for her to come, and then she got lost in the car and went straight past the house.
I reversed the car back up into her drive, and I just started to shake and shake and shake because she'd come out and she was stood there. And I just about took it out of gear, put the handbrake on, and even turned the engine off. I just opened the door, and we had it was as though I'd come home.
We just hugged and just cried like she had always been my sister.
It was so wonderful.
We couldn't stop staring at her because she was so like our mother, and she has all our mother's mannerisms.
And when she showed me the photo of my mum, it was beautiful. It was so warm and loving to know who I was and where I'd come from.
Since they've been reunited, Alison, Liz and June have spent lots of time together. But there are still some mysteries surrounding their mother Mary and her life back in the late 1950s. Today, the sisters are meeting up again for a very special journey.
So excited to meet my sisters today. Every time is like the first time. I've got goosebumps everywhere.
How are you? All right. Oh, you've been crying, haven't you?
Alison, Liz and June are going on a trip that they hope will fill in some of the blanks in their mother's early life.
I've been so excited about this. I know.
First stop is the West Yorkshire Library in the nearby town of Todmorden. Liz and June know that from the ages of 17 to 29, their mother Mary lived and worked in a nearby textile mill. They're meeting Ruth Beasley, a local expert and curator of an exhibition about the mills in the area, to find out more.
Now, here is the hostel brochure, which was produced probably when your mother was in the hostel in the 50s. Right. And it was called A Home from Home.
Despite Mary having been a closed book on a large part of her younger years, she had spoken freely and warmly of her time at the Triangle Mill and the workers' accommodation.
They had to convert the mill owner's house into a hostel to recruit young women from another part of the country where employment was very scarce, where there were high levels of poverty, and where there was very little for women to do apart from going into service if they were lucky.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of them came from the northeast of England. Did your mother come from the northeast?
Yeah, yeah, Jarrow.
Right, right. Yeah. All the women in the hostel worked for William Morris's mill.
Right.
All the girls were woken at 6:30.
Ah, right.
And they had to be in the mill by 7:30.
Ah, right, okay.
And if you can imagine 100 young women trying to get dressed and breakfasted and out.
So what a change of just a lifestyle, you know.
Well, working in the mills was very, very noisy. That was the big feature of it.
Yeah.
They even learnt to sort of lip read.
Yes, Mum was, I said to you earlier, she was very good at lip reading.
Yeah. They all talk about lip reading.
Yes.
And One of the things that they were passionate about was dancing.
Oh, my mum loved dancing.
Back in the hostel, they would move the chairs and tables back in the dining room in the evening. This was the dining room there.
Right.
And practice their dancing. And they were so keen that the managers gave them their own band on a Friday night. In the winter months. So we've,
Love to jive.
people would be making their own entertainment.
It was during her time at the Triangle Mill that Mary met Alison's father, perhaps at one of these dances.
Looking at the photos here, they've all got smiles on, so did they have a good time?
All the ladies I've spoken to had a wonderful time. One or two of them said it was the best years of their life, and they have had good lives. They saw the hostel as a gateway out of, poverty, some of them, into financial independence.
It would have been for our...
And for many of them, it was an opportunity. Many of them got married from the hostel.
The next stop on the sisters' tour is Halifax, and the mother and baby home where, 58 years ago, their mother Mary gave birth to and then had to give up Alison.
Being there, I think, is going to be quite emotional, isn't it?
Quite sad, I think.
Yeah, because it's my beginning.
Your beginning.
It is. I began.
There was an ending and a beginning there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Of course, because your parents, your adopted parents, it was the happiest day of their life, finding
Picking
you
me up.
and picking you up, of course. So it was the saddest day and the happiest
Beginning
day.
of another life.
Yeah. It's nice that we're all together again.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's the special thing.
That's right.
The building has now been converted into flats. Alison takes a moment to reflect alone at the only place she and her mum were ever together.
I think we'll get closure and say goodbye to Mum and thank her for giving me life and doing what she did and the circumstance she was under to do it. That would be nice, just to put a lid on that one.
Mother and baby homes, like the one where Alison was born, were first founded in England in the late 19th century. Most were run by religious charities. Unmarried, pregnant women would stay there for the birth of their children and for several weeks afterwards. Following the birth, the homes would often facilitate the adoption of the babies. In the late 1960s, there were still nearly 200 mother and baby homes in the UK. To find out more about their mother's experience in one of these homes, the sisters have arranged to meet an expert in this area, Dr. Eloise Moss.
The mother and baby homes that were created, they're actually spaces in which mothers are given the opportunity to make a choice. So they would be admitted about 2 months before they were due to give birth, and they would stay there, and they could stay there for up to 3 months afterwards. So there was a nursery inside the home. There were 2 large dormitories. So, I mean, what might be a comfort is to think that actually she would have been around a lot of other young women in the exact same position, chatting to them in a community of other people feeling the same way. Particularly in this period, there is a great deal of stigma attached to single mothers. They are seen to have been promiscuous and irresponsible. And the stigma doesn't only lie with single mothers, but it can attach to their children as well. They would have had to decide how on earth they were going to juggle looking after a baby, finding a job. A lot of employers would not have been willing to hire a single mother because of the stigma attached to it. So the likelihood of your mum actually being able to find a job with you would have been fairly slim. So it was really going to be a sort of fall into poverty had she actually stayed with you. I can say with almost total certainty that the reason that she would have given you up for adoption really was a last resort, and because she must have felt so desperate and so worried that she could not give you a happy childhood and a good life. Yeah.
Oh, man. Gone through hell. God.
For all 3 sisters, today has been a voyage of discovery about their mother's early life.
We found out so much more today about Mum's life and about the time that she had Alison. And it just given us even more closure and even more information.
That was nice. That really was nice.
Yes, and we found things out about our mother that we didn't know. I'm glad Alison found us, because we would have never had this experience.
And for Alison, it's the end of a search for answers that began 50 years ago when she first found out she'd been adopted.
I've had a fantastic journey and I've found wonderful, wonderful family. And I couldn't ask for more, and I'm still finding out things every single day. It's hard, but very, very worth it.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
You don't know who you are, where have you come from.
finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough, and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
Families can lose contact with each other all too easily. And once that happens, trying to trace each other again can feel like an overwhelming task. Today, we meet Belinda, who set herself an almost impossible challenge to find long-lost relatives in Peru.
To my amazement, up popped a phone number. So I thought, well, if you don't try, you don't find out, do you? So I rang.
And we follow the family split by both war and religion.
She didn't really like me because I was a Christian. I had no real family.
I didn't have a sister to play with, and basically I was on my own.
Belinda O'Brien always wondered if she had any long-lost relatives out there. She, like many others, set herself the task of finding out. She turned family finder. Born in Surrey in 1951, Belinda was the only child of Dolly and Cecil.
I was born of older parents. There's actually a generation missing. My father was of the mind that because of the war, he didn't want to marry my mother previously in case anything untoward happened to him. So the war got in the way, and then they got married, and then I came along.
She was close to her mum and dad, but longed for a sibling.
As an only child, I can't say I've enjoyed it. I would have liked to have had people of my own age around me, but I had a good childhood, so I can't complain, but it was a bit lonely at times. I wasn't at all aware of any other relatives. I just thought it was our small, close-knit family.
When Belinda was in her early 20s, she flew the nest and headed to London, where she met with an unexpected opportunity.
My modelling came about completely out of the blue. I happened to go into a boutique in Marylebone High Street that was owned by Martha Hill. And I was wandering around and she came up to me and she said, "I'd like you to model for my catalogue." And I just looked at her, kind of completely amazed. And sure enough, that's what I did. And she knew quite a lot of influential people. And a month later, I'm with an agency and I'm starting doing TV commercials, and it all just took off from there.
And it was her modelling career which would lead Belinda to delve into the past.
I was booked to work on a website for genealogy, and I went into London, we did the shoot. Their senior genealogist was there, and he and I had a long chat, and part of my payment was a membership to the site, and it started me thinking, well, perhaps this is a sign that I should do something about looking into members of the family from the past.
Excited at the prospect of unknown family out there, Belinda logged onto the website. It advised her to begin her search by digging out old family heirlooms.
There is an item of furniture in the hallway that was always known as the Bible box, and my mother would put everything in there: births, deaths, marriages, anything to do with anything that she'd been to. But right at the bottom was our family Bible, and that dates back to 1709. I took it out and I was carrying it out into the kitchen to start to read through it, and as I walked through the dining room, so an envelope fluttered to the floor. And when I went back to pick it up, there were photographs inside, and there was also a letter on the old-fashioned thin airmail paper, and the letter had been sent to my aunt.
The letter was signed off by an Auntie Clara, a great-aunt Belinda never knew she had. But there was another revelation to follow.
The address was Miraflores, which is in Lima in Peru.
The mention of Peru reignited a childhood memory, which until now Belinda had thought little of.
My aunt always wore this ring, and she left the ring to me when she died. She had said many years ago that it had been one of a pair of drop Victorian earrings, and the other one is in the wall of Lima Cathedral. And I didn't particularly take too much notice of it back then, but perhaps the link with my ring was through that side of the family. I was really excited at the thought that I might have some other relatives, and I began to do my own research.
Luckily for Belinda, she had inherited a box of family memories which gave her a perfect starting point for her search. If you want to set about doing some family finding, the first thing to do is arm yourself with the facts. Collate as many names and dates as possible before you start your search. Gather as much information as you can about key events and ask any relatives for important family stories and if they have any photos or letters relating to your ancestors. And don't assume your missing relative has stayed in the country of their birth. If you're struggling to throw up any leads, perhaps take your search global. And if your inquiries do end up international, it's a good idea to contact foreign embassies at home for information. Through her efforts, Belinda was discovering a whole new family in Peru. From the photos in her mother's Bible box, Belinda came across a picture of a bride and groom on their wedding day. She noticed the same couple appeared in other photos, and luckily, their names were written on the back: Rosemary and Hines. In a later photo, they'd had children. Belinda had no luck finding the couple online, so she began to search for their children instead.
I put in the name and his surname, and to my amazement, up popped a building company in Austin in Texas. And there was a phone number. So I thought, well, you know, if you don't try, you don't find out, do you? So I rang. And a gentleman answered the phone. I asked whether the name of his mother was the name that I'd got written on this photograph, and he said yes. And I said, well, in that case, you and I are cousins. And his retort to that was, oh, not another cousin. And I thought, oh no, it just wasn't what I was expecting. But he gave me his mother's mobile number, and that was that. And I sort of licked my wounds for a while. I was really, really deflated. I was quite down, and I thought, well, I can't expect everybody to feel the same or want the same. He's obviously comes from a large family, and to find another cousin wasn't particularly a big deal, whereas for me, of course, it was a huge deal.
Belinda wasn't ready to give up on her search just yet, and little did she know her hunt would result in a visitor from the other side of the world.
It's such an exciting time. I hardly slept last night.
In London, another family had been searching for a long-lost relative. Barbara Cohen was born in North London at the end of the Second World War.
My early memories of around this area was being bombed. The pub down the road, that was completely flattened.
Her father, a Jewish tailor named Henry Shvednicki, met her mother Jane while she was working at his garment factory in the East End.
They got married in 1943. I was born in 1945.
A factory owner by day, by night her father did what he could to help the war effort.
My father used to be what is known as a home guard. He used to be in charge of the lights down the road in Rodin Lane, making sure that everyone had blackouts because he was too ill to go into the army.
Henry was suffering from the early stages of Hodgkinson's disease, a rare form of cancer. He died when Barbara was almost 3 years old.
I haven't got any memories of my father whatsoever, which is a shame. All I remember that he was very tall, but then bear in mind, I was very tiny.
After Barbara lost her father, she was brought up as an only child by her mother and a neighbour called Auntie Iris. But she also remembers feeling very much part of a wider Jewish community living in the area.
Around this area at that particular time, there was loads and loads of Jewish butcher shops, delicatessens. You could just go out and buy whatever you wanted, like bagels, or as some people call it, bagels. It was a particular Jewish area.
There's one childhood memory which has never been far from Barbara's thoughts, and that is the day she met the older half-sister she didn't know she had.
On the very first occasion that I met Sybil, I didn't realise that she was my sister, half-sister. It was very, very strange. She was very tall, very, very dark black hair, and it was like in a bun. I can remember that.
Later that day, her mother explained who the mysterious visitor Sybil was.
This is your sister, but it's not from me, us, it's from Daddy's first wife. And that's how she explained it to me, and I was quite shocked because I don't think you take it all in. It's just like a blur. You think, oh, what's she talking about? You know, I've been on my own all these years, just Mum and I, lost my father, and that was it. Didn't think I had any brothers or sisters or anything. And that was really my only recollection of her. It's a shame, really, when you think back, isn't it? That you lose a lot of time.
That day, Sybil left Barbara's life as quickly as she had entered it, and her mother brushed the visit under the carpet.
She'd never talked about it again, ever. There was no other relatives that I could talk to about Sybil.
But Barbara never stopped wondering about her half-sister and that brief encounter when she was a child.
I would have loved more contact with Sybil, a lot more. Years have gone by without, and I knew about Sybil, but did nothing about it.
It was her partner, Michael, who finally helped Barbara pluck up the courage to search for her sister before it was too late.
Michael said to me, for goodness sake, let's see if we can find her. After all these years, you know you've got one. We're going to definitely try and find her.
Here's an opportunity. Let's try and find your sister. I love history. I love looking into history. If I get something into my head, I like to carry it out.
But all Michael had to go on were copies of her father's birth, marriage and death certificates. And rather than narrowing the search down, these only complicated it further.
On here is Harry Samuel Shrednicki. On here is
death certificate.
This is death certificate. Harry Henry Samuel Abraham.
And here is Henry Samuel. Confused?
During his lifetime, her father had changed his name, a common practice within the Jewish community of the day.
The father changed his name from Shrednicki to Abraham. That's how it was in those days. Emigres, they wanted to disappear, especially Jewish immigrants. They didn't want to stand out. They wanted to assimilate themselves into the population.
Fully armed with the various names that Barbara's father had gone by, Michael could start his search in earnest.
I had an ancestry program. We started tapping away at the keys. Yeah, how many Shrednickis can there be in the East End? Thousands, really. And most of them, of course, were emigres from Russia, Poland, all before the turn of the century, when they came over here originally to start their life, or their new life, and they all ended up in the East End.
Undeterred, he eventually struck gold. He found a Shrednicki whose dates matched up, and he had a daughter named Sybil.
Hours and hours of patient trawling through lists of names. We got onto Sybil Shrednicki, daughter of Harry Henry Abraham.
Now that they'd identified Sybil in the records, Michael was able to see she had had a child with a man called Axel Jensen, and that the pair had left the UK for Denmark. It was time to take the search overseas.
So we decided to, as a starting point, we would get in touch with the Danish embassy and see if they had anyone with that name.
If Sybil was still alive, she'd be in her late 80s. But whether she was still in Denmark was anyone's guess. All Michael and Barbara could do now was wait and hope. In Surrey, only child Belinda had always hoped to be part of a bigger family. And fate had led her to the discovery of relatives on the other side of the world, in Peru.
I was really excited at the thought that I might have some other relatives.
After lots of searching, Belinda finally found a contact number for a long-lost cousin, Heinz, who had left Peru for Texas. But he hadn't seemed to share her enthusiasm.
His comment was, "Oh no, not more cousins." And I was so deflated.
Disheartened, Belinda put her search on the back burner. But fate had other plans.
Strangely, one evening I switched the television on, ready to watch the news, and it was on a different channel, and there was a documentary about Peru. And I thought, oh, this is silly. This is a message telling me you've got to get on and do it. And I sat there for about 5 minutes. And then I thought, oh, OK, no, go and ring her. Well, I couldn't find the number. I'd written her mobile number down and I couldn't find it anywhere. And I thought, oh no, I'm going to have to phone him again.
Belinda was coming close to finding her cousin Rosemary, the lady in the old wedding photo, who it turned out was also disappointed with her son's lukewarm telephone manner.
I was so upset. He said, Mom, I didn't have a pencil. I didn't have a paper, and I'm covered with everything, and I have no time for any cousins. And I said, Heino, I really am upset. And he said, okay, well, probably she'll call again. And I said, well, I hope so.
Luckily, thousands of miles away, a dogged Belinda wasn't giving up.
And it was a very different person who answered the phone this time. And he said, oh, thank goodness you've rung back. He said, my mother went crazy. He said, please give me your home number as well, which I did. And then wasn't that long afterwards, I get a phone call from my lovely second cousin.
Belinda and Rosemary's grandmothers were sisters, but the cousins' lives had taken very different paths.
Although my mother was born in London, she married my father, who was a Peruvian. And he was a doctor in the Peruvian oil fields up north of Peru. So in 1945, when the war was over, all the English people went back to England. But as my dad was a Peruvian, we stayed in Peru and we moved to Lima.
The family made Lima their home, But Rosemary's mother and the older generation made sure they remained in contact with their British relatives.
Well, after my mother passed away, I lost contact completely and I knew nothing more, and this was really my fault. But all these years, you know, I've been thinking, and everybody was asking me, don't you have any relatives in England? I mean, it's incredible. Your grandmother was English, your mother was English, and don't you have any cousins? Don't you have anybody? And I said, yes, but I don't know how to get through to them.
That was until Belinda contacted her, and they reconnected straight away.
We chatted and chatted and chatted and chatted, and it was like we'd known one another forever. It was just quite amazing.
You know what? I know she's my blood and she knows I'm her blood because we are so similar in so many things.
I was so excited, and it was wonderful to think that after all these years of assuming that I'd only got my children around me as family, that out there were these other people that are actually part of my family. So I was very, very happy.
And in no time, the women began planning their reunion.
I said, come and see us in February, you know, in summer. And she said, no, I can't wait. I can't wait till February. I have to get to know you before that.
And so I suggested that maybe, if it was acceptable to them, that I would pop over to Austin in Texas and say howdy and see how we get on.
So Belinda did just that.
To tell you the truth, I was so excited. I was sort of numb. I didn't know what to do. You know, I was going to buy balloons that said welcome, and I was going to buy this, and I was going to buy that. And everybody said to me, Rosemary, Belinda wants to see you. She doesn't want to see balloons.
And finally, the long-lost cousins came face to face.
Belinda, when we saw one another, my words to her were, my goodness, you're so little. And her words to me were, I thought you were a brunette. So that was our first comments, and then big hugs.
We just jumped into the car and, well, we came back and we started chatting, and I think we've never stopped talking in the whole week.
It feels wonderful having found her, because we are very similar. We're both quite outgoing, and when we were out and about together, I mean, we really, really had fun.
I am so happy to have found Belinda. You have no idea, she's changed my life. Because really, I feel that I belong somewhere. I'm 80 years old now, and I have lost 60 years of my life with contact with my family. It's a pity, because family should be together. I hope that we're together for a long time still. Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very emotional. Very emotional. But Belinda knows I love her, and I know she loves me. And I feel now that I'm connected with my roots, and I'm very happy.
Finding new family is wonderful, because I've never had a big family. This has opened a new chapter in my life, an exciting new chapter in my life.
But that wasn't the end of Belinda's story of her newfound family. Not long after she returned from Texas, she received an urgent call from Rosemary. Another member of the family Belinda has never met is arriving in the UK from Peru and wants to meet up.
Rosemary's very excited about us meeting, because she thinks we're going to get on very well together. It is such an exciting time. I hardly slept last night.
Today, for the first time, Belinda's meeting Rosemary's son, her cousin, Alex.
Hello. Hombre, ¿qué pasa? Oh. Primo pequeño.
Primo pequeño.
Welcome to London.
Thank you.
My goodness me.
I'm very excited. I'm nervous.
I'm telling my heart, sitting here, my heart's absolutely jumping out of my chest. Anyway, I've brought loads of pictures to try to explain to you how we link in as well. So there's lots of interesting things to be looking at.
This is the first opportunity Belinda has had to show her new family her life in the UK. Since discovering her Peruvian relatives, Belinda's become quite the family-finding enthusiast and has spent hours collating old family photos and building on their ever-growing family tree.
So these are your great-great-grandparents. So then they had 8 children.
But from all these 8 brothers
and
sisters,
yeah,
Clara
yes,
finished in Peru.
Yes. Yeah.
With my grandmother and my mom, right?
Yeah. So your mum and I are second cousins. So you are my second cousin once removed. And then your twins are my third cousin. This is an awful lot for you to absorb in one go, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's amazing. It's amazing.
And there's one member of this family who wasn't going to miss this reunion for the world.
Hey, hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello.
How did you two get along? Can you understand each other?
Yes, of course.
It's just incredible. It's so difficult sometimes to digest. And look here, my beautiful Belinda and my only 6th son.
Oh, there we go. Look. Anyway, you're looking beautiful, and I recognise that round your neck.
Oh, yes.
This is what I brought your mum from England.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And it brings you close to me.
I tell you what, I'll pop back next week, okay?
Okay. I'm in Lima next week.
That's all right. I don't mind. I'll come to Lima.
Okay, you can come to Lima whenever you want, Belinda. I've already told you that. You're more than welcome. You've got such a big family. You said you were all by yourself, my dear. You're not by yourself. You've no idea. So you're in for a shock or a treat, whatever the way you like to look at it.
Oh, bless you. Bless you.
Okay.
Anyway, well, I'll see you again very soon.
Okay. I'm so happy to see you together. It's just incredible.
It may be Peru next, but today they're on Belinda's home turf, so they pack in as much sightseeing in London in the short time they have together.
Such a coincidence, you coming over now. Yeah?
Yes.
Amazing.
They can't be in the real Lima together, so Belinda's found a little Lima for them to visit.
Oh, it's a Peruvian restaurant. Good.
Today has been absolutely wonderful. We had such a lovely time, and I'm still pinching myself to realise that it actually happened.
It was great. Belinda's so nice. It was great to know about our family, things that I didn't know and things that I'm going to find out. And I'm looking forward to seeing her in Lima, to show her around. No?
Salud.
Salud.
Amor y muchas pesetas. Taking the step forward to get in touch has been wonderful. Rosemary and I would love to find some other members of the family, and we're hoping that they're out there somewhere, and maybe fate will play another hand towards us and introduce us to some other members of the family, because that would just be lovely. There's lots of adventures ahead.
Maybe it will be one day of big family reunion. It will be great.
In North London, Barbara Cohen has been searching for the long-lost sister she last saw over 50 years ago. Barbara and her partner Michael had traced her sister to Denmark. But there, they thought the trail had gone cold. Their last hope had been to send a letter to the Danish embassy. Then one day, an official-looking letter dropped through their door.
We got a note back from the Danish embassy that they have since found someone of that name, and it looks like she could well be the Sybil that we're looking for.
It appeared Sybil had remarried and was now going by the name Sybil Vissing and lived in the north of Denmark.
We wrote a letter saying that, are you the Sybil that we're think may have been Shrednicki, might be my half-sister. Are you interested? Would you be interested in speaking to us?
It was Sybil's son, Rene, who first saw the letter.
I went out to the mailbox and there was a letter from England. And Mum was lying in the bed and said, I know who this is. We opened it and it was a nice letter.
Yeah.
If you are Sybil Joyce Abrams Shrednicki.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you wanted to get in touch with Barbara, and she was explaining who she was.
Yeah, I was surprised.
And the reply we got back was from her son, Rene, her youngest son, Rene, and he said, we'd be delighted, we'd be over the moon.
Then I had Barbara on the phone and on the Skype, and it was quite fun.
I was in flood of tears. I couldn't talk. I just couldn't talk. It was too emotional to find someone that you hadn't seen for over 50-odd years.
This was the only relative that you had who had any connection to your father.
Yeah.
Because there was no one else left.
My mother was born in East End of London, 1928, and grew up together with her mom and dad.
I was a daddy's girl.
You were daddy's girl?
Yeah. He was a good man.
He felt a little bit alone because of the Jewish community didn't...
Yeah. So he was alone and I was alone.
Yeah. So you were...
We had a lot in common.
It turned out their father, Henry Shrednicki, had had a whole other life before he met Barbara's mother. As a young man, he'd fallen for a young Christian girl called Clara, and against both their families' wishes, they'd eloped.
It must have been love to choose each other, but it also meant that they were very isolated.
And in turn, their daughter was also cast adrift.
I wasn't accepted there because I wasn't
A real Jew?
One day I was walking in the street with my father and there came a woman towards us. I found out that was my father's mother. She said, is that one of yours? It's me, one of your children. It was me.
Yeah. But was it difficult to have friends when you were a mix of Jewish and Christian?
Yeah. I didn't really have friends. I was always alone.
Did you feel lonely?
Yeah. Yeah. I had my doggy.
Yeah.
In the early 20th century, London's Jewish community was evolving fast. The 1920s had seen thousands of Jews arrive in Britain, with synagogues, schools, bakeries, and other Jewish businesses thriving. But one thing which wasn't changing as fast were views towards interfaith marriages. Sybil's father's decision to marry a Christian would have been severely frowned upon. And as many Orthodox Jews only consider children to be Jewish if their mother is Jewish, Sybil would not have been welcomed within the local Jewish community. But despite being ostracized, Sybil and her parents were a happy little unit until two events shattered their lives. In 1939, World War II broke out, and just 2 years later, her mother died from tuberculosis. Eventually, Sybil's father Henry married again. His second wife was Jane, Barbara's mother. Jane was Jewish, which helped Henry's rehabilitation back into the local Jewish community, but it left little room for Sybil.
She didn't really like me because I was a Christian. I had no real family.
Her father chose to be a 100% Jew and back to the Jewish community. And Mum was never a part of this.
But Sybil was soon to start her own family. She met a Danish sailor, Axel Jensen, during the Second World War and quickly became pregnant. But having a child out of wedlock only ostracized her further. When their baby was 3 months old, she and Axel emigrated to his native Denmark.
I think her father knew that it wasn't easy for her to have a life in England. I think that he supported her of going abroad and start a new life.
Her father accompanied her to the docks at Harwich to say goodbye, and so ended the British chapter of Sybil's life. It was on a rare return visit to England when she met Barbara as a child. It was also during this trip she discovered that her father had died.
I met one of the workers that worked for my father.
He told you?
Yeah,
that
my father
was dead. Yeah. And you didn't know?
No.
How was that? What did you feel?
I didn't believe him at the time.
No.
But it was true.
After this point, Sybil lost contact with all her British family, until Barbara and Michael tracked her down.
Since we've met, I feel very close to her. And her sons are absolutely adorable. Feel part of a family again. Although I've got my own family and I've got my partner Michael, it's like having a blood relative again, which I never had. I couldn't grow up with a sister. I didn't have a sister to play with. And basically I was on my own. And that makes me sad that I didn't have more time with her and only found her, like, recently.
The sisters met up not long after they got back in contact, and determined to make up for lost time, today Barbara's busy preparing for another trip to Denmark. And this time they're planning a very special gift.
Right, Michael, let's give this a whirl.
Barbara never knew Sybil growing up, but they had both lived in their father's house at different times. Barbara's arranged to make a video of the place they both once called home for her sister.
This would have been our mum and dad's bedroom. And I remember this. This was our front room. I hope Sybil really, really enjoys this video and brings back some nice memories for her.
Today, Barbara and Michael are making the 1,500-mile round trip to Denmark. Waiting for them is Barbara's newest nephew, Renee.
Oh, I can see him.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm
Now, hundreds of miles from where they were split up as little girls, the long-lost sisters are in the same country again. Although this is her fourth trip, the thought of seeing Sybil again is almost too much for Barbara.
Got terrible mixed emotions again. My stomach's churning over. I just can't wait to see her again. As you can see, I'm crying, but I don't know. That's not tears of sadness, it's tears of emotion coming out. Can't wait to see her. Sybil, hi.
Hi.
Hi, Sybil. Long time no see.
Lovely to see you again.
Yes.
Here's Michael.
I'm here.
Hi, Michael.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite well.
Yes, you look good.
You look kind of fine.
They can't wait to give Sybil a glimpse of the place she once called home.
Barbara, I've made a video. See if you can recognize.
This would have been our mum and dad's bedroom, and from the hall used to be a kitchen, which used to lead out into the garden. Wow. This was my bedroom. I'm hoping that this could have been your bedroom too. It leads onto the garden, but it looks much smaller than what it used to be, obviously, because I'm a big girl now, so are you. And then I went to school up the road, Pancake Hill. That's what we used to call it.
I hope that this one day would happen. Even though it has been a tough life for Mom in England, it's nice to know that people from England was thinking of Mom and how she was today.
Did you live here with your mum and dad, or had Mummy already passed away?
She died there. The hospitals they came and
carried her outside
on a stretcher.
Oh, okay.
And I knew it was the last time I would see her.
Oh, yeah.
And how old were you then, Sybil?
13.
Oh, young. You had longer time than I did with him. I was only 2.5.
Yeah.
So you have happy memories of him. Our dad was a tailor.
Yeah.
And he made, coats?
jackets and trousers and everything.
Everything.
The sisters both have photos of their father they want to share.
That's your dad. That's
Oh, I can recognise him. Yeah.
Mom, are you in this photo?
No.
Why not?
Because I wasn't Jewish.
Oh, bless. Yeah. Is this
Always had boots.
Uh-huh.
That was because of the army.
Yeah, well, do you know about our dad in the army? He decided when he was 15 in the First World War to go to war, but his mum stopped him. Twice. What was Daddy like? Was he funny? Was he happy? Was he serious? Did he ever tell you off if you were naughty?
No.
Go to your room.
I don't think so.
No, you don't think so? No. It's nice to have memories, Sybil.
And one memory that has been passed down through the family is exactly how Henry Srednicki slipped away to secretly marry Sybil's mother.
He had a lunch pack in his pocket.
He was going out to lunch and he got married instead.
He had spats.
Yeah, they're nice.
Their shoes.
Looks like a dancer from the 1920s.
Yeah.
In the black and white films.
Yeah.
And the family likeness is striking.
Do you remember who this is?
Harvey.
And my grandchildren? But he looks like our daddy.
Yeah.
Two sisters, who each had their own tough beginning in life, have finally got the happy ending they deserved, and their family couldn't be happier.
It's been fun to see them together, also laughing, and even though that it was difficult times and they were split, it's better later than never, because nobody knows how long time, but it has happened, and that's very important.
Love her very much, and I hope, what with the extended family, it's been fabulous.
Skål!
Skål!
Skål! Cheerio.
All of you.
And this is just beautiful. It's been an amazing, amazing time.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
You don't know who you are, where have you come from.
finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies...
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, really, really special.
...and dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
In the United Kingdom, there are hundreds of organisations that specialise in reuniting long-lost families. But many people decide to turn family finder themselves. Today, we follow the story of one woman's search that turns up not one, but two surprising results.
Do I want to really open this Pandora's box, really?
And in Weston-super-Mare, car enthusiast Nick Morgan is on a mission to uncover the truth about his birth family.
And 5 minutes later, she rang me back and said, I think you may have a sister.
Lovely to meet you.
Jean Heathcote lives in Burton-on-Trent in Staffordshire. She was born in 1949 and enjoyed a happy childhood, raised by a loving family.
I was very, very lucky. I was spoilt rotten. I had fantastic parents and they couldn't do enough for me.
But certain characteristics seemed at odds with the rest of the family.
I did look very different to my family, and I had a very different nature to my family as well. I was much more outgoing and noisy.
It wasn't until much later that Jean realised there was more to these differences than she'd originally thought.
When I was 36, I had to apply for a new passport, and it all came through attached together with my adopted birth certificate on there. Much to my surprise. So I started to do a bit of investigation, and I asked my sister that I grew up with, and she told me that she knew that I was adopted, but it would never come out in the family. I realised I had no blood relatives then. I had only my children who were my blood relatives, and started to research everything that I could about the family.
From her birth certificate returned alongside her passport, Jean found the name of her biological mother, Sheila Mary Kelly.
We went to Somerset House, my husband and I, to try and trace back, because I had Sheila's birth date on there, so I could kind of trace that back a little bit. But then it was a bit of a full stop then, really, because I couldn't find any more. So we had to find another route to find out more information. I used to do a thing on teletext television, searching for lost loved ones, finding lost loved ones. And my husband actually was the one who said, look, let's just do this, see what comes of it, you never know. So I put a thing on saying that I was searching, and if anybody out there had any more information, could they get in touch with us?
Jean waited for a response for her appeal to find her natural mother.
I was going through and I found someone who was looking for the same person that I was.
The message contained too many correct facts to be a coincidence. Someone else was also searching for Jean's mum, Sheila.
I'm thinking, well, it's got to be the same person. It has to be. It's her same birth date, but also my name and date of birth on there. It's got to be us. Now, what do I do? Do I want to really open this Pandora's box, really? I decided that I wanted to open the box and see what happened. Subsequently, I had a phone call from her, and she said, I've been looking for you for 25 years.
The two women shared a mother, Sheila Mary Kelly, making them half-sisters. Unbeknownst to Jean, Marie Simmons had spent over a decade making inquiries of her own about Sheila.
It was amazing, it really was. I thought, at last, I've actually managed to find her.
Marie was born a year before Jean.
I was born in Liverpool in 1948.
But her mother had her adopted, and she went to live with a family in Red Hills, Surrey.
My earliest memory is of a baby in a pram and me having some mice, and I don't know where these mice came from, but I had the mouse and I put it on the baby's face, and I remember being told off for doing so.
Marie's adoptive family were always open about her parentage.
I always knew that I'd been adopted because I was told at a very early age, which I had no problem with at all, because when you're young you don't really understand these things, and as long as you're in a reasonably happy family environment you don't care, do you? I wanted to find my birth mother, but I was led to believe by my adopted family that she died. And it was only when I was in my mid-20s that I found out that she hadn't died. It didn't matter to me what she was like, I just wanted to know her and know about her. And I think people who are adopted need to know. I must have been around about 25, 26 when I applied for my birth certificate. And when it came, I saw what her full name was, Sheila Mary Kelly.
While her adopted mother was still alive, Marie felt unable to search for more information about her biological mother.
When my adopted mother died, I felt that the time was right for me to start looking, and I just got up one morning and said, I'm going to go and look for my birth mother. I wrote to dozens and dozens of children's societies to find out whether any of them had any records of a Sheila Mary Kelly, but with no success at all. It was almost as if she'd disappeared off the face of the earth.
Her search stopped there until years later, Marie discovered the date her mum was born. She included it in the many messages, postings and adverts she put out. It was to one of these that someone replied.
I had a phone call from a lady saying that she was her sister.
It was her mother's sister who had spotted the posting and responded.
Which was, oh, well, unbelievable. I couldn't believe that somebody had actually replied to me. It was marvellous. Anyway, she chatted and told me my mother was alive, but she was living in America. It was such a shock. After all that time, I mean, by then I was in my 40s or so, and I thought, well, does she want to know me? And that was all I kept thinking, does she want to know me?
It had taken her 15 years to track down her mother, Sheila.
Well, my aunt and uncle and myself, we did go to the States and got to the house, and my birth mother was standing at the door waiting. And we said hello. It wasn't what I was expecting. She was quite withdrawn. And it wasn't a particularly successful meeting at all. In fact, it was quite sad.
But not long after she got back from America, Marie received another message from someone who had seen one of her appeals for information. It was her sister, Jean.
We had a long chat on the phone, decided to meet up.
It was lovely. It was really lovely to get that first touch with somebody who actually was related to you.
That was it. It was marvellous. We'd got each other.
It was just, it didn't seem real at the time, you know, but I could still picture her running down the path towards me, you know, and she was so excited. And she had all the paperwork that she'd found all laid out, ready to show me all the pictures and just everything. It was lovely.
Marie then put Jean in touch with their mother.
I spoke to her once, but, you know, I think she was probably not very well at the time, and I think she, you know, she just didn't want really anything to do with any of her past, really, sadly.
Jean still had lots of questions about her early life, so turned to the wealth of genealogical resources now available on the internet. It wasn't long before she got a response.
I had a message from a lady called Diana Kelly, who said, hello, I'd like to ask you a few questions because I think I could be related to you.
Jean had discovered one new sister Marie, but could there be more relatives out there?
Hello! How are you?
Motor enthusiast Nick Morgan lives in Weston-super-Mare.
I was adopted when I was 3 months old. I grew up in a very loving household, only child. It was caring, and yeah, I did all the things a little boy should do, I suppose. I always knew that I was adopted, right from the very start. I mean, my parents did a great job with that. They told me, ever since I can remember, that I was adopted, that I was chosen, that I was special, that they'd gone in and there were other babies that they could have picked, but they picked me. I never thought of my birth mother or birth father at that stage. It felt ungrateful, maybe, to be thinking about anything else. These are my parents, so I had no need to find any other parents.
Nick left home, met and married his wife Jan, and in 1997 had a son.
The day David was born, he popped out at 8 pounds 12 ounces, and he lay on my lap and looked at me for 2 hours. We just looked at each other. Just awesome. Really, really mind-blowingly special. I know people say, you know, you have children, it's very different, but yeah, my first and only true full-blood relative. So yeah, very, very special.
It was the birth of his son that inspired Nick to trace his family lineage.
I was concerned that maybe there was something hereditary in the family, and a little boy growing up, you start to think, well, I hope there's nothing there. So maybe I should look at this, and maybe I should think about tracing my family.
A conversation with a friend added fuel to the fire.
I became inspired by someone that I met through work who'd actually decided that he wanted to find his birth mother. And I went, OK, that's interesting. How do you do that? And he said, well, first of all, you need to get your birth certificate. And I said, well, I've got a birth certificate. He said, no, you need to get your original birth certificate. I said, OK, yeah, fine. And he said, that will give you then the details of your birth parents, and then you need to contact social services once you've got that certificate, and they will help you then to track that person down. That was when I found out that I was John Francis Lowe, having been Nicholas John Morgan for 40-odd years. And then social services stepped in and gave me the red file that had all the details in about my birth and where I'd been, etc.
He had a name for his birth mother, Nora Lowe.
Once I got the file from social services, it then became apparent that my mother was born in Ireland. And so from having been English for 44 years, all of a sudden I had some Irish blood in me. And so at that point then we decided to start to explore the possibilities of finding my mother and finding my roots. One of the things that I used to say to people was that it'd be really nice to have a photo of my mum, but I never thought that was going to be possible.
Nick was able to get his biological mother's birth certificate from the record offices in Ireland.
So we actually then found that my birth mother had lived in Coventry, got married to a guy in Coventry in 1968 and became balding, and then he'd passed away in 69. But after that, we could find no record.
Nick's search ground to a halt until a chance encounter at a business networking event changed his life forever.
I sat down next to this lady I'd never met before, so asked the question, what's your name, where do you come from, what do you do? And she said, my name's Kirsty Gray. I find people for various reasons, whether people are looking for inheritances or whether they're trying to trace their family, and I've got a 100% success rate in finding people. And I said, oh, that's interesting. I'm going to spoil your record.
Nick had been searching for well over 15 years, trying to find out more about his birth mother. So I think he thought that because he'd failed, there was no information out there. I, first of all, had a look to see if I could find a death for his mother in her married name, and I couldn't. So I then looked to see if potentially she'd married again, and she did. So I then had a new married name to look at, and then managed to locate a death record. She died in 1992, and it links with her date and place of birth, which we knew from the birth certificate that Nick had, was the 28th of October 1919 in Ireland. I emailed Nick to say, when you have a quiet 5 minutes, you might want to ring me.
So I rang her up and she said, found your mum. I went, whoa. And she went, hang on, she has died. OK, not unexpected. And she died in the same week of the same month of the same year as my adopted dad, in November 1992.
But the story didn't end there. Knowing Nick was desperate to see that elusive photograph of his mum, Kirsty had another lead on Nora's life.
The second married name of Nora, Nick's mum, was actually quite unusual. So once we'd found out her husband's name, we actually had found that he was still living and we had an address for him.
I was very shocked to find out that he was alive and was still living at the same address that they'd been living at before. So maybe there was some more information to be gleaned. So then I was excited.
Kirsty drafted a contact letter to Nora's widower.
Basically, the letter is just explaining a little bit about who we are, but asking him to contact us.
Kirsty sent off the letter and we had no response for over a week. And I don't do waiting very well.
When starting a search for a long-lost family member, it's impossible to predict just how long it will take or even if it will be successful. And if you reach a dead end, it may need something extra to get the search back on the road.
Whenever you hit a brick wall in your search, it's important that you think outside the normal research box. Think about extended family. Put together a proper family tree for that person. If you can't find the person you're looking for, look for brothers, look for sisters, look for cousins, aunts, uncles. If you can find somebody in the family who knows where that person is, then that's going to solve your mystery for you.
Nick was determined not to give up his search for his long-lost relatives and decided to take matters into his own hands.
Having not received a reply to the letter that we'd sent, I had a Friday afternoon call from Nick to say that he was actually travelling to Coventry the following day. And he said he was just going to pop by and see if he might be able to meet the gentleman we'd written a letter to.
Kirsty had said it's not normal to go and do these things, but if we're not getting any joy, then I guess we don't probably have a lot of choice. So see how you get on. So I built up my courage, rang the doorbell. Gentleman came to the doorbell and said, "Who are you?" And I said, "Well, my name's Nick Morgan. You may have had a letter from Kirsty Gray," and he said, yes, and he invited me in. And then we chatted for an hour about Nora, or Noreen as she'd then become. Having had the conversation, I said, "I don't suppose that you've got a photo of Noreen?" And he said, "Yes, there's a photo behind you." So I said, "Oh, that's fantastic." It's just that moment of going, I've finally achieved that goal, that when I thought that the doors were closed, the wall was built, and I was never going to see it, and there it was in front of me. So it was, it was just getting to that point and going, yeah, it finally got there.
And Noreen's widower had more news about his mother. Could Nick's search for his family be about to reveal more than just a photo?
He thought Noreen had had another child. So when I came out, I rang Kirsty and said, he said that there's another child, but I don't think there's anything in it. And she said, "OK, well, I'll just check it out." And 5 minutes later, she rang me back and said, "I think you may have a sister."
Jean Heathcote's search for her birth mother had also revealed an unexpected discovery, a half-sister, Marie. But when both sisters had made contact with their mother, their advances had been rejected. So Jean's quest for details about her early life continued.
I had a message from a lady called Diana Kelly, who said, "Hello, I'd like to ask you a few questions because I think I could be related to you."
Diana Kelly from Bristol had been browsing a family-finding website in the hope of finding out about her birth mother.
I was just going through this site, and suddenly up came my mum's name, Sheila Mary Kelly. And on top of the name was Jean Heathcote, with all my mum's details. She was doing a search as well.
It turned out that Jean and Marie had yet another half-sister.
Well, I was born here in 1951 in St Mary's in Paddington, London. Within 6 weeks, I was handed over to a foster family.
As she grew older, Diana began to guess that her foster parents weren't her parents by birth.
Well, it wasn't until I was about 8 or 9 that suddenly thought about it. I questioned why my name was different. And my foster dad said to me, "You know, you don't want to know your mum, she's not a nice lady." Always remember those words.
As one of the many foster children in the 1960s and early 70s, Diana was affected by a change in the way the state approached placing children in care. Local authorities began to favour putting children in foster homes rather than with adoptive parents. Fostering is viewed as a temporary measure, with the hope that the child will be placed back in their birth parents' care should circumstances change.
And they all lived together happily ever after.
This shift was coupled with a general decline in the numbers of children of unwed mothers being placed in care.
So since the late 1960s, there's been a huge decline in the number of babies adopted in the UK. There are various factors for this, one being increased knowledge of contraception, another the Abortion Act that was brought in, which meant that women had a viable alternative to ending a pregnancy, and also really the fact that they could bring a child up themselves because there was less of a social stigma by that period.
But fostering didn't always work, as in Diana's case. As she grew older, she repeatedly ran away from her foster family.
In the end, they put me into a home. It was all right, I ran away from there.
Diana stayed in care until she was old enough to rent a flat of her own. Now she felt independent enough to begin to trace her family.
I think I just started my search when I was about 20, 21. You know, I wanted to know who I belonged to. Yeah. I think you want a sense of a sense of belonging, really.
Diana applied to the General Register Office to find out more information about her mother.
The only information I actually had on my mother was her birth certificate. I knew her name was Sheila Mary Kelly, where she was living while she was expecting me, her date of birth, and that was it.
Hampered by a lack of information and self-doubt, Diana went through years of unsuccessful searching. In 2009 came a glimmer of hope when she was browsing a family-finding website.
My first breakthrough really was, I think it was called Missing You. And I was just sat there one day, going through it, and my mum's name popped up on there. So I kept reading it, and I'm thinking, oh well, as you do, Diana, you know what you're like. Got headed, picked up the phone, didn't I? I rang her.
Diana had come across one of the adverts posted by Jean, and it seemed they shared a mother who would make them half-sisters.
It took me a while to actually realise that she was related to us and to actually, in some ways, come to terms with that.
Jean told Diana that she'd already found their other half-sister, so Diana looked her up too.
Sat in the kitchen and up came Marie.
I was on Facebook and a message came up asking me if my mother was called Sheila Mary Kelly. And I thought, well, yes, so I replied yes. And up popped an answer saying, well, I think that I could be your sister. I thought, oh no, not another one.
We chatted for ages. Yeah. And the next day, and the next day. I feel like I've known them all my life.
We did meet quite quickly after we spoke on the phone, and it was wonderful to see her. And it would be wonderful to see her again.
Well, Marie and Jean have met each other. I've only met Marie, so...
Jean and Diana are meeting for the very first time, and I know, having spoken to both of them, that they are both absolutely terrified of what's going to happen. I said, look, I'll bring a big box of tissues, you'll be fine.
Today, the three sisters, Jean, Marie and Diana, are getting together for the first time. For decades, they all had been searching for their shared mother, unaware of each other's existence. The sisters are hoping this meeting will cement a stronger bond for the future.
Sisterhood is what I aim to get from today. I think it would be nice to have that closeness.
I'm determined now because I really do need to have contact with my sisters.
I'm nervous and excited.
Hello.
Hello, you.
Hello. It's wonderful. Have a seat, darling.
Thank you.
All right?
Yeah, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
You look good.
Do I? Yeah,
You've got a different colour hair.
Yeah, yeah. You look great.
Yes.
Oh, bless. Don't cry. Don't cry, sweetheart. How long is it since we've seen each other?
Way overdue, way overdue for both of us. But I think it would be nice to actually be able to include Diana as well now. It'd just be more like a sisterhood.
Yes.
Getting together.
Yes, yeah.
It's a good thing. I mean, but I was trying to work out where she fell in the
Right. Me first.
And then me.
Then you.
Yeah.
Then her.
Right. So, I mean, I still want to know who my dad is. Do we know?
No.
No. I guess we've got the same father.
I don't think so.
You can always hope.
Well, we could, couldn't we? Yes. yeah.
Finally, the sister who was most recently found, Diana.
She'll be here in a minute. Oh my goodness me! Hello! Hello! Oh, wonderful to see you. And this is your sister.
I know.
Oh, bless. You're right. Oh, don't cry, darling. Oh. Oh, bless. Oh, this is fabulous. Come on, darling. Come and sit down. Oh, girls together.
Nice to see you.
And you
at last.
At last, I know. You're all right. Oh, yeah.
I see the family similarity between
you can.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
I can see there's a similarity between us as well.
Yeah.
I've got so much stuff here to show you.
Fantastic.
You won't believe.
Because I don't have anything.
She's got nothing at all.
Anything at all. All I got is one photograph of.
Yeah. Are you ready for this, girls?
Go on then.
Our whole life is in a box. Right, this is Mother.
She was quite attractive, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's quite a glamorous lady, wasn't she? And here she is with a baby. Now, anyway, it's a baby girl. Now, who it is, I haven't got a clue. I know she had fantastic hair.
Amazing. Amazing hair.
That's 1947, that one, we think.
Got to be your father.
You think so?
I think so.
Yeah, OK. Well, I think he's a very handsome man, actually.
I think I'm quite happy with that.
Got nice eyes. This is her and her wedding day.
Which one?
No, she's only had one.
Oh, right.
Well, how do you feel about seeing these photographs of your mum, girls?
Well,
such a dainty
she was a stunner, to be fair.
Absolute stunner, yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it?
These three sisters may never know much about their mother and the truth behind their adoptions, but it seems their relationship is reward enough for having found each other.
Well, girls, together after all this time.
Well, it's about time, I think.
I know, but amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
I don't think, as you said earlier, I don't think without the internet...
it would never have happened.
No, it wouldn't have happened. I'm just glad that we've actually done it now while we're still here.
Well, that's...
Well, still able.
Yeah, we're just about able.
Today is a day I never thought would happen. I never, ever thought it would happen. I am so happy.
It's taken me over 20 years to get to this stage, you know. Just the relief to see those two together is fantastic.
It's been amazing. It has been truly amazing. I've loved every minute of it. And I think that we will, again, spend some time together. Fair bit, I hope.
Part of it is closure, I think, knowing that you are part of someone.
Nick Morgan's search for his birth mother had also produced a remarkable result. Family finder Kirsty Gray had discovered he too had a sister.
She said there's a girl called Deborah Marie Lowe, born in Coventry, to Honora Margaret Lowe in 1958. And then she said she was adopted, and therefore I can't find out any more.
Desperate to trace his sister, Nick returned to visit his mum Noreen's widower, who, in the interim, had remembered more details.
He was able to tell me exactly what her surname was, which was now right, and approximately where she lived, which was on the outskirts of Coventry. I was absolutely astounded. The fact that there was a person out there, having been an only child for so long, I couldn't believe that there was anyone that actually existed. I was shocked, just shocked to the point of not knowing almost what to do next.
Kirsty, the family finder, was called into action again.
She did the records, went on the computer and said, yeah, I've got the address and I've got a telephone number. Do you want to ring her now? And I went, oh, no, well, that's too fast. That's all too fast. So I said, we need to write. So over the course of that week, we composed a letter which we felt would get her attention, but wouldn't scare her off too much. I didn't want to be rejected again, but I was really, really excited about the thought that I might find somebody.
In Coventry, an unsuspecting Deborah Wright was about to have her world turned upside down.
It was July the 5th, and I emptied the postbox, and there was a letter, and then the first thing that I spotted in bold was my natural mother's name. So I was intrigued by this letter.
Deborah got in touch with Kirsty.
She said, well, actually, I'm not trying to trace relatives of Nora. I'm working for a client who's trying to trace you. And I went, me? And she said, yes, you've got a brother. And I just said, no, I haven't got a brother. I think you've got the wrong person, because I'm an only child.
Deborah was born in 1958 to Nora Lowe, but as an unmarried mother, Nora felt unable to care for her.
She then knew that she couldn't look after me, so she advertised me in a local newspaper, and my adoptive parents answered the advert.
Deborah was fostered by Mr. and Mrs. Priest, who nurtured and cared for her.
When I was 14, I met Dennis. And then when I was 17, we knew that we wanted to get married.
Even at that early age, I think that we knew we were right for each other.
So I wanted my name in church to be said Deborah Priest.
Desperate to use her beloved parents' name on her wedding day, she needed them to legally adopt her. But that involved getting back in touch with her birth mother so that she could sign the papers.
The social worker managed to trace Nora, who was living in Coventry, and Nora said that she would like to meet me. And so the social worker returned to tell me this and asked me if I would like to meet Nora, which I wasn't interested in. One, at the time, I didn't think that I really wanted to meet her, but also I knew what it would do to Mum and Dad if I did go to meet her.
It's just a sign of loyalty, I think, really, for what their parents had certainly done for Deb over their lifetime, and her lifetime, of course.
What Deborah did agree to was swapping photos. It was the first time she'd seen an image of her birth mother.
I do regret that I didn't meet Nora at 17, because with her being 39 when she had me, obviously she was moving on in years, and when I was finally ready to meet her, it was too late.
When she was 39, after the death of her adoptive mother, Deborah decided she wanted to trace Nora, so put an advert in a local paper.
So it turned around, really. I was advertised by Nora in a paper, and then I tried to advertise to get Nora back.
A friend of Deborah's offered help in the search, and it wasn't long before she found a record of Nora, but she had died 5 years previously.
I grieved for Nora the same as I grieved my adoptive mum. It really, really upset me. I couldn't understand those feelings because I'd never known her. But it was because I knew then that I had no chance of ever seeing her and asking the questions that I wanted answered. So I was very, very sad. I was told by the social worker that there weren't any other children. Nora had only ever had me at 39. So then, you know, searching for siblings I thought was impossible, really, that she wouldn't have had any other children.
But that all changed when Deborah was contacted by a family finder called Kirsty Gray.
She said, "You have got a brother," and I was just shell-shocked. I couldn't speak. I was so shocked because it was everything I'd ever wanted, but it was like a dream.
There was a brief silence at the end of the phone, and she then said, "I've always wanted an older brother, but I was told I was an only child."
I just said that I felt that I'd won the lottery.
Nick and Deborah couldn't wait to meet.
It was just texting back and forth all night. And then we arranged to meet the next day.
From having only found out 24 hours earlier that she had a brother, and now 24 hours after that, she was actually going to meet me.
The time had arrived for the siblings to come face to face for the first time.
She walked towards me, I walked towards her, and we hugged. And then we went and sat down for about an hour and a half and did 60 years worth of life.
It was just so easy and natural. We didn't realise the time. It was just so easy. Yeah, we got on so well, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, as well as can be.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great meeting.
Since July 2015, the siblings have only met once more. So today, Nick is going back to Coventry to spend the day with his sister and her family. Deborah's children, Daniel and Gemma, have never met their Uncle Nick.
Get a bit nervous, yeah.
Nervous. What are you expecting him to be like?
Never ever considered that Mum would ever have any siblings. It just didn't seem like a possibility. I know that Mum's always wanted a big brother, so it's perfect that this has happened. And I just feel that so lucky that she'll get to experience what I've always had with Daniel. I think it's like, feels like quite a big moment now. Because it's been a long time coming. It's been like ages since you met, so.
Yeah. We sort of feel like we know him already, but we haven't actually met him yet, have we?
Yeah, I'm really happy that we've got an uncle and a whole of the family. And what's lovely, there's common ground. So we went to the same university. He lived in quite nearby where I lived in Bristol. Really excited to meet Uncle Nick, yeah. Really am. Gonna give him a big hug.
I feel very excited that I'm going to finally meet them, having spoken about them and talked about them for so long. It really finishes off the circle. It's meeting Gemma and Daniel are the final parts of the puzzle. It's been a long time in the making, this visit, trying to get it sorted out, so it'd be really good to finally make that final part so we can be a proper family.
5 months after meeting Deborah for the first time, Nick's arrived at her home to meet the rest of his family.
Hello, it's me.
Long time no see.
Lovely to see you.
Oh. At last, Uncle Nick.
Lovely to meet you. Hello. Oh, yes. Lovely to meet you.
And here's your
How are you doing? Has it been worth waiting for?
Do you think we're right?
I can see it. I can see it. I can definitely see it.
I think it's your mouths as well.
They're always open.
Yeah.
Do you want a cup of tea then?
Lovely, yeah. Be great. Thank you very much.
It was just really, really lovely to see him and meet him. Give him a big hug, both of us.
Yeah, it was just like meeting Mum again. It's really strange.
It's just really nice just to sit around and have a conversation, and I think it didn't feel...
It felt like we'd known him for years.
It didn't feel forced, did it?
No, not at all.
You expect me to be small and petite.
I expected you to be smaller, yeah.
Smaller. I expect you to be bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, we got rid of the big sister, big brother and little sister thing, didn't we, quite quickly? Straight to older and younger. Yeah.
Older.
It's really nice to see the rapport that Uncle Nick and Mum have got. You know, that kind of good banter.
Yeah, you can just tell the brother and sister, can't you?
Yeah. I think at one point they even started bickering a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. And his expressions are a lot like Mum's as well, which obviously...
He's got twinkly eyes and Mum's got twinkly eyes.
Really similar.
Yeah.
Just the way they smile as well.
Our lives have changed for the better.
They have. It's a new family, but we still live our own lives, the lives that we've lived for all the time, but now we've just got an additional bit on the top. It's like having the cream.
Yeah, like you say, you're just a little bit of cream.
Yeah.
On the top.
Cream together. Having been an only child for 60 years, and my son David's an only child, and my mate across the road, Andy's an only child, so we're part of the only child club. And I'm not anymore. I'm out.
That's something that we've always known. Like, I can't remember Daniel not being in my life because there's only 18 months between us, and that kind of sibling bond and love that we have for each other. I just felt like the one thing that when Mum kind of told me about you, I just thought Mum will get to experience that as well, and so will you now. And I just think that's what's lovely. And you've waited 60 years for it, but you know. You've got years to come.
Less.
Yeah, a lot less. A lot less. Yeah.
Mum's waited nearly 60 years.
It's brought joy to our lives, hasn't it?
Yeah,
because we didn't know
joy,
about
really.
each other, and then this news that I've got a brother and you've got a sister is obviously going to bring joy, not sadness. Got all these years to look forward to keep having the banter.
Keep having fun
my
together.
jokes. Yeah, and having fun together with
Having
our
fun
families.
together, yeah. To all the family. It's fantastic, yeah.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
You don't know who you are, where have you come from.
finding them can take a lifetime,
I might have a brother that's still living here.
especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies...
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
...and dedicated one-man bands...
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough, and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
When it comes to tracking down lost family members, you don't always have to pay for a professional service or seek outside help. In the age of the internet, anyone can become a family detective. Today we follow one man's mission to find out about his grandfather, which uncovered a family lost across the generations.
Well, that's really quite shocking, actually, in a pleasant kind of way. It's as if it's meant to be.
And Lynn, who spent years trying to track down her long-lost brother.
A million things went through in my head what I thought I would say to him, and I practiced it and practiced it and practiced it, and then I rang the number, and just before I put the last digit in, I put the phone down, and if I did that once, I must have done it 20 times.
53-year-old Simon Wrigley was born and brought up on the Isle of Wight.
It was a great place to grow up. My father was the harbour master, so we were a lot of the time on boats, and I grew up on boats, and I loved the sea.
But at the age of 21, Simon decided to leave the island and broaden his horizons.
And by chance, I ended up in Israel, literally by chance, as a volunteer on the kibbutz. I was working in the bananas and with the oranges, and we were a group of young people. We were having a wonderful time, and been there ever since.
Even though he's been living in Israel for over 30 years, Simon has never forgotten his roots.
England is my home, especially the Isle of Wight, and that's where I come from. When you live away from your family, you realise how important they are.
But it wasn't until he returned to the Isle of Wight briefly after his grandmother died that Simon began a fascination with his family history.
When grandparents die, when they pass over, the knowledge goes with them. I think that living away from my family and growing older and family members passing away, I became aware of that more. And it's very important to talk to them about the past, to get that knowledge from them, because if not, it goes. I discovered a picture in my parents' house of my grandparents, and this was when they were engaged. It must be around 1923. I can see myself in my grandfather, and I realised that nobody really had any connection with his side of the family. And there was this whole sort of mystery that nobody knew. That's why I wanted to know more about him.
Determined to find out more about his mysterious grandfather Bernard, who had died before he was born, Simon began his search close to home with his mother.
I asked her lots of questions because it was her father, and she's the only one that remembers her father. She was 12 years old when he died. She remembers sitting on his knee and he would sing to her, and he told her stories of the war and that he had a crash in a plane over France.
Simon knew very little else about his grandfather, so determined to discover more, back in Israel, he began to search in earnest on the internet.
One of the first things I discovered online was my grandfather's death certificate. And here's my grandfather's name on the certificate, Bernard Frederick Grounsell. He died at a very early age, at the age of 46, in 1949. He died of lung cancer, to which I didn't know. It stirred an emotion in me, reading this, because what does this come down to? Just a piece of paper saying somebody's died? But this is somebody. This is my family. This is my grandfather, and it's not just a date on a piece of paper. It was a human being.
Simon's search was beginning to bear fruit, and now he'd started to delve into his past, he couldn't stop. Next, he traced his family tree back hundreds of years.
We get back here to 1744. It was like a piece of history in my hands. I was amazed. When I read this, when I look at it, I think, who are these people? What did they do? Where did they come from?
But Simon's focus kept coming back to the mysterious Bernard.
I realised that my grandfather was one of 9 children. There were so many questions that were raised, which sparked my interest.
There was one question that really caught Simon's imagination. If his grandfather had 8 brothers and sisters, could Simon have surviving relatives out there he didn't know about? He decided to investigate further. His first port of call was back on the Isle of Wight.
I thought I'd give it a go by putting an advertisement in the local paper. They have a section here called Islanders Reunited. So I thought I'll send an email here and let's see if anything comes up.
As well as putting an advert in the local paper, Simon engaged the help of the Family History Society on the Isle of Wight. There are 160 of these local societies around the UK. All are listed on the Federation of Family History Society website. The FFHS deal with England, Ireland and Wales. If you live in Scotland, you'll need to contact the Scottish Association of Family History. Local societies are a great starting point for your search and can help with research tips, burial indexes and parish records. Simon had been in touch with the local history society and placed an ad in the local press, but with no idea if his ancestors had any surviving relatives left on the Isle of Wight. All he could do now was wait.
It must have been about 6 months, and I got a bit sort of almost slightly given up, but I didn't have much hope of finding family members from this. But I thought at least I'll give it a try, you never know.
Was this the end of his journey to find long-lost relations? Or was it just the beginning? "54-year-old Lynn Lewis has been waiting almost 40 years to find out the truth about her long-lost family. Lynn grew up in Buxton in the Peak District with her parents, Maureen and Alan, her 2 sisters and a brother.
I had a wonderful childhood. Everything we wanted, we got. We were a bit spoiled, really. It was always a happy home. Mum and Dad, I think, planted that in us all, that family was important. So I am really close to all of my family.
The first clue for Lynn that all may not be as it seemed came one Christmas when she was hunting for presents.
When I was younger, I looked through Mum's drawer, seeing if she was hiding anything at the side of the bed once, and I found this little black and white photograph of a little baby. And I thought, who's this? But obviously I couldn't ask me Mum because I shouldn't have been rooting through her drawers. Maybe it was a cousin, maybe it was a baby, a friend of Mum and Dad's, or I didn't have any idea and think for one moment it could possibly be a sibling of mine.
It wasn't until years later that Lynn discovered the truth about the baby boy in the photo.
My parents told me I had an older brother when I was around 15. I think they thought at that point I was probably old enough to take on board the information. It was much of a shock to me. So I asked, will I ever see him? What does he look like? And they said, well, we'll never know because we gave up all rights to have him. He was given up for adoption. You know, there's nothing you'll ever be able to do about it. Mum was only 15 at the time when she got pregnant, and she said in them days it wasn't allowed for you to have a baby out of wedlock and so young, so she was sent away to a mother and baby home to have my brother.
In fact, the news of 15-year-old Maureen's pregnancy had a devastating effect on the family.
My mum went home to tell her parents that she was pregnant, and her mum was at the top of the stairs at the time, and she must have shouted up to her, and her mother fell down the stairs and died. That left just my granddad then, and I think it was a shock and a really taboo subject. She probably blamed herself for her mum dying, so she'd got the guilt of all that, and I can't imagine what she must have gone through. Nobody to talk to apart from her sisters.
Maureen was sent away to a mother and baby home for the remainder of her pregnancy. She cared for her new baby there for the first 6 weeks of his life, while suitable adoptive parents were found for him.
It was a heart-wrenching day for her. She didn't want to give him away. Her and my dad would have loved to have just kept the baby and got married and carried on with a lovely family life. And that's what she craved for, both of them, mum and dad. That's what they wanted to do. But the decision was taken completely out of her hands.
Even though Maureen was forbidden to see the baby's father, Alan, the couple continued their relationship in secret, until finally, 3 years later, they were married. Shortly afterwards, Lynn was born, and 3 more siblings were to follow.
Mum and dad had always wanted another boy. And then 10 years after my youngest sister was born, my mum got pregnant again, and they finally got the little boy that they'd always wanted.
It was the couple's last child together. Just 4 years after his youngest son was born, Lynn's father, Alan, was diagnosed with leukemia.
The illness was too far gone for them to actually treat it, and his lifespan didn't last more than 6 to 8 months. And before we turned round, he'd gone, and he was only 39. It was a very, very stressful and upsetting time for the whole family.
Despite his illness, Lynn's dad walked her down the aisle on her wedding day in 1981. He died just a few days later. Lynn made it her mission to reunite the remaining family.
So I decided after my dad had died that I would see whether I could find my brother. I had thought about him since they'd told me when I was 15, but now it became more important to me to try and find him. So I gathered the information from Mum as much as I could, and I was determined that one day I'd meet this brother of mine.
But Lynn's search immediately hit a brick wall that would leave her frustrated for the next 25 years.
Because Mum had given him up for adoption, I didn't have any rights to look for him. He could look for us, but we couldn't look for him. Every programme that I watched on the TV that had anything to do with adoptions, I'd be scanning the TV looking for somebody that looked like my dad. I even wrote to Cilla Black, surprise, surprise. But I got a letter back saying sadly they couldn't help me, and everywhere I went it was a closed door. And it wasn't until I watched a programme on the television in 2005 that said, please dial this number if you've been affected by this programme. I dialed the number, I explained what had happened, and I was told then that the law had changed a couple of years ago and you now had a right to look for your siblings.
In 2005, there was a change in the law which, for the first time, allowed people to contact birth relatives who'd been put up for adoption. This initial contact has to take place through an intermediary, such as an adoption agency or local authority. It was because of this law change that Lynn could finally try and find her long-lost brother with the help of an adoption agency.
I gave him as much information as I possibly could, and I was told then the procedure would be that if they found somebody that was my brother, they would then write a letter to him explaining that they had somebody that wanted to get in contact with him.
From there, Lynn's long 25-year search for her brother began to move very quickly.
I got a phone call from the agency saying they'd narrowed it down to one person who they felt sure was my brother, and could I write a letter and send photographs that they would pass on to him. So I was so excited. The emotions, the love, the scared, the frightened, the what's he going to look like? You know, he could be somebody famous for all I knew. He could be anything. And I couldn't imagine what was going to become of this, but it was just so exciting to think that I'd find, after 25 years, the door was opening and maybe he would be at the other side of it.
But there was still one big question that remained unanswered. Would her long-lost brother want to get back in touch with his birth family?
I wrote this long letter and left it with the adoption agency and waited. So it all hung on whether he actually read the letter and wanted to get in touch with me.
All Lynn could do now was wait. In Israel, Simon Wrigley was also playing a waiting game. What began as a desire to discover more about his grandfather had become a mission to find long-lost relations on the Isle of Wight. Simon had appealed online for any news of his grandfather's 8 brothers and sisters, but there his search seemed to have hit a dead end.
From the time that I placed the advert, more or less 6 months passed, and I hadn't heard anything. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, I saw an email. It was a very emotional moment to think that somebody's read the email and who is a family member, and I was very curious to see who this person was or how they're connected.
I was quite excited about it because at the time I was working on the family tree myself, but only the bare skeleton of it. And he started telling me a bit of the information that he'd got together, which I was then able to piece together with the information I already had.
And then I realised that her father must be my mother's first cousin.
Hayley had seen Simon's ad. They worked out that their grandfathers were brothers, making Hayley and Simon second cousins.
It was very exciting when I first read the email because I felt there was a reconnection with the Groundsell family. It was the next step for me. It was another piece in the jigsaw.
I'd never met my granddad. He died the year I was born, and the Groundsell family's always been quite a mystery to me, a bit of an enigma. But it turns out it's actually quite a large extended family on the island that I never even knew about.
And that wasn't all. Someone else saw Simon's ad. Jane. Her father, Frank, was another of the Groundsell brothers.
It was so absolutely amazing because Simon wrote back to me and wanted to know what stories I knew, and I filled him in with quite a lot because my father was a great storyteller. I knew loads of stories going right back to when they were little boys. I've got to know Hayley, and we just clicked. We got on like a house on fire.
Thanks to Simon's determined detective work, the 3 cousins were able to share stories and anecdotes, helping to fill in some of the gaps in their family history.
I don't know about the girls of the family, but out of the 9 siblings, I think the 5 boys used to get up to all sorts of mischief by the sound of it.
I know my father said if they ever came home drunk, they would have to spend the night in the local police station. My grandfather wouldn't entertain anybody coming in drunk.
I found out things about my granddad I never knew. I never knew he was in a rodeo. So that was like, wow.
This clipping came out of our local paper on the island, and then I came across my grandfather's name in this. My grandfather and his brothers were part of a horse riding act. I believe he's the one on the top. They formed a pyramid. So here he is standing on a horse with his brothers. There's 4 of his brothers here.
They used to lead the carnivals, Newport Carnival, well, a lot of the island carnivals, they used to lead the procession.
As more of Simon's grandfather's relatives came to light, the cousins decided to celebrate their newfound family by arranging a reunion in 2004. Simon flew back from Israel to meet them all for the first time.
I was slightly nervous, I think, really. I mean, how will they like me, or who knows? I believe we had about 20 members of the family come up, and the question was, without being rude, now, who are you? How are you related? And I got the family tree out, and there was a lot of missing gaps that I could fill in.
For Simon, it was the successful culmination of years of research, the fruits of which he now committed to paper.
Although I had all this information, it was all online, I had documents, I had things here and there, so I decided to put a small book together for them. I wrote a profile on each member of the family. Everyone has a story, every relative has a story attached. And I continuously work on this and I continuously update this all the time, so it's an ongoing project, basically. I also believe it's a way of keeping their memory alive. They might have passed away, but it's important to keep their memory, to know who they were, what they were, how you related, because it's part of you. It's important. It's important to know these things.
So it's all kind of like, wow.
Gained a complete, like, new family.
Yeah.
That were always there.
With all these stories to go with it, that just amazing. Got Simon's thank for that, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm getting emotional, sorry.
Oh.
After making contact with relatives he never knew he had, now Simon is embarking on the next chapter of his ongoing journey to find out more about the Groundsell family. He's making the 4,000-mile trip from Israel to the Isle of Wight, along with his partner, Yuval. Tomorrow he'll be reunited with his new relations again and hopes to fill in even more of the blanks in his family history.
I'm going home. It's always exciting to be with your family and to come home. I've got some new information for them to share with them, and maybe they have some new information for me, so it's quite exciting to see what they have and also to share what I have.
But this morning, before the reunion, Simon has one very important stop to make: the graveyard where his grandfather Bernard is buried.
It's important to visit my grandfather's grave and for me to keep his memory alive.
To help find exactly where his grandfather is buried, Simon has turned to the internet for help again. Online, there are records of every graveyard in the UK. To find the right plot, Simon and Yuval have downloaded a map.
According to this, it looks like 4 graves in, if this is the path.
These are the trees.
So it's on a bit and to the left.
But even with a map, finding the right grave in an old graveyard is easier said than done.
I think it was more this way.
But while searching for his grandfather, Simon stumbles on something unexpected.
By chance, I've just discovered my great-grandfather's grave, George Young Grounsell. Died November the 28th, 1915, age 74. Well, that's really quite shocking, actually, in a pleasant kind of way, to discover their grave by accident. It's as if it's meant to be, just stumbling along here, and there we are. This must be the Grounsell Row, I should imagine. And here we are. We're standing right next to it. Would you believe it? This is the grave. I think all these years have passed, since 1949. But it's important to visit the grave and to remember.
After finding the graves of his grandfather and even his great-grandfather, Simon's heading to meet some of the surviving generations of the Grounsell family.
Hello! Oh, so many people here. Hello!
For a hug.
You look lovely. Hi, Jane. How are you?
Lovely to see you.
Hello. How are you?
Thanks to Simon's work, everyone here has now been reconnected with family members they never knew they had. Now Simon can share the latest edition of his family history book and also his latest discovery, made just a few hours ago.
It took us a while to find the grave. We were sort of hunting amongst, because it all looks the same. And then while we were looking, we came across our, let me get this right, great-great-grandparents' grave.
Oh, wow.
By chance, George Young Grounsell and his wife, Sarah. So that was interesting, yeah.
And cousin Jane has been carrying out some research of her own.
I brought this along for you to see, Simon, because I know there's some of the pictures you wanted. I've been up in the attic.
Have you?
Looking
What have you discovered in your attic?
That's an early picture of my father there.
And who's this little cute one?
I was about 3 months old.
All of this new information will be added to Simon's ever-expanding archive and the next edition of the Grounsell family history.
I've got some new information for you regarding the Grounsell family house. So this is the house in its day, in the early 1900s. I think in its day it was quite a grand residence, by the looks of things. It was...
I think they had servants.
And this is the house today as it stands, so little has changed much.
We could have passed each other in the street umpteen times. We live 10 minutes away from each other. And because of Simon, we've got to know each other.
On behalf of us all, I'd like to say a huge thank you, Simon, for bringing us all together and for organising all of this. So I'd like you all to raise your glasses, please, to Simon,
Thank you.
and to the Grounsells. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Simon's mission to uncover his family history continues, but today marks the successful conclusion to the chapter that began his story 20 years ago.
I felt I've reconnected to my grandfather, and part of researching family tree is to keep the memory of your relatives alive and to realise this is your heritage. It's very important. It's like the end results of my research, so it's been a really fun day.
Lynn Lewis had been hoping for her own happy family reunion. Through an adoption agency, she thought she had found the older brother, David, who her mother had given up for adoption 60 years earlier. Now, all Lynn could do was wait and see if the man the agency believed was her brother would respond to her letter.
This letter appeared, and a few photographs from Lynn of her family and brothers and sisters. And it took me quite a while to read this letter because it was very emotional, and every time I read it now it still brings tears to my eyes to think about, you know, what it meant to Lynn to write this, and for both of us anyway. So I treasure this, I keep this, I treasure this, and I always will do. Hello, David. It's hard for me to describe how it feels to actually be sitting down writing this letter to you, knowing that you are going to read it. You can't imagine how many times I have gone over what I would say if this time ever came. God, I can't live it.
I totally understand that you need to take things very slowly, as do us all. I have tried many times to look for you.
When I received the phone call with the wonderful news that you had been found, I went through a roller coaster of emotions, as I expect did you. I've spent more than 20 years not knowing whether this time would ever come, but hoping very much it would. I'm so looking forward to receiving a letter back from you in your own time. Until then,
may I wish yourself and your family well. Love, Lynn.
After reading that letter, I just wanted to get in touch with her as quick as possible, really, then. If we're going to meet, why drag it on any longer? We've waited all these years.
Lynn had found her long-lost brother David. Now, the adoption agency could put the two in touch directly.
They said, we found your brother, and they said to me, we have a phone number for you. He wants you to get in touch with him. And I was, oh my goodness, no, it can't be happening. I was so excited. I was bursting. So I went upstairs into my bedroom, and a million things went through in my head what I thought I would say to him, and I practiced it and practiced it and practiced it, and then I rang the number, and just before I put the last digit in, I put the phone down, and if I did that once, I must have done it 20 times before I finally dialed the number, and the phone rang, and my stomach was turning, and I was close to tears, and this voice answered the phone. I said, is that Dave? It's Lynn. And he said, hello, duck. Because he's a proper country bumpkin, and I just said, you wouldn't believe how long I've been trying to find you, and we just went on from there, and we talked, and we must have been on the phone for 2 hours.
It just seemed to click, and we just hit it off, and within seconds we were laughing at each other's little jokes and things, and you'd have thought we'd have known each other all our lives, and yet it was the first time we'd ever spoken.
After his mother Maureen had to give him up, Dave grew up with his adoptive parents on a farm in the Peak District.
I loved it. I loved being out in the country. We was out all day, every day when we were kids. I found out I was adopted at the age of around 7, when I think my mum thought we'd possibly understand what she was telling us and what it was. And we've always known, and I've known as much as she knew. And I mean, I did get asked many years ago if we wanted to find out any more, but you know, you were a small child then, and mum and dad was mum and dad, and you never thought no more about it as a small child, and it was left like that. And before I knew any more, I had a letter and a phone call, and Lynn had been looking for me, my sister.
As Dave learnt more about his birth family, there were several surprising revelations. not least that his birth parents had stayed together after he was born, and that Dave grew up just a few miles away from where they lived in Buxton.
It was a shock to even find out that they had actually gone on to get married a few years later and have a family of their own, which then became my full-blown brothers and sisters. When I found bits about my birth father, then obviously I found his name was Alan and so on, and that was a shock to know that they'd got married and lived together happily after and raised a big family. And I'd only been literally teens of miles away from them all his lives and never known, but sadly I never got to meet Alan. He died before I got the chance to meet him.
Although it was too late to be reunited with Alan, Dave wasted no time in getting together with Lynn and the rest of his birth family, including his mother, Maureen.
It was about a week, about a week before we met, something like that. That week seemed to drag, and then it went quick, and then it dragged, and then emotions, and then sleepless nights thinking, and all sorts of things was going off. Things that you never even think of, you know. All sorts of things were flying through your mind.
It was the 1st of February, 2006, that at 7 p.m. we'd arranged to meet in the Red Lion pub. So I went along with my mum and my sister Paula, and we got there before they did. We got there early so we wouldn't be late, and we sat down with a drink and we watched through the window, and then all of a sudden this 4x4 pulls up in the car park and out pops this strapping bloke round to the other side of the car, opens the door, and this little old lady gets out. So I said to my mum and Paula, this must be them.
Lynn and Paula had seen me coming, unbeknown to me, and as we walked through the door, they'd grabbed me. They bounced on top of me. So that was very emotional.
We just hugged and cried and looked at each other and didn't want to let each other go, and it was just amazing. And my mum and my sister got up and came over, and we all hugged and cried, and then his mum and my mum started talking.
And my mum walked round the back, and Maureen was sat there, very, very frightened, nervous like the rest of it. We all was, really. She walked straight up to her, put her arm around her, said, it's been a long time, but he's here now.
Maureen died a few years after they were reunited, but Dave still wants to learn more about his birth family, and especially his father, Alan. Today, Lynn has arranged for Dave to meet their aunt, Alan's sister, Beryl.
Hello. How have you been?
Oh, you're all right, love.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know what's going to happen today, really.
Oh, it's going to be well exciting day. I can't wait for you, Auntie Beryl.
I know.
Today will be Dave's first real chance to find out more about Alan's side of the family.
My dad confided in Auntie Beryl when he was 15, so she's known about you and the circumstances why you were adopted right from the very beginning, I think.
Meeting Beryl's going to be probably a bit emotional, that'll be. Knowing that she was part of my dad, as you might say. And I'm hoping that she'll know different things that happened, because obviously they talked to each other, brother and sister. At that time, they were only kids, I suppose, themselves, weren't they? So she might be able to fill in a few gaps that I don't know. I mean, I know quite a bit about Mum's side, but I don't know a lot about Dad's side, so every little bit helps.
This is going to be a really good day. A really good day. Alan would have been overjoyed at his meeting. Oh, it would have been a joy for him. A real joy for him. We'll find out a bit more about each other and catch up about the family. Just get hold of him and hug him. Because we didn't have the opportunity to hug, really. You know, so it'd be lovely. Give him a kiss and a hug. Mm. Hello. Oh, come on, darling. Come on, David.
Hello, Auntie Beryl.
Oh, dear. Oh, we'll have a nice little chat now, won't we?
Oh, yeah, I hope so.
Come on,
oh, wow.
sit down.
How special this is going to be.
How special is it? Very special day for me. That's all for you. So don't you look like me mum and our
Yes, yeah. It's more like your mum than our Alan.
Yeah.
Dave's keen to find out exactly what happened to his mum and dad after he was born from someone who was there at the time.
So can you remember what actually happened after?
No, really. No, it was more or less taboo, you know. That,
Did Dad get into trouble, can you, at the time? Because they actually met again when they probably shouldn't have done, and
well,
as we know, we got married.
I don't think they ever stopped.
So did Dad get told he had to keep away from her, or was there things...
In fact, there was a really big do.
Right.
You know, he got really...
into trouble.
Yeah.
Did, yeah.
Mum said that Dad actually got to see Dave before she gave him away.
Oh, I didn't know.
Well,
yeah,
I didn't.
She snuck out. She was allowed to take him on short walks. And how they managed to keep in touch with each other through the pregnancy when she was there, I don't know, but they must have done, because Mum said Dad actually got to see him just the once. They met up when they shouldn't have done, and she took him for a walk in the pram just before he was given up for adoption.
See, Mum told me that when they wasn't supposed to be seeing each other and meeting at all, they would go to the pictures, and Mum would sit in one row, and Dad would sit in another row, and they'd hold hands in the dark over the top.
I didn't know that. She never told me
That's just a little crafty meets they had, and I just wondered if Auntie Beryl knew about things like this, you see.
I know they did meet up because, I mean, they weren't kept apart. No.
No matter how much they tried, it wasn't working.
No matter how much the family tried,
That's
it was... No, they did meet up.
Was everybody happy then when they got married?
Yeah, well,
It did sort of give up by that time.
Yeah, families had got over it. And...
It has to be.
Yeah.
They were a unit. There was no other word for it. They were meant for one another, you know. They did everything they could to be together. It was the one true love. Like Heathcliff and all over again.
Let's have a look at the photographs then, Auntie Beryl, that you've brought. Like you stack.
This is your dad. That was taken at real.
I remember that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait till you see what I've got of my lads. We all are the same. And me when I was small, believe it or not.
There's your mum and dad at the wedding.
I'll put that on there.
Yeah. You can have that because I've got a couple of them, yeah.
Lovely, thank you.
Yeah.
Look at Dad's hairstyle there. The Teddy Boy style.
I've got that cut as well. I have as a baby.
Have you?
This is me with one of them hairdos. Let's look at your photographs, Dave. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Wow. Looks so much like we did when we were babies. Oh, if only Mum and Dad had seen these.
My mum seems to think that was me on my way home to the farm.
When you
the first
were,
day,
yeah.
yes. And the clothes I'm wearing there, believe it or not, Trini. The day that we met, for the very, very first time, we all sat there talking away and getting on really well. And my mum went down into her back and come out with this. And I'd never seen it. And she said to Maureen, "You recognise these?"
Oh my God.
And Maureen said, yes, she said, because I embroidered them. And she couldn't believe me mum had still got them. And that's what I came home in the first day. That's what you came
home in.
Oh my God.
Mum said, how is it you've still got it? She said, because I just wondered and thought maybe one day I could show you back again.
Wow. It really is amazing. That is beautiful. I can't believe she kept it. I can't believe after 30-odd years or whatever it is that we'd be sat round a table sharing memories and photographs, the three of us together. It really does mean the
It
world
does
to
to me
me.
as well because you are part of Alan, you see.
Absolutely. So you've got a little bit of him back again for a
I
while
have.
now, haven't you?
Dave hasn't just been reunited with a sister and an aunt.
Let's have a group hug.
He's now part of a large, extended family that until a few years ago, he didn't know existed.
Who's all these presents for? Me? Wow!
There you go.
Dave seems a lovely man. Very pleased to have met him and to think he's part of my family, so that's rather nice.
It's been a very good weekend. I didn't expect half of what was going to happen, and it's happened and it's been good. And obviously I've met more family. So that's it's been a good ending to the story and a new beginning.
What a day. It's been absolutely fantastic. Can't believe that it's took all these years. But yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. I've loved every minute of it.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
you don't know who you are, where have you come from.
Finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough, and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
Many family secrets are shrouded in the mists of time. Tracing a family separated across decades or even centuries can seem a daunting task. But in fact, technological advances in fields such as computing and applied genetics have led to the development of brand new weapons in the amateur family finder's arsenal. These new techniques can help pierce the gloom and piece families back together. Today, we meet David, whose search for his birth family was floundering until he sought out the very latest online resources.
It took me a while to realise that that's the people. That's the people I was looking for.
There he is, my new brother.
And we follow the story of Sally, who used cutting-edge DNA techniques to decipher her family's 80-year-old enigma.
It told you the countries of origin that you came from, but it also matched you online to other people who had the same DNA. And he said to me, I've never had a match this close before.
55-year-old David Stewart grew up in Scotland, along with two older sisters and his brother Michael. When he was still a young boy, and for reasons David never knew, his older brother Michael was placed in care.
I was really young at the time when he went. I was only 3, something like that. In fact, I don't even remember him going. I don't remember one day he was there, next day he was gone. I was so young. So I didn't know where he went and why he went. No idea.
But that wasn't the only family mystery surrounding David's childhood. He later discovered that his mother and older sisters weren't in fact his family by birth. His dad was his real birth father and had brought David and his brother to live with him and his new family.
I think maybe about 10, 11, something like that, I started to question, you know, in myself, I started to question that there was something just wasn't right. I was never told anything about my birth mother or whatever happened to her. I had no knowledge whatsoever. A very strange upbringing when you're living with, you know, one lady who you call mum and 2 girls who you call your sisters. But in the back of your head, you know, there's something different there, there's something. And each year that went on, I just got more intrigued by it, but my dad still never told me anything. You know, it was just always something, you know, inside me that was telling me there was different things going on.
The unsettling revelations of his childhood kindled a yearning in David to find out more about his birth family that grew stronger with age. But his dad never spoke about David's birth mother or brother. So after he left home, David wrote to his paternal grandmother, who he had met on a few occasions growing up.
I wrote her just a little letter explaining who I was and, did you remember me? I came and visited you a few years previous. So I was just trying to start the ball rolling and get some info. And she just wrote back and said she doesn't write letters. She doesn't, that was it. She doesn't write letters and don't write to me again. So that was the end of that.
Life carried on for David. His father died in 1985. David married and started a family of his own. But the urge to find out what happened to his older brother Michael and the desire to find out about his own birth relatives kept on growing.
I think everybody I know has got blood relatives and I didn't have any. It's always been a thing in I have to have some blood relatives.
So David decided to start by looking for the only blood relative he knew he had left, his older brother Michael. He had last seen him as a young boy over 40 years earlier.
We went through the museum at Preston. Somebody had mentioned this microfiche thing and I thought I'd give that a bash. And we pretty much had the very basic details, but we were able to get enough to give to the Salvation Army.
David's case was taken on by the Salvation Army's family tracing unit. Within just a few months, they had found a possible match. The next stage was to get in touch.
They wrote him a little letter, would he be willing to get in touch with me. They basically gave him my name and address, a phone number, and they left it up to him.
After the years of yearning to find his own family, all David could do now was wait and see if his brother would get in touch.
He rang me on Christmas Day, about 10 years ago. And I went and visited him. I went to see him pretty soon afterwards, and he lived way up at the very top of Scotland. So that was amazing. It didn't turn out how I wanted to do it because I wanted to have a relationship with him, even if it was long distance. But he had his life and he'd lived all that. He must have been, well, 45, 47, something. So he'd lived his life without me in it. So it's difficult, but by that time I had my wife and my children then, so I had other things to focus on.
Although the brothers reunited briefly, they have since lost touch. But finding his brother now spurred David on to try and find any other family he had out there. However, all he had to go on was a few vaguely remembered tales about his father, a previous marriage, and possibly other children.
I just had just little things in the back of my head. I've always said to my wife and I've always said to my friends, oh, I've got 3 or 4 brothers out there, and my dad was a rum. He was married 2 or 3 times, so, he did have children. So, but I don't know where I got that from. I just knew. I just knew there was somebody out there, but I didn't have the full information. I decided to have another bash. I tried the same avenues that I tried previously. I run the Salvation Army, but they just said, you don't have enough information yet. So they told me to go on a genealogy website, which I did.
It was then that David turned to the internet for help. In the decades since David had first developed a desire to discover the truth about his family, there had been an explosion of genealogical websites available online that could offer help. They were now his only hope.
Getting this random phone call out of the blue and the person at the other end saying, I'm your brother, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
People can turn Family Finder for all sorts of reasons. In the case of Sally James, it was a desire to give her mother the closure she craved about her unknown origins.
I grew up in a suburb just outside of London. It was myself, my mother, my brother. But because my mother was an orphan, she didn't know her parents, we didn't really have any other family.
Her mother Phyllis was born in Ireland in 1937, but was placed into care as a baby.
All Mother knew about her childhood was that she was born in the Bethany home because that was on her birth certificate, and she grew up in Kerwin House Orphanage.
The Bethany home was a mother and baby home in Dublin. Homes like these would often house women having babies out of wedlock during the later stages of pregnancy and birth. After being born at the Bethany home, at the age of 2, Phyllis was sent to an orphanage where she spent the rest of her childhood.
It was quite a tough time for her. The children, they were never given enough food, so they used to steal the apples from the orchard. And then if they got caught, they would get a beating, and she often did.
At the age of 16, Phyllis left the orphanage, moved to England to train as a nurse, and eventually started her own family. But she never stopped wondering about her birth mother. Unfortunately, Phyllis had hardly any information, apart from what was on her birth certificate.
The only thing that she knew was that her mother was called Margaret Little, which was her maiden name, and there was no father's name on the birth certificate. And in those days, you didn't ask questions. Everything was kept hidden.
Sally took up the challenge to find out the truth about her mother's family, but time was running out.
It was extremely important for me to try and find out from my mother, particularly in the last few years, because as her health deteriorated, I knew that probably there wasn't time on our side, and she'd wanted to know all her life who her mother was. She longed to know who her mother was.
The first port of call for Sally was online.
I looked at genealogy websites, and I was searching for a birth, death and marriage certificate for her mother, who was Margaret Little, but I couldn't find anything.
Trying a different approach, over the next few years, Sally got in touch with several charities who helped children who grew up in care to trace their families. And finally, she got a result.
So one thing the charity were able to give me was a copy of my mother's orphan certificate when she was in Cowan House. On the back of the orphan certificate, there was a very sad note written. It says, "This is a very needy child. The mother now is married, but living in very poor circumstances, and it would be the most undesirable place for this child." So it explains why she gave my mother up, although it's not the full story, obviously.
The certificate also showed that by the time Phyllis was placed in the orphanage, her mother Margaret had married a man named James Clancy. But despite all this new information, it didn't lead to the breakthrough Sally so desperately wanted.
Even though I knew from one of the charities that she'd married a James Clancy, I still couldn't find, and nobody else could find, a wedding certificate, which seemed most odd, because you'd think that was the one thing you could find. But in fact, it was impossible.
Undeterred, Sally kept looking, but when a few years later her mother's health deteriorated, the search became all the more critical.
She was diagnosed in the summer with lung cancer, and it suddenly hit me that, time was not on her side. In fact, it wasn't on my side either, because, I now had a desperate search to try and find who her mother was. Even though I had bits of information all over the place, I just didn't have the things I needed the most, which were her mother's date of birth and the place she was born. And I said to her one day, "Mum," I said, "I will keep looking as long as I live, and even after you're gone, I will still be searching, until the day I die." And I knew that meant something to her. That meant a lot to her.
Another 2 years went by. Phyllis's health was deteriorating, and she was now living in a nursing home. It was then that Sally decided to take a gamble on some new cutting-edge family-finding technology: DNA testing.
It told you the countries of origin that you came from, but it also matched you online to other people who had the same DNA. And I thought, if only we could find a connection, it might lead somewhere. So I thought, now's the time to get the kit, get the test done, and see what happens. So she did the test for me. I sent it off.
Advances in the science of genetics have opened up a whole new branch of genealogical research that didn't exist up until a few years ago.
DNA is a great way to kickstart your family history, right? Because it gives you something to build on. You provide a DNA sample, it's a bit of a swab or a spit, and you send it off and they process it in the lab. And what they do is they pull out hundreds of thousands of markers. What they're able to do is determine your ethnicity, so have a bit of an understanding of where your ancestors might have come from in the past. And of course, the other thing that it does, it will say, oh, okay, well, you've got these markers, this other person has got these markers, therefore we're pretty confident you're second cousins. Now, if you have no idea who that person is, suddenly a branch of your tree that you thought might have been dead suddenly comes to life.
Sally decided to take a DNA test in the hope of speeding up her search for her mother's family. After a quest that had lasted years, little did she know just how quickly she would get an answer and that it would lead to a totally unexpected discovery.
All these years, all these searches, and there she was, and there I'd found the family.
Welcome.
In Scotland, David Stewart had also turned to technology for help in his search. David had always yearned for blood siblings of his own. He was chasing down a family rumour that his father had had other children before him.
People were telling me that I've got 3 brothers and a sister out there.
David took his search online, where he found a wealth of genealogical resources. He even made contact with online amateur family finders willing to take up the search.
The community on that website take it on themselves to help, so within hours of putting my very basic details on, a message popped up from a lady that I didn't know, and she was able to tell me that I had 3 half-brothers and a sister, and within hours of joining the site, she was able to give me an address of one of my brothers. As soon as I got that address, I decided I'd ring him there and then if I could find a phone number for him, but there wasn't any phone number. I couldn't find a number, so I wrote my letter pretty much straight away.
The genealogist online had found David's half-brother called Stephen. It seemed the rumours had been true. His father had had other children before David was born. He had finally found the family he'd spent years looking for. But when it came to making contact, David was gripped by nerves.
When I posted the letter, I felt, I don't know, just apprehension. I was really apprehensive if he got the letter and just thought, oh, you know, maybe bin it or maybe not be interested, so that'd be another one that... So I was scared, but I was also excited.
50 miles away, that letter landed in Stephen Stewart's hands.
There was one letter on the table for me. Got the letter and opened it. And then there was this, "Dear Sir," which I thought was quite quaint. "My name is Dave Stewart. My father's name is Roy Douglas Stewart. I think you may be my long-lost half-brother. I have no other blood family, and I'll be very interested if you'd let me know." So I gave him a ring.
I think it was Christmas Eve, actually, and we were just doing my thing, getting ready for Christmas, and my phone rang. I answered it this day, and the man on the other end just said it was my brother. And he confirmed the letter that he received. And he just said, "Hello, Dave, I think I'm your brother." After looking for so many years and then just getting this random phone call out of the blue and the person at the other end saying I'm your brother, it's, wow, it's amazing. It's just amazing.
Stephen is one of 4 children, all from David's father's first marriage.
I was born in 1948 in Ipswich, the eldest of 4 children. I can't really remember exactly when he left. He was there, he wasn't there. I was aware only via the effect you have at school, because I wasn't a particularly nice little kid. I was always fighting, getting into troubles and scraps, and it always used to really irritate me in the background where they'd say I've been in this trouble because I come from divorced parents, and that used to really irritate me at that particular stage. Occasionally, one of my aunties used to say to me, "Your dad's in town." Dad's down at the Cricket, it's a local pub where my grandmother used to live, and I would go down there and I might get a Vimto and a bag of crisps or something, you know. I was on the lookout for something when you live in that sort of situation. And I would sometimes see him, but then that sort of stopped altogether.
But before he lost contact with his father, there is one particular meeting that has always stuck in Stephen's mind.
I can remember coming out of school one day. I remember this big car come out, and I walked past, and my dad came out of the car, and he introduced me to these 2 little boys, Michael and David. And I can't remember which was which, or which was the biggest one, and they got out, you know, what do you say as a young child to 2 other kids, you know. And so I never said much. I was just hoping he might give me 10 bob or something, you know. And then disappeared, never saw them or heard of them again. Occasionally my father would turn up in Ipswich and take me out, drive to Felixstowe, buy me an ice cream, give me 10 bob or 5 bob, and then disappear. And that was it, really. And that was all I had of him for years. On my 16th birthday, I joined the army and left home with a toothbrush and a flannel wrapped up in my bag and a spare pair of underpants. And that's all I took with me. I thought it was great. 3 square meals a day, you know, cooked breakfast every day, dinner, lunch, everything was great. I loved the army, I thought it was great.
Once Stephen left the army, he married, had 2 daughters and moved to Scotland.
I hadn't thought of my father or got involved with him, with anything about him for ages. But I then got a call off my sister saying she's got my dad's address and he was in Scotland. And we drove down one day, Ruth, myself and my eldest daughter, Claire. I sat outside there for 2 or 3 hours and I couldn't get myself to go in because I didn't really know what I was going to get into. I didn't really know if he wasn't bothered with me. I didn't know if he was going to be good, bad, you know. So Ruth was really on to me. Just go up and speak to him. Just go knock on the door, just speak to him. I just couldn't bring myself to it. I was just sort of sceptical about it. I thought, well, all these years he's not bothered. Why should I bother? And that's how I felt about it at that time. We'd had our first child, Claire had been born, and I was absolutely besotted with with the girls when they were born. They were fantastic. Best things in my life, the 2 daughters, you know. So I thought, well, why couldn't he care like I care for my kids? So I wasn't that interested I lost interest in seeing him, really. We just drove back home to Glasgow and didn't do anything about it.
But that wasn't the end of the story. A number of years later, Stephen's urge to find his family returned. And just as David was looking for him, Stephen was trying to find his half-brothers.
I'd always knew in the background that they were there, Michael and David were there, but I didn't know anything about them, I didn't know what they'd done. When I put their names into the search machine, nothing came up for them, because I never had any other details about it. I didn't know what, I roughly worked out what age they would be or what year, but I couldn't get that stage further. And so I just thought, nothing there for me, I didn't think. So I just sort of gave up hope at that particular point and just sort of got on with my life.
That was until the day, just a few months ago, when David's letter landed in Stephen's hands.
He's got a virtual carbon copy of my family. He's got his wife and 2 daughters, and I've got a wife and 2 daughters. I'm looking forward to meeting him.
After several weeks speaking on the phone and several years unknowingly living just 50 miles apart, today the 2 brothers have arranged to meet up for the first time since their dad introduced them as young boys.
You can't explain this feeling. There's not many people go through this, I don't think. It's worse than a first date. When you just and you're dead nervous and you're meeting somebody, you want to make a good impression. I'm not trying to impress or anything. I'm just trying to, I'm just going to meet my brother, and it's like it's meeting a girlfriend for the first time. It's a really strange feeling.
I'm looking forward to it, really. A little bit apprehensive, but absolutely fine. Looking forward to meeting him, really. I've just had a couple of conversations with him on the telephone and really looking forward to meeting him and his wife.
Well, I feel really nervous, and I don't know why I should feel so nervous. I do. Really emotional.
I'm really pleased that he's contacted us. I think that's really nice. I just think the whole thing that he's bothered, is really nice.
Oh, I'm too nervous. I don't want to eat or drink.
After decades of searching for family, David is about to come face to face with his brand new brother for the very first time.
There he is.
My brother at last.
My new brother.
Hi, God.
How are you? You're all right.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see you, mate. It really is. Really pleased. You're all right.
Yeah, I'm good. Hi, Ruth. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
This is hard.
Hey, I'm Tracy.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
My new sister-in-law.
Yeah. Hi.
Oh, sit down, mate.
Oh, yeah, good to see you, mate. I'm really pleased to see you in the flesh now.
Yeah, I am. I can't tell you, this is phenomenal for me. It really is. I've been trying this for years and years, and we were talking about it yesterday.
How stupid that we're so close. So
I know, yeah. It's not taking us 30 miles coming here.
That's amazing, isn't it?
I know. It really is.
And you would never have found me. You didn't have, I don't.
How would you
start?
I found my dad lots of times, no problems. On various lists I found him where he lived at particular times, but there was I couldn't get any further to find if he had any children. I knew he had 2 children, I knew a minimum of 2, and I assumed he might have had a couple more.
Probably did.
You know, so I never sort of thought much about that. So, and every time I just seemed to get stuck.
The 2 brothers had very different childhoods, and both have brought some memorabilia to share.
We've brought a few pictures. We've got only one of Were Father.
Oh, wow, look at that. Wow.
Oh, God, yeah.
Jenny always says, oh, isn't he handsome, isn't he handsome?
Yeah.
See, I don't see a resemblance there, do you? For you?
No.
But I do for me.
I'm on my mother's side, yeah.
I used to sneak into my dad's bedroom and I used to bring this out and look at these little old photos of him.
We had a load of army photographs. We had a load of pictures, yeah.
That's what these are.
But my mother burned them all.
Oh, God. Well, that's the earliest one, I think, I've got of that. And he looks like...
He looks really young.
What, 14, 15, something like that, I'd have thought. But that's all I've got of my dad. That and that ring.
Really?
He was the same initials as Dad.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Roy
yeah.
David Stewart, Roy Douglas Stewart.
Yeah.
It was the exact same. So that's all I've got. That.
Well, I've got nothing. I've got nothing at all because he just sort of suddenly disappeared. You know, he was there and he was gone.
It's taken David years to find a brother to call his own. But as the 2 reunited siblings compare notes, they realise there were several near misses. Not least Stephen's visit to his dad in Scotland, where he couldn't bring himself to knock on the door.
I can't believe, why didn't you come through the door, man?
I couldn't.
God, I could have met you.
I know, but then I think that would have been completely different then, because at that particular stage in your life, I don't know, you know, if, you're 10 years younger than me, 11 years younger than me? Yeah. Well, I think... yeah, bloody kids.
Even then I knew, even then.
Did you really?
Yeah. I must have found this when I was really, really small. This here was 3 letters from the courts saying that you've got to pay maintenance for the...
Really?
Yeah, no, to be honest, I'd forgotten all about them up until a couple of weeks ago when we were talking.
Yeah.
And all your names and your date of births and everything's on there.
Really?
So if I'd have found that 20, 30 years ago, I must have not, you know... Yeah.
I know there's a big thing in our house about not getting any money from my father, I remember.
Well, if you look at them, that's exactly what they say. But again, I should have looked at... I don't know why.
Yeah, no.
All your dates of birth and all your names are on one of these. I looked at the pictures probably, but really didn't take these in.
When you try as hard as I've done over the years to find blood relatives, or to find people I could call my own, you get expectations, and I've, you know, been rejected a few times over the years. So I didn't know what to expect really, but now that I've met him and now that I've shook his hand, it's just, I'm very happy. I'm really happy how it's went. He's very easygoing. You know, it couldn't have been better, really.
Really nice, really nice. He's a nice guy. He's an easy guy to talk to, and I'm really looking forward to sort of meeting the family and doing other stuff with him.
Oh, that's been amazing.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Hope to see you again.
We'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, mate.
Take care.
Fantastic.
And we'll work something out to see you again.
Yeah,
All right.
soon. The future's looking good now, really. I mean, not that it wasn't, you know, I've got a great family, and my own children and all my Scottish family. But it's just, it completes it now, doesn't it?
In Sussex, Sally James had been searching for her grandmother, Margaret Little, on behalf of her mum Phyllis. After hitting a dead end with traditional tracing techniques, Sally had decided to use the latest DNA technology. She added her results to an online database. It wasn't long before she got a match.
Within 3 weeks, I had the results back, which were amazing. And the next thing I knew, I had 3 emails ping in my email box, 2 from the same person, a guy called Matthew.
On the other side of the Irish Sea, Matthew Stewart had also been researching his family history. He has also added his DNA to the online database.
I was aware of DNA testing for a few years before it was available here in the UK. I thought it'd be quite interesting to try it, to see. I didn't think it would lead to any big breakthroughs at all. I never imagined that it would lead to breakthroughs. The email came through saying you had a new match on your DNA matches list. Because it was so close, it was like a suggested second cousin match, and I know most of my second cousins. I decided I'd better email quite quickly, so I sent an email off through that website.
Through the DNA test, Sally and Matthew knew they were related. Now they just had to work out how. Sally logged on to look at Matthew's family tree to see if she could find any trace of her grandmother, Margaret Little.
So I quickly looked at his family tree. One of the people, they were called Mary May Little, and she had married a Joe Armstrong. So I looked at their children that they had, and lo and behold, there was a Margaret on there. So I clicked on her profile, and my God, I couldn't believe it. There she was. Margaret Armstrong had married a James Clancy. And it was then that the penny dropped, because I realised that she'd lied about her name all this time.
Sally now knew why she hadn't been able to find her grandmother Margaret. The name she had given on the birth certificate of the daughter she gave up was Margaret Little. Her real name was Margaret Armstrong. It's likely she used her mother's maiden name because of the stigma of having a baby born out of wedlock at that time.
I sent Matthew back an email. I said to him, I'm in a state of shock. You'll never guess what's happened. I've just looked at the photograph of Margaret Armstrong and discovered it's my grandmother.
They were soon on the phone to each other and quickly ascertained that they shared great-grandparents. But Matthew had some even bigger news.
He said, right, OK, so are you sitting down? I've got some other things to tell you. And I was actually shaking. My mouth was dry. I was shaking.
At this stage, she was very shocked as well, because she had, as I know now, she had tried for years to discover who her mother's family was. And no matter what avenue she went down, she constantly hit brick walls, one after the other.
So he said, your mother has got 3 brothers still alive and an aunt in Australia of 92. I said, what? He said, yeah. And, you know, this isn't the first time that Peggy has done this, because your mother's got a brother called Jim, and he was also born out of wedlock the year after her, and we only found him last year. So I was absolutely amazed, gobsmacked. All these years, all these searches, and there she was, and there I'd found the family. I just wanted to shout from the rooftops. You know, the first thing I wanted to do was tell Mother, Mother, I found your family. When I told Mother, she couldn't believe it. She was astounded. She said, I've got brothers? I've got brothers? I said, yeah, you've got 3 brothers and an aunt in Australia, and they're all still alive. She couldn't believe it. She just couldn't believe it. You know, it was amazing.
The next member of her newfound family to make contact was Phyllis's brother and Sally's uncle, Jim.
And he said to me, he said, I understand I have a sister called Phyllis. Can I speak to Phyllis? And I said, well, Jim, she's actually in a nursing home, you know. Oh, I've got a sister. When can I speak to her? When can I speak to her? He was so excited. He was beside himself.
Sally discovered that her new Uncle Jim was born in Dublin to Margaret in 1938. A year younger than Phyllis, he too was given away as a baby.
There was no such thing as fostering in Ireland at that time. So my father and mother put me with this family when I was 3 months old. And I couldn't ask for more love than you get from your real mother and father.
Nobody ever knew about Jim. She'd had 2 illegitimate births and kept them secret from her entire family.
It wasn't until over 70 years later, when Matthew was researching the family tree and found him, that Jim was reunited with his birth family.
That's how the ball started rolling. I discovered I had all these relations. I had 2 brothers, and I didn't find out about Phyllis, my sister, in Sussex for a few months after that. So it was thrilling. Absolutely thrilling.
Shortly afterwards, Jim flew to England to meet his sister Phyllis.
By this time, Mother her mobility had more or less gone, and she was in a wheelchair. So, and the cancer was getting progressively worse. It was a touchy moment, and we had a lovely lunch together.
We spoke about everything, really. Her life, Sally's life, my life. She was over the moon when I told her about the family that looked after me, because I was the only one.
It was phenomenal, I can't tell you. Phenomenal, you know. To think that she had a brother still alive who could meet her, and she was still alive, you know. Wow.
I was trying to hold back the tears, and it wasn't easy. Even talking about it now upsets me, you know. What a lovely woman. It feels special to know them all, because they're all brilliant. I'm over the moon, of course. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. The only thing I regret is we didn't do it earlier.
Sally had fulfilled her mission. Just 4 months later, her mother died. But before she did, Phyllis got to hear all about her birth family and even met Jim, her newly discovered brother. But that's not the end of Sally's journey. Today she's heading to Dublin as her research had thrown up another exciting lead. But first, she's meeting her mum's brother Jim and her cousin Matthew.
I can't wait. I love them to bits already, you know. I mean, all those years apart, and we could have been a family and we could have shared so much together. And now, you know, time's moved on, but to actually find that, you know, we want to be more of a family together is a fantastic thing for me, because I never grew up with having much of a family.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Great to see you.
Yeah, and you, yeah, great. Ah, Jim, how you doing?
Looking good.
Yeah, and
Long
you?
time no see.
Mwah. It's lovely to see you again.
It's been 8 months since their first reunion, and there's still lots of family history to catch up on.
You had no inkling that your mother had any siblings at all? You had nothing to go on?
Nothing. No. And all her life, she longed to know who her mother was, and she would have loved having a big Irish family. She was so full of life herself, and it broke my heart, Jim.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
I saw her suffer so much growing up, and that's why now I felt so
Emotional about that.
determined to find out who her mother was.
Tell us the DNA. We have some strange relations, haven't we?
There's like 1% Melanesian, which is Papua New Guinea and Fiji.
How did they get there?
I don't know.
Oh, that's amazing.
We'll still to find those cousins and dig them out.
I couldn't imagine you in a grass skirt.
Do you not think so?
Now it's time for Sally to reveal her new information and the reason for her trip today. Through her research into her mother's childhood, Sally has found someone who grew up with Phyllis in the orphanage 70 years ago.
Looking forward to finding out more about Phyllis's childhood.
Yeah, well, Eileen, we're going to meet now. She'll be able to fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
She will, because they were a long time together in the
Well, I guess they must have grown up together.
Yeah.
Eileen remembers Sally's mother well, but lost touch with her once they left the orphanage.
Hello. Hello. Hi, Sally.
Welcome. How are you?
It's the first time Sally has ever met someone from her mum's childhood.
The link with the past. You're the only link I have now with the past.
You have now to look to the future, and at least you had a good mum, and that's all that matters. Isn't that true?
Okay. Lovely to meet you, Matthew.
Would you like a cup of tea? No.
Yeah, I'd love a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Clean my face up now.
I'm delighted to see you.
And me too.
Really am.
Oh, you know, I can't believe that I've met you. I mean, I'm astounded that I could have met someone who was in the children's in the orphanage with my mother.
Yeah.
And you were friends, weren't you?
We were very friendly, like from the age, say, up to about 12.
So you must have got transferred about the same time from the Bethany home to Cohen House.
Yeah, I was transferred in January.
Yeah. So was she.
1940.
So was she.
Do you see?
So was she. 16th of January.
Yeah, 16th.
1940?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
The same date?
Same date.
My God.
Yeah.
Eileen has a special surprise to show Sally. The story of one of the happier times at the orphanage.
Every year we put on this display. It's a nice photograph.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's lovely.
that's Mother.
Yeah.
I hardly recognise her.
And there's me.
Can you remember what Mother was like growing up together, you know, when you were in the orphanage together? What personality she had?
She had a lovely personality and was very well liked. And her bed was beside mine. And I always remember she got a doll with one eye and one leg. But she was thrilled with it. She said she looked after it, she nursed it.
I'm going to show you now a video of Mum and me as a baby.
Yeah.
This was taken about 1963. And that's Mum, and that's me as a baby in the red. Look at her. She was beautiful.
She's gorgeous. That's just as I know her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She would have been about 27 there.
Yeah. But she was a lovely child anyway, so.
Do you recognise her face?
I do indeed, yeah.
Did you find out that you had relations?
No.
Never?
I have been searching for 50 years.
Good Lord.
And every door in Dublin, Ireland, has been closed. I've tried everybody to help. Nobody can help me. And my daughters, God, they've gone to the end of the earth to try and help. But I don't think it's going to be somehow or other. But anyway.
May I say that you can consider us part of your family?
Thanks very much, Jen.
How sweet, isn't it?
That's lovely. You'll have me crying.
I am already.
Today was a most enlightening and moving experience, particularly meeting Sally again and then Eileen, who was in the home with my sister.
It's wonderful to meet you, to think that you were in the orphanage and you were a friend of my mother. I mean, I never thought I'd find anybody, that she knew. That means an awful lot.
And I'm delighted you've come. I appreciate it. I really do. It's fantastic. I'm thrilled that they've come, and somehow it has given me a great boost.
Today's been really emotional. I can't actually believe I've met somebody from my mother's past who knew her over 70 years ago, that went to school with her, grew up with her, slept in the next bed to her in the orphanage, and knew what she was like as a child. I mean, it's phenomenal, really.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
You don't know who you are, where have you come from.
finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
For some, finding long-lost family members is as simple as picking up the phone or sending an email. For others, the search can take a little longer. Today we follow one woman's 31-year hunt for her mother, and for answers.
It's not a nice feeling when you don't know who you are, where you are, why you're there, where have you come from.
And Janet's search for the mother she hadn't seen for 50 years.
I went off the idea altogether because I thought I was just getting nowhere.
I knew that she would just have so many regrets if she didn't, and her regrets would be my regrets as well.
Denise Wilson was born in April 1958. She was raised in a small village near Newcastle upon Tyne.
We didn't have a lot, but we were always happy. As kids, we were always happy, and I've got some really good memories of living in the village. We had no really, but we had good times,
But at the age of 12 came a bombshell.
I'll never forget the time I found out that I was adopted. I was at school. Some of the kids were like saying, you haven't got your mum and dad, you haven't got your real mum and dad. When I went in, I just said to my mum, they were saying at school that you're not my real mum. Is that right? And my mum really got upset about it, you know, as she would. And we sat in the kitchen and she told us that I was adopted. And I can remember going upstairs and staring out of the window in the bedroom and feeling lost. And it's not a nice feeling when you don't know who you are, where you are, why you're there, you know, where have you come from. You think that, you know, I was Denise Maguire, living my life normal, and then all of a sudden, I'm not. I wanted to know who I was.
Denise's adoptive parents, Peter and Pearl, couldn't have children of their own and were overjoyed to welcome 5-month-old Denise into their family. But when she found out she had been adopted, Denise felt unable to ask her parents for information about her birth mother.
I was all that my mum had, and I just thought I couldn't hurt her feelings by asking her questions, so I never ever did. I wanted somebody that was like related to me. I couldn't wait to sort of be at the age where I could get married and have kids, and so I got married really young, 17, and my son was born before I was 18, and I can remember looking at him and he looked like me, and I was staring at him, and he was just the double of me, and I thought, I mean, he's my only blood relative, you know. I had another 2 girls after that. I had what I wanted. I had a family, and we were all related.
It was only after her adoptive parents had died that Denise felt able to begin searching for her birth mother and any other family members in earnest.
I was only 32 when my mum died. My dad had died 10 months before her. Even though I was married with 3 kids, I felt like as if I was on my own still, you know. And then I think that just gives us the drive to think, well, I've got to have a family out there. My mum might have had more kids, so I just thought, I'm going to search. I'm definitely not going to give up.
At first, all social services were able to provide was a single document, and this was the only thing Denise had to go on.
All I had was my original birth certificate with me name on and the name of me birth mother. No father mentioned on the birth certificate, just that was the basic thing I had. And I was actually called Anne Beryl Walker.
Her birth certificate gave Denise the starting point she needed to begin the search for her mother, Elsie.
First of all, I started with looking through birth records I got at the library, the microfilm and that, but it was quite hard. I had an ad in the Manchester Evening News. I've been to Manchester County Court, you know, to see if I could get records there. Social services I've rang and I've wrote to. Anybody that could help us, you know, people who have been adopted, I've asked them how they've done it. I've even rang up Manchester Radio and they've done a shout out on there for us. Once the internet was up and running, I got onto some sites on social media things and I got help there.
Denise was advised to get back in touch with social services. This time they were able to turn up some more information, which gave Denise a vital clue.
So I finally got hold of me birth records from after adoption, and it said there was no information about the reasons for the adoption, apart from the fact that I was illegitimate, which is a bit daft these days. It's likely to be one of the reasons why your birth mother wasn't able to keep you. It says that you had a sister, Josephine Walker, who was around 2 years old. I just thought, yeah, I've got a sister, you know, and it's like, I've got a sister, and I was thinking, God, I'm not an only one, you know, and so I set about looking for her.
She may have had no luck finding her mum, but Denise now had a lead on a sister she'd never known existed. Denise found several Josephine Walkers in Manchester and the surrounding area, but none were the right Josephine.
So I searched and searched again, and a few more came up, and then I started going a little bit further afield.
Denise found one marriage record of a Josephine Walker in Peterborough, but could find no contact details. She did, however, find someone who sounded like she could be Josephine's daughter.
I sent a message to her. Quite a while went by, about 6 weeks, and there was a message, and it said, "Hi Denise, Mum's been looking through your profile." She said, My mum was called Josephine, but she's now called Sue. I said, oh, I still wasn't convinced. I said, the Josephine that I'm looking for, I said she would have been born in Manchester, she would have had a mum called Elsie. She says, yes, that's my mum.
It had taken years, but at last Denise had tracked down her sister. She wasted no time in calling her.
Well, we didn't really have much conversation because it was all like tears down the phone, you know, and it was, I mean, it was definitely, she says, Denise, we've been waiting for you to get in touch with us, you know. They didn't really know where to start with the search. They didn't have a clue where to, you know, but I'd been doing it for that long. I thought, I'm not going to stop until I find something, you know.
Denise's sister Josephine had two huge revelations for her. Firstly, Denise's birth mother Elsie was in fact still alive.
She said, if you look through my pictures, she says, you'll see a picture of your mum. And there was the picture of my birth mother sitting holding her 80th birthday cake. I had a good cry because it was like, I didn't know where I was, you know, and then I thought, hey God, I should be happy, you know, because I found everybody, I should be happy. And I was, but it was just sort of like, just overwhelming after all these years, you know.
45 years after discovering she was adopted, Denise had finally found her birth mother. But there was more.
After that, she said, are you sitting down? And I said, yeah. She says, there's not just me and you. She said there was 5 of us girls. And it was like, it was weird, you know, I'll never forget it. And I goes, 5? And then she started rhyming them off.
The 4 sisters Denise didn't know she had were Marie, Josephine, Carol, who died at the age of 32, and Catherine, who had also been adopted as a baby but was yet to be traced. After making contact with her birth family, Denise made the 200-mile journey south to Peterborough to be reunited with 2 of her sisters and her mother Elsie.
In the 50s, she would have been called like a scarlet woman and everything in them days, wouldn't she? But nowadays it's just normal. It's sad really to think that she had to do that, you know, and give us away, but obviously she had her reasons. I don't feel any bad feelings at all towards her. I don't think there'll ever be the closeness of a real mum and daughter. I don't think you'd ever get that closeness when you haven't been brought up by someone, but there's something there, you know, and I've never hated her. I've always had a soft spot for my real mother because I wouldn't be here without her.
Denise now visits her mum Elsie regularly, but she wasn't well enough to take part in filming. One piece of the family jigsaw was still missing though, the whereabouts of Denise's sister Catherine, who had also been adopted.
She was still out there, you know, so I thought, right, I'm not going to be happy until I find Catherine.
After 31 years of searching, Denise had found her mother. Now she turned her attention to her missing sister. Would she prove to be as elusive? In Dagenham, Essex, 76-year-old Janet Emery was also looking for her missing mother. Janet was born just before the outbreak of the Second World War, the only child of Madeline and William Oakes.
I was born in 1939 and my father left for the war in the September, so I was really still a baby when he left.
Janet's mum continued to care for her, but in 1943, her little world was turned upside down.
When I was about 4 years old, my mother took me to my auntie and uncles, and all I can remember her saying is, Mummy's going to leave you with Auntie Jen and Uncle Charlie and they're going to look after you for me.
Her mother Madeline had met a Canadian soldier and began a new life with him, leaving her daughter to be cared for by her sister. Still very young, Janet was happy enough with her aunt and uncle for a time, but her mother was never far from her mind.
I did ask once or twice what my mum was like, but I had no information at all about where my mum went. We didn't really discuss it. I don't think my father allowed them to talk to me about it. He was very, very hurt about what happened.
Janet was reunited with her father as soon as he returned from war. During his time away, he had remarried. Janet was then raised by her dad and new stepmum and went on to marry and start a family of her own. She never imagined she'd see her birth mother again. But one day, when she was 25 years old, a surprise visitor turned up at Janet's home.
I was in the sitting room doing my ironing, and my daughter was 9 months old. She was on the floor playing with her toys, and there was a knock at the door. This lady said to me, "Janet," and I said, "Yes." She said, "Do you know me?" And I looked at her and I said, "You're my mum."
Despite 19 years having passed since she'd last seen her mother, Janet invited her in.
My mum looked at my daughter and she said, "Oh, is that my grandchild?" And for some reason or other, that really upset me. I said, "I don't think you've got any right to claim them as your grandchildren. You left me when I was young. They've got grandma now that loves them very, very dearly." And I resented her for what she said. She expected to walk in and just carry on as if nothing had happened. I think if she'd apologised and said, "I'm really, really sorry," and told me why she'd left me in the first place, it might have been better. But she didn't say anything at all about the past. She never told me whether she loved me or she had to leave me. And I still don't know.
Her mum, Madeline, had another bombshell to drop on an unsuspecting Janet. She now had 2 more daughters by her second husband, the Canadian serviceman.
She said, "I've got two sisters, 2 young sisters, who are really longing to meet me and to know all about me. She's going to go home and she's going to tell them about me. She's going to send photos." And I thought, oh, you know, this sounds like it could be really, really nice. And then she went, and I never heard from her again. So that was a second rejection, really. Then I started to blame myself because I'd been unwelcoming to her. And I thought to myself, if I walked in somebody's house and was spoken to like that, I probably wouldn't want to know them again.
As the years went by, Janet couldn't stop thinking about her mum and the 2 sisters she had never met. But it wasn't until half a century later she decided to take action.
I realised that my mother, she would be well into her 90s, so the most likelihood would be that she passed away. But I started thinking, what if I tried to trace my sisters?
But Janet swiftly realised that 50 years after her mother's surprise visit, the trail had gone very cold.
What I really regret most of all is that I didn't even ask my mum what my sisters' names were. So I had no names, no births, nothing, and I didn't even ask where she came from. So I had no information at all to go on to even start looking for them.
But there was one person who wasn't going to let Janet give up, her own daughter, Deborah.
I know this is a dream of hers, and I'd really like her to fulfil that. Yeah, it's like something missing, and it'd be wonderful if she finds her stepsisters.
Deborah's really helped to encourage me with this search. She knows it's something that I've really wanted to do, and it's my heart's desire to find my sisters.
Deborah helped her mum sign up to a genealogy website.
I posted a message on it asking if anybody knew my mother's name.
But disheartened by the lack of results, Janet gave up the search and turned her back on tracing her family.
She's always wanted to find her sisters, but I think the fear that they may be not interested and they might reject her, that's got in the way.
I went off the idea altogether because I thought I was just getting nowhere and nobody would really know anything this long time gone past.
Little did Janet know that the search she'd thought had gone cold was about to hot up.
Isn't that wonderful? Oh my God, I can't believe it. You've just completed my life for me.
After her 31-year quest for answers, Denise Wilson's search was finally coming to fruition. Adopted as a baby, she had discovered that not only was her birth mother still alive, but that she also had sisters, one of whom had never been traced. So Denise set out to find her, 50 years after she'd been adopted.
My birth mother, Elsie, I asked her about Catherine, and she said, she went to somebody that had a son, and she went and adopted Catherine. And Catherine was brought up in Manchester, and I thought, well, how can I trace her?
Denise was desperate to track down the final missing sister, so employed the services of a family finder who specialised in adoption.
I couldn't believe it. Within a few weeks, he'd found a brother. He knew her name, he got us a birth certificate, we knew where she was born, and then he actually located her. There was a picture, and I just knew. I looked at the picture and I thought, that is a young Elsie. That's my sister. I know it is. And it was.
Denise had at last found her sister Catherine.
I rang her about 11 o'clock in the morning, and I goes, "Hi, Catherine." I says, "You don't know me," but I said, "I'm your sister." She goes, "What?" You know, I just told her I was her sister, and she goes, "I can't believe it." You know, and she was like, I can't believe it, just going.
I jumped around and screamed a lot and couldn't control myself for excitement, basically. But I was getting all this info, all in the space of sort of like 20 minutes. She was telling me this and telling me that, and it was just madness, but brilliant, absolute brilliant. I was so ecstatic.
And then I was able to tell her that we had other sisters and, you know, that my mum was still alive. And she just loved it.
When Denise was adopted, she'd been taken to the northeast. The couple who adopted Catherine remained in the northwest.
I had a terrifically happy childhood. I grew up in Ormston in Manchester and just basically had fun. I did what kids did in those days. It was lovely, absolutely lovely. My mum did an awful lot for me. My mother actually told me I was adopted when I was about 5 or 6. Somebody in my class at school was adopted, so I asked my mother what adopted is, and I think she must have chose her opportunity to tell me then. And I was quite chuffed about it, actually, because I felt quite chosen. So, yeah, I was quite happy with the whole situation. It makes you feel special, I think, at that age. My mum told me that I'd had an older sister and that my natural mother couldn't look after us. And that was that, basically. She was on her own. She had 2 young children. That's why you were adopted. There was nothing mentioned about anything really like that. And I just took it as that was it and never really pursued the matter until later.
Denise and Catherine may never know the details of why their mum gave them up for adoption, but there's no doubt that life for single mothers in the 1950s was far from easy.
Historically, having children out of wedlock was really frowned upon. The term for it would be socially fallen. Your family might be quite ashamed of it. The local community would talk about it, and it was something that needed to be hidden away.
The creation of the welfare state in 1948 meant that these so-called fallen women were now eligible for child benefits, known at the time as national assistance. And the Adoption of Children Act, which came into force the following year, was designed to safeguard both single mothers and their babies. However, even by the late 1950s, society still viewed marriage as the only real acceptable qualification for parenthood, and mothers of children born out of wedlock would have still come under pressure from doctors, parents and the church to give up their babies for adoption.
Charities would have got involved and facilitated adoption. Doctors might have found a place for a baby in the local community or a wider community because they knew that a baby was coming along, so it was just a very different outlook on life.
Denise and Kathy's mother would not have been alone in giving her children up. In 1958, there were over 13,000 adoption orders, the majority of which were babies of unwed mothers. Now the final piece of the jigsaw had been found. After 31 years of searching, it was time for Elsie and all of her daughters to meet for the first time.
When I actually met them all, it was like I'd never been away, if you know what I mean. I walked into a room and I felt like I belonged. I didn't know what to say to my mother, actually. I really didn't. And we just sat and smiled a lot, basically. I mean, I give her a hug and wished her well and everything. But she's a frail little thing. I was scared of breaking her, to be honest.
It was an emotional reunion, but amongst all the celebrating, Catherine and Denise didn't get much of a chance to talk properly.
We haven't been together and had a good conversation, you know, like I have with the others, because we've been separate. It'd be nice to have a bit of conversation, or spend a little bit of time with Catherine.
So the sisters have arranged to spend an entire day together.
This is an opportunity for me to have a nice little chin chat with her on our own and find out all our, bits and bobs about each other, so yeah, I only know the outside bits at the minute. I don't know all the details.
Janet and Denise are meeting in Manchester to get more of a feel for their family roots and the area where they were both born.
I'm getting quite giddy, actually. I'm getting quite sort of fluttery. Because this is quite a, yeah, it's quite an event.
I've never, ever visited the area where my mum actually gave birth to me. I've never been there, never visited. So it'd be really nice if we can get to do that.
After years of being totally oblivious to each other's existence, the two sisters can finally begin making up for lost time.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to this bit?
Yeah.
Yeah?
So we're going to find out where we come from.
The girls were born within a few miles of each other, just 2 years apart, before being adopted.
I was 5 months old.
And I was 18.
And you were 18 months old.
Never knew that.
Sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we just don't know what the circumstances were, really. Remember when I first rang you?
Yeah.
That must have been a bit of a shock.
Yeah, it was. Well, you heard me, didn't you?
Yeah.
I was sort of like leaping about the kitchen like a loony. Oh, dear.
Hello, Kathy.
I'm your sister.
I'm your sister. That was funny.
The house where Denise was born has since been demolished, so they've come to see the place where Kathy was taken to live when she was newly adopted.
Lived here till I was 17. Stim Castle, we're here. Oh, my God.
So you recognise it?
I feel primary school.
Yeah.
They feel, oh, here we go. Oh, it's got scaffolding up.
Is this your old house?
This is my old house, yeah. Oh, my God.
Were you brought here when you were just a baby
Yeah,
to this
is
house?
where I came. This is where I came, so, yeah. I used to climb onto the porch and get in the bathroom window when I couldn't get in. Underneath there's a bag of pennies that we buried.
Where?
Underneath there. He used to play the guitar. That one used to play the drums. I used to play the trumpet and cornet. My brother played the guitar. I had lovely memories here, absolutely lovely memories here. Can't believe it.
Kathy's still got a photograph of her with her parents in front of this very house, taken a few years after they adopted her.
Oh, is that the photograph of the house?
So we were stood over there. Right in between the windows.
All right.
Oh, my God.
Eee, how weird.
We definitely get me in between the windows again.
Right.
Before and after.
I think we've been quite lucky, really. That
we've been lucky, yeah.
You know, because, I don't know, I think it's where you grow up as well, and where, you know, circumstances of where you grow up as well.
Well, yeah, I think we went to good homes, basically, and it's a shame Mum had to give us up, but she must have had her reasons, and I think it gave us maybe a better life.
Oh, definitely,
yeah
definitely.
So,
you know, I mean, it's been...
I've got no sort of, like, misgivings about anything.
No,
Do you know?
I just feel sad that we weren't all together, the sisters, to grow up together. That would have been nice.
It would have been harder
but
in
then
those
again,
days.
it wouldn't have been nice to do it, but other circumstances, it would have been nice if we'd, you know, if things had been different.
Yeah. I wouldn't ask my natural mother to explain why she did things, because it's in the past. That's past. It's not the past we have to worry about now. It's like the future. So it's a shame the girls never grew up together, but this is just one of those things that's happened. We can make up for it now.
For Denise, it's the end of a search for answers that began 31 years ago.
There's questions that are still unanswered, but I don't think they're going to be answered now. You know, I think it's about time to sort of call it a day, really, and just be thankful, really, for what I have found, you know, and the answers that I have got, because I could go on another 31 years and maybe not have any more answers, so I think now it's about time to call it a day.
Thanks to Denise, all this happened anyway, so I can only thank her from the bottom of my heart, basically, because it's been a totally, totally brilliant experience. I was found, and I'm so glad I was found.
I think it's nice to know where you come from, who you are, you know, and just your blood relatives, really. I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, you know, but I have.
In Essex, Janet had spent 50 years wondering what had happened to her mother, Madeline. Janet finally began looking, but after a message she'd posted on a family tracing website went unanswered, she gave up. However, unbeknownst to Janet, just 70 miles away, some distant family members had in fact spotted her message.
I sent an email to Janet saying how thrilled I was that we'd come into contact, and I heard absolutely nothing at all.
Brother and sister Tony and Jane had reason to believe that Janet's mum could be their aunt, but their email went unanswered.
I was very confused. I didn't know. You wonder whether you'd maybe put something in the email that perhaps wasn't her liking, was too upsetting, or perhaps something had happened to her. You just didn't know what to think.
And there, fate may have ended the search. Jane's email had arrived at the point when Janet had given up looking. But fate hadn't reckoned with Janet's daughter, Deborah.
I knew that she would just have so many regrets if she didn't, and her regrets would be my regrets as well.
My daughter, she said, "Mum, you ought to go on the site because you never know. You know, just go on it and see, you might have a message." A couple of days later, I thought, oh, I'll just have a nose round, see what's going on. And I couldn't believe it. I had 2 messages from my first cousin, Jane, and it was like, I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh, they'd been sitting there for months.
Oh, she was big, like a big kid when she found out. She was like, oh, never guess.
And then we got an email from her, which was lovely, with all her news and what she'd been doing, and all about her children, and it was wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Janet's mum had a brother called Morris. Tony and Jane are his children, and therefore Janet's cousins. They knew her mother, Madeline, as their Aunt Madge.
My father was one of 7 siblings. Madge was the eldest, and they had quite a poor upbringing, I think, in the East End of London.
They met the mysterious Aunt Madge a couple of times during their childhood, when she came over from Canada to visit.
What I recall of Madge, whilst I was growing up, was she was a very warm, pleasant, ever-smiling, light-hearted person who enjoyed dancing a great deal, and was exceptionally pleasant and friendly.
She was quite an exotic creature, really.
She was.
I remember her, because she was always dressed to the nines and had the most perfect hair, beautiful figure, and she had this wonderful Canadian twang.
But they knew very little else about Madge.
We knew that she'd had 2 daughters, but other than that, absolutely nothing, really nothing. Didn't know where she lived. I don't remember seeing any pictures or ever having a conversation with, I suppose, my cousins. At all.
It was only years later that they found out that Madge had been married before.
I can't really even remember when I found out that Madge had a daughter with her first husband. Until much later. I must have been in my 20s, I think, if not later than that. But, of course, there was no way of contacting her at all. Didn't know the surname, didn't know anything about her whatsoever, or even her name, actually.
And Janet had absolutely no idea about the existence of Jane and Tony.
Before I made contact with Jane, I didn't know anything. I didn't know that I had any cousins or anything at all. I was so excited. I just couldn't believe my eyes. I really, really got very, very emotional. And I just felt that even if I don't find my sisters, I have found family.
If, like Janet, you want to find family who have moved abroad, tracing them can prove more challenging. As well as potential language barriers, many countries don't have online archives. A good place to start is with immigration records, which are stored at the National Archive. These will provide useful information like names, occupations and exact dates of arrival in a country. A good starting point for any search. And countries with strong ties to the UK, like Australia and Canada, have dedicated genealogy centres that can assist you in your search. Janet exchanged several emails with Tony and Jane, and they arranged to meet, taking their mother Anne along too. Janet was hoping that they might have some information about her mum and sisters.
In the summer, we arranged that they would come here to see me. It was my Auntie Anne, my cousin Tony and my cousin Jane. It was like I'd always known them. Then it was really, really terrific.
It's really exciting to have found Janet. She's a wonderful person, and it's great to have another member of the family.
At the meeting, her newfound relatives had some sad news for Janet.
She said, your mum died when she was 68. And I realised that was only 4 years after I'd met her. She couldn't remember my sisters' names. She thought one was called Joy, but she wasn't that sure. But it was a real breakthrough that she did actually know where my mother settled, because it pinpointed where to look for them. And she said that she came from Nottawa.
It was exactly the sort of extra detail Janet needed to progress the search. And today, 4 months after they first met up, Janet's seen Tony, Jane and their mother Anne again. Today's meeting also marks another milestone. Janet's daughter Deborah is meeting her mum's long-lost cousins for the first time.
How are you feeling about meeting them today?
I'm really excited. Yeah, really excited. Yeah, it's been a long time waiting for this moment, and I'm going to treasure this moment.
Oh,
you know,
that's lovely. Can't wait for them to meet you.
She's coming with her daughter, Deborah.
Yes.
So that'll be lovely to meet her. Here we are.
Yes.
Lovely.
Janet, hello, darling. Good to see you.
Lovely to see you. Introduce you,
Lovely to see you.
Introductions over, cousin Tony has a surprise for Janet.
A family member has discovered some photographs.
Oh.
Let me just show you now. There's a photograph of your mother, which we believe was taken in Canada.
In Canada?
Indeed.
In Canada?
Oh, wow. Oh, look, Deborah.
It's the first time Janet's seen this image of her mother, and there's more to come.
One of Madge, your mum, and your sisters.
Oh, look. Oh, my sisters.
Oh, that's a lovely photo.
Oh, my gosh. It was the 4th September 1954. She'd only just got there then. Weren't they like her?
So that's,
oh, my goodness.
So that's Joy?
That's Joy. Oh, no.
That's Glenda.
Oh, she looks so happy there as well.
Oh, gosh, you do look like her.
Yeah.
Wow, you really look like her.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's... Oh, I can't believe it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so, I can't begin to say how wonderful that is of you.
Janet is one step closer to knowing the family that's taken her decades to find.
I can't believe that I've actually seen my sisters on photo and my mum in Canada with them. I'm just overwhelmed.
It was absolutely fantastic to meet everyone.
Today went brilliantly. It was magnificent. It's made the family whole.
Not only has Janet discovered families she never knew about, the cousins have also helped fill in some crucial gaps in her family history. Janet had already enlisted the help of a family-finding company to trace her sisters. Now armed with the information on a possible location in Canada and their own extensive research, Janet was relying on them.
Although I didn't have very much information to go on, this company felt that they would be able to help me, and they were willing to take on the search. They have been able to trace the whereabouts and through certificates of where my sisters might be, that they're still living, and the search seems to be getting quite close, and I'm beginning to be very, very excited, and yet trying not to be too excited in case it just somehow doesn't come to fruition.
I think with Janet's case, this had been a long time. Janet had not heard from them, had not had any contact for about 50 years. When it's like this, where there's good information in one respect, but little information on another side, it may not go as quickly or as smoothly as you hope that it will.
But today, 3 weeks after Janet found a possible location, there's some news from the family tracing company.
Hi, Janet. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm just ringing to see if you've got any news about them yet.
We've been able to find contact details for Joy, who was the older of the two sisters. And very excitingly, last night I placed a call to Joy and gave her the news that you had been trying to find her. Her first reaction was, "Oh my goodness, that's my half-sister, isn't it?"
Oh, wow.
Which was incredible. And she straight away said, yes, we've always known about Janet, we've always thought about her and wondered where she was and how she was getting on.
Thank you.
Isn't that wonderful?
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
She's really keen to get in contact. She'd still see your other half-sister, Glenda, so I'm quite sure by now that Glenda will also know the good news, and she's keen to hear from you, Janet.
Oh, Jennifer, I don't know how to thank you. You just completed my life for me.
Oh, you're so welcome. It really genuinely was our pleasure.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. I told you, I knew you would find them.
Janet's 50-year search for her family is finally over.
I just want to tell everybody, I just want to ring up everybody and tell them I've got my sisters. That's so wonderful. I don't know whether to cry or laugh or just so emotional. I can't wait to see them now. I can't wait to be with them.
For someone like Janet, who for 50 years has wanted to just meet these sisters or speak to these sisters, and now she can have that, I'm absolutely thrilled for her, and to play a part in that is wonderful. It makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
And Janet can make contact with the sisters she's never known.
Dear Joy, I'm so excited to find you. I really can't believe it, and I'm longing to get to know you. We have got so much to share together. I've been searching for you both for many years, but everything I tried came to no avail. I'm so looking forward to you emailing me back and making contact with Glenda's too. Take care.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
You don't know who you are, where have you come from.
finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough and there they are.
learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
In the search for long-lost relatives, if finding a distant family member can be an extraordinary moment, then finding a sibling can be a momentous event. Across the UK, there are hundreds of organisations who specialise in bringing brothers and sisters who have lost touch back together. But many people decide to turn Family Finder on their own. Today, we follow two stories of sisters who started out by doing it for themselves. First, we meet Jacqueline, whose quest to find out about her birth mother uncovered a sibling she never knew she had.
Suddenly there was someone in my life who I could identify with, really. I cried. And it was my sister.
And we follow the story of Teresa and Tracy as they search for the sister they haven't seen for 40 years.
I've got butterflies in my stomach. What about you?
I've got a massive moth, I think.
Oh, this is getting almost unbearable.
Actress Jacqueline Clarke has spent a career playing out the fictional dramas of other people's lives on both stage and screen.
Good Lord, you haven't started throwing crockery at each other already.
Yes, it does take two. Your husband and his secretary.
But the true story of Jacqueline's own family life has also taken several dramatic turns. She was born in 1942 and grew up in southwest London.
I remember my mother always, because she was a pianist, playing in the morning, which was glorious. So I was brought up with a lot of music. Not that I understood much about classical. And I remember going down to the local sweet shop with my father because we had coupons in those days. It's just after the war.
While Jacqueline was still a young child, her mother revealed something that was to change her world forever.
I was 9 when I was told. And she called me in from the garden. She said, "Sit down, darling, I want to tell you something. It's something important. Your father didn't want to tell you, but I think it's important that you know." And then she said, "You know, Daddy and I adopted you." Yes. What does that mean? So she said, "Well, I'm afraid your mother was a young girl and she couldn't keep you, darling, and we went and chose you. You're very special and we love you very much." All that went on. And I said, "So do you mean I don't belong to you?" And she said, "Well, you do belong to us, darling. Of course you do." I went to the bottom of the garden and sobbed. I was so disappointed that they were my real mummy and daddy. And I thought, okay, it's all right. You know, it'll be fine. And I thought, I'm not going to talk to them about it because I know my mother found it so difficult to tell me because Father really didn't want to tell me. And I thought, okay, it'll be all right. So, okay, then got myself together and decided, that's it, I'll just go in. And I went in and had tea and it was never spoken about.
Jacqueline's parents never mentioned her history again. But as she grew older, she did glean some information about her past.
When I was going to France, I remember coming in and I went up where my father was sitting and I went over his shoulder to give him a cuddle and I looked down. Now, I think it was a passport. I needed my passport for France. And he had written Valerie Wilson. And I looked at it and I said, "Who's Valerie Wilson?" And there was a pause and then he said, "Well, dear, that was your name before you became Jacqueline." I thought, oh, well, that was what my name was. Forget about it. During my teenage years, during growing up, getting married, it never crossed my brain about even thinking about finding out about my birth family at all. It was only after my father died that I sort of thought, oh, I might want to know about it, but I wouldn't have done because Mother was still alive. When she died 5 years later, then I thought,
So in 1991, after the death of her adopted parents, Jacqueline began to search for her birth mother. At the time, she was appearing in a theatre near St Catherine's House Records Office in London. Between performances, Jacqueline began browsing the family registers for any trace of her birth mother.
I just looked through loads of marriages because I figured that if my mother had had me at, I believe, 17, actually. I didn't know she was 20. I believe she's 17. And I thought, well, if she's had the baby and had it adopted, then she might meet somebody and then she might marry. So I thought, I gave a time scale whereby I thought, right, I'll look between 43, 44 and 47. My partner was a bit concerned that if I found my mother in 1991, and now I know that she was alive then, he said, how would you really feel, Jackie, if you are rejected again? In other words, you make contact, but she doesn't want to know. It's a long process of cross-checking, and you have to keep applying for birth certificates, and then if not, then you have to apply for death certificates, or, you know, go through an electoral roll to see if someone lives there, and it can be so daunting.
When the records failed to throw anything up, Jacqueline gave up. Before the advent of the internet, trying to trace family could be a lengthy and complicated endeavour.
If you were trying to do your family history, it would have meant writing away, waiting for a response, taking a trip to look at birth, marriage and death indexes. And that would have meant for many, many people, sometimes days of travelling to get there and get back, only to go home, assess the information, find out it's the wrong one and have to go back again.
But today, there are a wealth of family-finding options to suit all budgets, from bespoke search companies whose fees vary to charity-funded family tracing units. And with the rise of genealogical resources online, many people are deciding to turn family finder themselves.
These days, what we can do online is we can condense months, if not years of work into the turning of an hourglass. You know, it is just so quick and easy to do that today. You know, we talk about the democratization of history, and I think that is what the technology has brought to family history and history more generally.
Following the death of her husband in 2008, Jacqueline decided to resume the search for her birth mother. By then, the growth of interest in genealogy had opened up a wealth of new resources.
I decided to find out about my past when a friend who was living in the Cotswolds with me at the time said she was going off to a family history fair in London, and would I like to go? And I thought, ooh, that might be. I said, yes, of course, I'll accompany you and thing, but I knew in my heart that I would probably want to find out something.
Sure enough, at the fair, Jacqueline found a genealogist who was willing to take on her case.
I knew I didn't have time to follow the vast amount of work that has to be done to finding it. I was told it would take probably 6 to 8 hours.
Eventually, the genealogist hit gold.
It took 8 months before I actually got a positive result that my birth family had been found, and an aunt. And it was her granddaughter, in fact, that sent a letter to the genealogist saying, yes, my aunt does remember.
But there was even more exciting news. The family finder hadn't just found an aunt.
My genealogist said, are you sitting down and have you someone with you? I thought, well, why do I need that? So I didn't sit down and I didn't have anybody with me, and I rang and I was told, did I know I had a sister? Gobsmacked. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what I felt. I sat down, that's for sure, and I thought, I've got a relative. I've got somebody in this life.
30 miles away in Reading, siblings Tracy and Teresa knew they had an older sister out there somewhere, but she had disappeared from their lives 40 years earlier when they were still children. The girls grew up with their parents in Hounslow in London, and for a few years they knew nothing about another sister.
When we were children, it's always only ever felt like it's just the four of us, and that was it.
I think we kind of were reasonably close because of the upbringing that we had.
But one afternoon in 1974, a visitor to their home would alter everything they thought they knew about their family unit.
Well, we were about 10 and 7. Our parents, they'd gone out shopping, and I could remember before they went, our mum said, if anyone knocks on the door, don't answer the door. And lo and behold, there was a knock on the door, and this couple at the doorstep, and a lady with dark hair, that's all I can remember. And they asked, is your mum and dad in? And it was like, no, sorry, mummy's not back, they'll be back in half an hour. And then my mum and dad came back from the shops. They greeted them as if they knew each other. And I can remember feeling as a little child thinking, how come they know them? I don't know them. I've never seen them before. Who's that?
It wasn't until some months later that the girls learned the true identity of the mysterious lady called Leslie who had turned up at their door.
Our mum said, how would you feel if Leslie was your sister? And being a typical little girl, it was like, no, I wouldn't like that. They'll argue. Then a couple of days later, our dad sat us down and said, actually, Leslie is your sister. We were, he was married before.
So that was the first.
That's the first we knew.
Yeah.
Teresa and Tracy began to build a relationship with their 17-year-old big sister, Leslie.
It was quite exciting to sort of know that we had another sister. Yeah. I used to love going around there and staying overnight. I think they had like a sofa bed thing, and we used to sleep in the lounge, didn't we? And I remember
having Sunday dinner.
Sunday dinner there. Yep.
We remember going to a function. We are assuming it was her wedding that we attended.
But Leslie didn't stay in their lives for long. After Tracy and Teresa's parents moved house, they lost contact.
It was very difficult, really, because it wasn't long after that Leslie, I can't remember Leslie after that. It's almost like she disappeared.
I mean, we've always remembered Leslie, and we've spoken about her quite a lot, sort of saying, we've got another sister out there somewhere,
As the years went by, Teresa and Tracy grew up and started families of their own. But thoughts of their long-lost sister were never far from their mind.
I've never kept it a secret that I've got another sister, Leslie. It did feel like something was missing because obviously we had met her. We've always wondered where Leslie was. I always wanted to know how she was, where she was.
So 10 years ago, after taking up genealogy as a hobby, Teresa decided to look for Leslie.
About 2006, I did approach my dad. I actually sat him down and said, I'd really like to look for Leslie. And he said, that's fine. But he didn't give me much else to go on, really.
Teresa started with the two things she knew about their older sister. First, her name at birth, Leslie Probert. Secondly, because Teresa and Tracy thought they remembered being at her wedding, they assumed Leslie had married.
I found her birth, and I found her birth certificate, but I was trying to find her marriage, and we were pretty sure it was around 1974. I tried everything. I thought maybe she'd reverted back to her mum's maiden name or anything like that, but no.
We just drew a blank.
We just drew a blank, yeah. So I decided to start looking into Leslie's mum and found Rita and our dad's marriage. Unfortunately, because I couldn't ask anybody, I hit a brick wall again. Very frustrating because I got folders galore, certificates galore, censors galore, but the one person I was really trying to find, I couldn't find.
Then in October 2015, something happened that was to make their quest to find their sister all the more urgent.
I felt that she deserved to know that her dad had passed away, whether she had a relationship with him or not. I think you've got to know these things, haven't you?
We decided we needed some outside help because I just could not find Leslie's marriage.
No,
and
just hit a brick wall.
Desperate to find their sister, it was then that Tracy and Teresa turned to a professional family-finding company.
So when it came to Tracy and Teresa's search, we fairly quickly confirmed that there wasn't a match for Leslie with the surname that she was born with. We'd searched all the potential marriages and ruled those out. So at that point, we then started to look at her mother and what she'd done after the separation from Leslie's father.
But would the professionals have any more luck in tracing Leslie than Teresa and Tracy?
All this waiting and finally, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Oh, my God.
Television and theatre actress Jacqueline Clarke hadn't been looking for siblings when she started delving into the circumstances surrounding her adoption. But now it looked like she had uncovered a sister she never knew she had.
I didn't cry, strangely enough, which I thought I might blub, but I didn't. And I thought, wow. But because that sister was an unknown being, I didn't even think what she might look like. I didn't think anything about it. I just thought, oh, this is wonderful, because I'd always wanted a sister. And I thought, oh, well, this is another adventure, and I've got to follow this one up.
The next stage was to make contact. The genealogist wrote a letter to the woman she suspected to be Jacqueline's sister. 70 miles away, that letter landed on the mat of Sylvia Bowman.
When I opened it, that was a shock. It was from an adoption agency questioning if I could kindly help because they were seeking some relatives from a person named Valerie. Well, when I saw that name, well, I did. I cried. And it was my sister. Sorry. And this lady asked me if I wanted to phone her. Anyway, yes, I did. She was giving me a date. I couldn't wait for 2 o'clock.
And then suddenly the phone goes, and it's 2 o'clock, dead on 2. And I pick it up and I hear, could I speak to Mrs. Gosney, please? And I went, hello, sister. She went, oh, I don't believe it.
It's my sister. 69 years later. It's amazing. And she's absolutely great. We must have been on the phone for an hour.
After the phone call, I sat on the edge of the bed. I did have a cry. Because suddenly there was someone in my life who I could identify with, really. And it was a strange journey because I didn't know quite, you know, just after a phone call, how do you know where that quest is going to go?
Jacqueline had found her sister. And now they had made contact, the sisters could start filling in the blanks about just what had happened 70 years ago. Sylvia was born 2 years before Jacqueline. She was adopted at the age of 4.
Being told I was adopted was because of my friend, close friend. She was adopted too. And so I remember talking about her and saying to my mother that she was adopted, and I probably wasn't aware what it meant. So then Mum then chose to tell me that I was similar to her, that I was adopted, that they cared for me.
When Sylvia was born in 1939, her birth mother, Margaret, had been 18 and unmarried. 2 years later, Margaret went on to have another daughter, who she called Valerie. During the Second World War, Margaret met a US serviceman who she started a new life with in America, but she couldn't take her daughters, so she left them in the UK to be adopted.
As time wore on, well, I begrudged Mum, my birth mum, you know, for having, at such an age, young age, decided to give us away.
Unlike Jacqueline, Sylvia was told she had a sibling by her adoptive parents.
I was aware that I had a sister, and I was aware that she was younger. I was given a shoebox, and it had a China doll in it. And I remember naming that after my sister, Valerie.
Later in life, Sylvia tried in vain to find her missing sister.
When I first wanted to make contact with Somerset House, was in 1990. I regret not going any further. And as it happened, as it's turned out, it's, you know, absolutely lovely.
Now, after 70 years apart, the two sisters were back in touch. They wasted no time in meeting up.
My daughter was over from Italy and so excited for me. Toe curls, she used to say, oh, Mum, it's terrific, it's going to be great. And I went, ooh. Anyway, so I had the hair done. I said I'd wear my linen jacket and I wear a yellow gerbera so that she would know it was me. We were going up the stairs and my daughter, as we just got to the top of the stairs, said, Mummy, she's here. Fell into each other's arms. That was it. Just spontaneously.
I can't believe it. We hugged and we cried. And then we went for a drink and we just stayed there for hours. Just talking and laughing, and she's so lovely. And it's been great ever since. And she's such a live wire, she's lovely. And it just clicked.
You're never quite sure how long you got to look at each other because I thought, well, that's what you look like. I was really chuffed. She looked great. And we chatted from 11:30 to 4:15. She's so pretty, my sister. Curses. But anyway, she's very lovely.
It's as if I'd known her for years. No airs and graces. It was just so natural and so lovely. I didn't think I'd be so lucky. Yeah, it's come at a lovely time.
Now the sisters play a huge part in each other's lives.
It's another new chapter in my life. A great chapter.
We exchange confidences. It's very easy to talk to her. And, yeah, we empathise a lot. There's a bond which I can't even explain.
Each time I go there, knock at the door, and she shouts, my sister, my sister. I think the whole street can hear that. Yeah, and, yeah, we get on. Superb. Superb life.
The newly reunited sisters still have lots to catch up on. Today, they're meeting up again to find out more about the years they spent apart.
I have never seen photographs of Jack's album and her life, and I've also brought a few of mine, really from the time of 5. I can't go back any further than that. So yes, it should be a giggle.
Yeah. Hello, come in. Sweetie, what you got? Ooh. Love you to bits. Come in, come in, come in. Come sit down. Right, I want you to really understand what I was like when I was first adopted. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. But you again.
Oh, wow.
I just worried about my mouth being open, but perhaps I was...
Well, that's not old, is it?
No, it's never been closed since, has it?
No. How
Brilliant.
lovely is that?
But look, you've got to see this, which is hilarious. That's what I'm really like now, though. Have you got one like that?
A little bit older, I would say.
Ah.
This is in the same house.
It's great, isn't it?
That's lovely.
I do look quite sweet, do I not?
Yeah.
Apparently I was a very good
One
girl.
changes as they get older, don't they?
First time dressing up, dear. Beginning of the theatrical career.
Wow, this is you with long hair.
Yeah.
Gosh, how old were you there? You've got to be... Oh, I see.
16.
A little bit older than that.
That was me at school as a prefect.
Yeah, I was one as well.
Yes. How long for?
3 years.
Well, I was meant to be a second year of prefect, and I walked into Miss Wade and told her I was going off to the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, and she called it radar. Are you off to radar? I said, yes, I am. Is that OK? And I actually left that morning and didn't complete a term or anything.
Well, this is in Weybridge.
Is that you?
Yes.
You've always remained a corker. Gosh, you were pretty, darling. I mean, and
like
still
the way it
are.
was.
No, somebody said to me, you used to be quite attractive. They said that to me the other day. So thank you. Anyway.
But the real ones...
Oh.
Yes.
And that's you there by the sea. Where did you go?
Pagham.
Pagham, yep.
You ought to see the sort of caravan we stayed in. I mean,
caravan.
they're real old-fashioned of today.
Oh, a little round one.
Yeah. That was
Is that your
Pagham.
mum?
That's my mum.
Oh, that's your mum.
That's Tess, the dog. That's...
Is that your mother?
It is.
Ironing, and she got a fag in the mouth.
I know.
My mother used to smoke, but she gave up.
No, Mum used to smoke a lot.
Love the knickers. Look at that.
No, that was a knitted bathing costume, and every time I went into the water, it stretched.
Brilliant.
And it was yellow and brown. I felt like a bumblebee.
Not a good colour. Oh, how awful. It's a beauty competition.
Yeah, it was.
Did you win?
No, she did.
Well, she's very buxom.
Today, the sisters are also taking the chance to make up for all the birthdays they have missed out on together.
Aww. Sister, this is your cake you made for me, though. This is
Well,
so
it's
really...
our birthdays in February.
You were February
and yours
the 5th?
in a few days' time.
In 3 days' time. Yes. So we must celebrate it. And you made this for me, and I am absolutely astounded by how beautiful it is. That's your artistry. And I love you for that. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So, one, two, three. Happy birthday. Mwah. How lovely is that?
Finally, the sisters have one last piece of their family puzzle to put into place today. They're going to see the house where their mother lived when they were both born.
Are you looking forward to seeing where we used to live together?
Yes, I'm interested. I've never been interested before, but now I am. Only because it's us seeing it together, though.
Yeah.
Ooh. Here we go.
That's where we used to live all those years and years ago. I don't remember a thing.
You don't remember anything?
No.
I couldn't even envisage where or what the house would be like, actually.
No.
We wouldn't be here if we hadn't got in touch, would we?
No.
Right. Well, there you go, Mum.
We're back.
Little did you think we would be.
Yeah.
Or even know about it.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's good. Yes, I was actually born there. So that's full circle now. Wow, all these years later, 74 in fact.
Yes. I find finding Jax a whole new life, a whole new venture for me and my family. She is great.
Oh, it has been a long journey, but it's been remarkable having met my sister, and I think we both needed to be here to get together today, and I think that will make it even more of a cemented thing that we actually know this is the place we both were when we were very small.
Incessantly we say, you know, it's great to have found each other, isn't it? Are we?
Yes. Oh, I'm so lucky. It's great.
We're both lucky. And the fact that we get on so well.
Yeah, we do, don't we? We laugh a lot, we chat a lot, we're everything to and, you know, I just know we can always be together and confide in each other and be there for each other.
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Superb.
That's good. Enough. And you go, sis.
In Reading, Tracy and Theresa's search for their long-lost half-sister Leslie had hit a brick wall.
Very frustrating because I got folders galore, certificates galore, but the one person I was really trying to find, I couldn't find.
After the death of their shared father, they made one final attempt to find her, this time with the help of a professional family-finding company.
There wasn't a match for Leslie with the surname that she was born with. We then started to look at her mother and what she'd done after the separation from Leslie's father, and found that she'd remarried in the 1960s, and so that her surname had changed.
The researchers discovered that Leslie had officially adopted her stepfather's surname. This is why Theresa and Tracy hadn't been able to find her.
So although this was a fairly short trace, we did find an awful lot of information out, and there's a lot to get through before we were then able to go away and trace her to her current address. The best part of our job is being able to phone our clients and tell them that we've been successful in the search. So it's wonderful for us to be able to do it, because we know how much it means to the people that come to us.
It was absolutely amazing because I spoke to her in the morning, and by the afternoon she had found out what Leslie had changed her name to and tracked her down, and yeah, found her within 24 hours. It was just, you know, amazing.
You phoned me. I was in the high street.
Yeah.
And I let out a big scream.
in the middle of
the high street.
The family-finding company contacted the Leslie they had found to confirm she was the right person.
When I spoke to the lady on the phone, she said, "Do you know this Leslie Probert?" I said, "Yeah, it's me." So she said, "Do you know a Teresa and a Tracy?" I said, "Yeah, they're my sisters." And she said, "Thank God we found you." And I thought, they must have been looking for me. I don't know how long they'd been looking.
Her first response was, "Oh, they're my sisters." And it, I don't know, it just really meant a lot. Yeah. That was her first response.
I felt really quite flattered that they wanted me in their lives again.
It was just, it was amazing to think that she actually, well, right from that, we knew that she probably wanted to be in touch.
After making contact through the family finding company, now the sisters could be put in touch directly.
I said, yeah, I do want to be in contact, yeah. So I gave her my email address, and it's just been constant.
We sent an email just to sort of say hi.
We even worried about what to put in the subject line, actually.
Yeah,
what should we put? What should we put? We just put, it's Teresa and
It's Teresa and Tracy sort of thing. I think we were so worried about putting her off, weren't we?
Yeah.
There was no hesitation, no doubt. No doubt in my mind. I thought, well, I'm not going to reject them.
For the last 2 weeks, Teresa and Tracy have only been in touch with Leslie by email. Much of their older sister's early life is still a mystery. Leslie's parents, Brian and Rita, had married in 1954. 2 years later, Leslie arrived, but her parents split up while she was still a toddler.
I can't remember them being together, because I think I was only about 2 when they split up. But I do remember going to my father's house where he lived with my nan and granddad. Years ago, parents didn't divorce too often, and so I was sort of an outcast. Oh, where's your dad then? Why don't you live with your dad? And then I was bullied at school because of my surname. So the kids used to say Probot the robot. My mum remarried when I was 6, so my mum said, well, do you want to change your name by default? Think about it. And she explained to me what was going on to do that. And I said, yes. From then on, everything was in the name of Cross.
Leslie's birth father, Brian, had also remarried and had Teresa and Tracy. Although the two families lived near each other, there was no contact until 1974.
I was 17. I knew by this time that he had remarried and got children. I think I just got up one morning and thought, I'm going to go and see if they still live in Sunningdale Avenue. I was intrigued to meet them. I think that's what made me go and knock on the door, really. And I can remember Tracy answering the door. She was only little. And I thought, God, it's like looking in a mirror. I thought, yeah, I've definitely got the right house. It's a little mini me standing there. I was getting married that year. I just really wanted them to be a part of it. In my wedding photos, you can see Brian standing behind me. You see a very small little head standing behind me. It meant a lot for them to be at my wedding.
But her two half-sisters were soon to disappear from Leslie's life.
For a couple of years, they were part of my life. And then, I don't know, all of a sudden they just moved. There's not really much I can do about that if they don't want to give me their address. I never heard from him again. So I just put it down that he didn't want me in their lives, really. So that's another reason why I didn't look for them. I didn't really want to be rejected.
Leslie had no idea that Teresa and Tracy were looking for her until now.
I'm bursting and busting to get to know them. I mean, it's 40 years. That is so sad, isn't it? It makes me feel really old. 40 years since I've seen them.
The sisters found each other just 2 weeks ago. They still haven't met yet. Tomorrow they will see each other for the first time since they lost touch all those years ago.
It's been a whole mixture of emotions all the way along. But I think now that we're getting closer and closer to meeting her, it's just excitement.
To meet Leslie, it's going to mean the world. I really can't wait. It'll be fantastic. I've always wanted more of family, to be honest with you, and this might be the chance.
I don't think I'm going to sleep properly tonight, knowing that they're going to be here. It's hours away now, and in 2.5 weeks, it's just gone crazy. And now it's down to hours Absolute. I'm bursting. I'm bursting.
I'm no longer the older sister. I'm the middle sister. She can take the title of older sister now.
It's that sort of churning in your tummy. It's more than butterflies. This is hippopotamus going round in mine, I think.
Today, Teresa and Tracy are writing the final chapter in the story of their search to find their half-sister Leslie.
The big day's here now.
Yep.
I can't wait to meet her.
No, I wonder what she looks like.
I know.
What she looks like us.
I wonder if she's as nervous as we are. All this waiting and finding, it's going to happen, isn't it?
It's almost a lifetime. We've lost all those years when we could have been really close, all those years.
But after so many years of looking, now the time has finally come to meet, nerves are beginning to get to everyone.
I've got butterflies in my stomach.
Have you?
What about you?
I've got a massive moth, I think.
Oh, this is getting almost unbearable.
That's the road. That's the name of the road.
What, Leslie's?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
After being separated for most of their lives, now the three sisters can finally be reunited.
I can't believe it's been so long. It's 40 years. I know. Where's the time goer?
This is the strangest thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know.
It is.
Do we look anything like we did?
No.
No. Good.
No, not a bit.
Oh, wow. That's really nice to see. It really is. It really is.
Now they are back together, Teresa, Tracy and Leslie can start to fill in the blanks of the last 4 decades and solve some of the family mysteries.
Did you go through school as Leslie Probert?
No. I was getting bullied at school because of my surname.
Really?
Our surname?
Our surname.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, okay.
Probert the robot. I think it must have been my mum. She said, well, you can have your name changed by Deepole if you want to.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And so we all became
And that's why I
the
couldn't
same.
find you on Ancestry.
Yeah.
They have years to catch up on. And there's one photo that has special significance for them all.
I've got to take my glasses off.
already.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, I got that dress on.
No, you love that dress.
Long. It was long.
Wow.
And you can just see your
Just
head.
see my little head popping out. Oh.
So it was your wedding day?
It was your wedding.
And look at me in that yellow jacket. Wow. Tracy, I'm so glad you put your head forward like that.
Today, the three sisters have finally been reunited. And despite the years apart, there's clearly a strong bond.
Well, I'm blowed. We brought the same
Same thing.
And we nearly went with the plaque.
We nearly went with the plaque.
And then we thought,
So
we'll
you
get the
would've
mug.
had
See, we're all cut from the same cloth.
That's weird.
I said, oh, Tracy, the words on this mug is brilliant. We'll have to get it, we'll have to get it.
Yeah, it's true. There's nothing you can do about it now.
Absolutely not.
While they reminisce about the years past, after nearly half a century apart, the sisters can now look forward to a future together.
It's been brilliant, and I really feel like I know Leslie already, even though it's just been today. And no, I never forget it. It's been wonderful.
I've only met her a few hours now, but I feel like I've known her all my life, and we've got a lot of catching up to do, and I feel like we've missed out. I really do, but now it's time to make up.
To be in contact with them is just the best. It's lovely. I'm not an only child anymore. I wish it had happened sooner. I do wish it had happened sooner, but it's happened now, and that's going to be us. We're family now. That's it.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
you don't know who you are, where have you come from.
Finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
Every year, thousands of people across the UK set about searching for long-lost family members. No two searches are ever quite the same. Often a search will throw up unexpected results. And it can take something completely unexpected for a search to succeed. Today, we hear how a boy adopted as a baby finally found family to call his own.
I had a tap on the shoulder, and there they were. That was something else.
And we meet two sisters who spent 50 years apart and led completely different lives.
I was absolutely fascinated by meeting someone that looked so much like me.
In the post-war years, despite the social stigma, babies being born to unmarried mothers was on the increase. So were family secrets and cover-ups. Often the truth never came out, and in the case of Rob Skinner, it took over 50 years to unravel the real story behind his birth. Rob was born in Croydon in 1943.
The family didn't have much in the way of money. I lived on a council estate. Nice three-bedroom house. My two sisters were older than me. June was 12 years. Kath, 15 years older. My father left my mother when I was about 3 years of age.
A few years after his dad left, Rob's mum started a long-term relationship with a man Rob affectionately referred to as Uncle Albert, and the family began taking in foster children.
We had a succession of foster children, boys and girls. We never had much money, but we did enjoy life. I guess I was a very contented child. You made your own fun, just doing what boys did in those days.
Contented family life in the Skinner household continued until at the age of 16, a shocking revelation was to change Rob's life forever.
I left school and my prospective employer wanted to see my birth certificate. I can vividly remember Ma looking for the certificate, and whilst she was doing so, called out to me, "Of course you realise you were adopted." Oh, no, I didn't. This was the first intimation that I'd had, and I was taken aback a bit.
Despite the fact that he'd grown up in an ever-changing household of foster children, until now, Rob had no clue that the woman he'd grown up calling Mum wasn't in fact related to him.
I just thought that I was perhaps a little different. I'd seen foster brothers and sisters come along and go. I always assumed that I was the real deal. And something that I did shows me that I wasn't particularly happy with the state of affairs. After presenting it to my employer as evidence, I then tore up the certificate and had it replaced by a shortened version that didn't show the word adopted.
Rob put the adoption shock behind him and got on with his life. He went on to become an insurance salesman, met Brenda, married, and had 3 children.
There were times when I wondered who my mother and father might be, but I never, ever asked Ma for detail. The main reason why I wasn't curious about my blood mother and father was because I was, I guess, supremely happy with where I was and didn't want to rock the boat.
But in 2009, a serious health scare made Rob reevaluate.
I had a reasonably serious heart problem that was resolved with open heart surgery. The number of times I was asked about medical history, family medical history, I was unable to give them an answer, but now perhaps I thought would be a good time to find out.
By now, Rob's adoptive mother had died, and he felt free to explore his origins.
My son Harvey's partner was very interested in genealogy, and that encouraged me to start looking into the subject and do some research. This is the adoption order that shows my mother's name, Pauline Blanche Turner, an unusual name, and that she came down to Croydon to give birth to me in what used to be known as a home for unmarried mothers. The search was basically for Pauline Blanche, and it being such an unusual name, the match was made in a very straightforward manner.
Rob soon discovered that he wasn't alone in his online search for information on his birth mother.
Our initial contact proved that somebody was looking for relatives of Pauline Blanche Turner, which was a positive sign.
Rob's daughter-in-law acted quickly and composed a message.
I opened the email. It's very sensitively written. I'm aware that this may be a delicate subject. His father, Robin, was born in April 1943 to a Pauline Blanche Turner. He was not aware that he was adopted until he needed his birth certificate. There's only one Pauline Blanche Turner on the website, and that's my mother.
After an agonising wait, Rob received the response he was hoping for.
On the 24th of January, we had an email from Martin, who identified himself as the son of Pauline. I will be very willing to help you in any way with information, and I've been trying to find Robin for the previous 7 years after talking to my mother about him. With best wishes, Martin. That, indeed, was the eureka moment when we knew we had family.
After many years of searching for his birth mother, Rob had stumbled across a real-life blood brother. But there was more to come.
It appears that we have a man who was jilted.
It's really intriguing because it's just not the story that we've been following, is it, all these years?
Families can be separated by death, divorce, war, any number of reasons. Meaning siblings can find themselves on completely different life paths. Sue de Haven was born to a single mother in 1960.
I was born in Salvation Army Hospital in Bristol. After I was born, my birth mother experienced quite a lot of health problems, so I wasn't able to be with her consistently.
Sue never knew her father, and soon after her birth, her mother met a new partner.
She married in 1961, approximately a year after I was born, and had another daughter called Eileen, who was 17 months younger than me. After Eileen was born, we were both with our mother for a short period of time until, unfortunately, she wasn't well, and we both went into care into Down End Babies Home.
Eileen was discharged from the baby home and went to live with her dad. Sue remained and was taken under the wing of a young nurse called Dilys Jenkins, who worked at the children's home.
Dilys spent a lot of time with me because that was the area or the house that she was working in. She was allowed to take me home at weekends as part of her NNEB training final papers.
In the 1960s, nursery nursing became a popular career choice for women. The newly founded NHS was going from strength to strength, and the NNEB, or National Nursery Examination Board course, was highly respected and internationally recognised. It had entry requirements, and competition for places was tough, but the women who qualified could enjoy jobs for life in both public and private sectors, or at least until they married and settled down to have families. It was whilst Dilys was studying for her NNEB that baby Sue was entrusted to her care, and the young nurse began taking her to stay at her parents' family home in Chippenham.
She took me home to her parents, and they immediately fell in love with me, and I started to go there for weekends regularly. I used to cry and scream and make an awful fuss when I had to go back to the children's home. On a visit in early 1963, whilst visiting Chippenham with Dilys, we had the worst snow in the West Country for a lot of years, and we were snowed in for 3 months. During that time, Dilys and her parents decided there was no way that they ever wanted to part with me again, and they sought to adopt me. My adoptive parents would have liked to have fostered both Eileen and I, but unfortunately, they really didn't have the choice as to whether they could have fostered both of us or adopted both of us even.
Eileen remained in the care of her biological father, while her sister Sue had a happy childhood with Dilys and her parents in Chippenham.
My life growing up with Dilys's family and my mum and dad and my other sister, Frances, was very special. As a child, I don't think I really absorbed what was happening very much and didn't really think about Eileen at all at that stage. I just assumed that she was happy with her own family.
Despite a contented childhood in the care of her adoptive parents, Sue never forgot her birth family.
I absolutely adored my mum and dad, but it doesn't take away that curiosity, I suppose, of wanting to know your natural roots. Not having any blood relatives that I knew of then always made me feel quite alone inside.
It wasn't until years later, when her adoptive mum and dad had died, that Sue decided the time was right to do some digging.
When my adopted mum died, I felt suddenly like I had permission to find out a bit more about my birth family, because I didn't ever want my adoptive parents to think that they weren't good enough and that they weren't everything to me, because they were.
With the desire to find blood relatives ignited, Sue decided to trace her half-sister Eileen.
I started looking online to try and build my family tree from ancestral sites, and it was more complex than I first realised.
After a time-consuming search and several dead ends, Sue's hunt had brought her no closer to finding her sister Eileen, and reluctantly she gave up. She may have given up on her search, but the search hadn't given up on Sue. Little did she know, just 20 miles away, someone else was intent on doing some family finding of their own.
I feel a bit like jealous, because you had a really lovely upbringing, and do you know what I mean? And that's, when I sort of say I feel a bit jealous when I see all this.
In Croydon, Rob Skinner had been trying to find his birth family after finding out he'd been adopted during the war. A genealogy website had revealed that he wasn't the only one to be researching his natural mother, Pauline Blanche Turner, and any living relatives.
Somebody was looking for relatives of Pauline Blanche Turner, which was a positive sign.
Rob had made contact with the mystery person, and discovered it was in fact a brother, Martin, who he'd never known existed.
Rob actually phoned up my flat, and I was listening to his voice, how he spoke, looking for similarities. Who did he sound like? Wondered what he looked like. It's like an experience you never experienced before. It's like something you've always wanted, and then you get it. It's overwhelming, and you're thinking, you know, say the right things and ask the right questions.
Twins, Martin and Sue, were born to Pauline Blanche Turner and her second husband and grew up in Harpenden.
Our childhood was really happy. There was our natural father and mother and our older sister, and it was just really...
It was a happy time. Yeah, it was a happy time.
But unfortunately, their parents' marriage broke down, after which Pauline married again, had another baby, and relocated the family northwards.
My mum was very headstrong, quite fiery temper. I don't think she was strict. She wasn't strict.
Cuddles, kisses, very homely.
Always baking, always cooking.
Believed that the home was somewhere where everyone chipped in, so...
Oh, yeah.
You know...
We all had to pull our weight, all had our chores.
Growing up, young Martin and Sue were completely unaware that their mother had had a baby from a previous relationship, who she had given up for adoption. But as they got older, Pauline decided to share her secret with her children.
I can remember being told about Rob when around about the age of 14. Mum just said that she'd had another child, but she was only young, and she had him adopted when he was 6 months old, and I asked her why, and she just said because her mother, my grandmother, had told her to.
It must have been difficult for her, but it wasn't something that was hidden or taboo. I think it was personal.
I think things were different in those days. She was only 17.
It's a lot different. There was no support, and it must have been horrendous. And I suppose she thought she was doing the best by giving Rob another chance.
He was 6 months old, wasn't he?
So it must have been worse, because she must have, you know, bonded, and just can't imagine. That's probably why she didn't talk about it.
The version of events their mother told them was all they ever knew about the circumstances surrounding Rob's birth.
We were told that his father had been killed in the war. He was American, his father, and that's why Mum...
She married his best friend to give the baby a father, but when they were due to return back to America, she didn't want to leave England. He went back and she stayed here. My mother was by herself. She had Rob adopted, and she returned to the village where her parents lived and started afresh.
In 2005, Martin and Sue's mother, Pauline, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and moved into a care home. It was here she began to express regret about never having traced her firstborn son, Rob.
She must have been thinking about him too, because she instigated the conversation.
With his mother's health failing, Martin was determined to track down his half-brother.
I started the tree, and I always thought that Rob was part of that. A tree is supposed to be representative of real life, so I just wanted him to be represented on the tree with all the rest of the family. He was part of the family.
But despite searching for years, Martin had no success.
When my mum was in the nursing home, she did always ask me about Rob, and then one day she asked me if I'd managed to find him, and she was talking about him, just saying that she would like to have seen him. It's just those last years in the care home, you know, just the way she looked at me. Like she was really hoping, and she's hoping I'd found something, and you know, just never happened. She'd asked, you know, I think she was hopeful when she said, "Have you found him? Have you found Robin yet?" Because she called him Robin. And I just said no. I just felt like I'd let her down.
Don't be silly, you hadn't let her down.
Yeah, but it would have been nice.
Would have been.
Pauline died without ever being reunited with a son she had been forced to give up. But just a year later, the email arrived that was to finally bring the siblings together.
From when we first started our search to physically meeting with Martin and Sue took probably no longer than 3 to 4 months.
The brothers arranged to meet in London at Victoria Station.
I can remember literally being on the train with Brenda going up to London, her asking me, "How do you feel? Are you excited?" And I said, "Well, in truth, not yet."
As we got towards Victoria, that's when I started to be... I got very deep and I was not worried, but I thought, well, what if it doesn't work out, and what if we've got nothing in common? And Susan was all excited, so I just phoned him, and I saw someone reaching for the phone, so we just went, I turned the phone off, we went and stood in front of them.
I had a tap on the shoulder, and there they were. That was something else. It's difficult. I find it impossible to put into words.
I couldn't stop looking at him when we met him. Rob is just the image. He's more like Mum than anybody, isn't he? Than any of us. He's so like her to look at.
We talked a lot about my mother, what she did, what she was like, a little bit about the relationship that she'd had that brought me into the world. We covered a lot of ground that evening, and it was a remarkable experience.
Since their initial meeting, the siblings have been making up for lost time. Today, Rob is heading to Cheshire to see the twins again, and he's come armed with some more intriguing family research.
I'm particularly looking forward to today because it's some time since Martin, Sue and I have got together, and within the past couple of months I've discovered some information about Mum that I think both Martin and Sue will find very interesting indeed.
It'd be nice to see Rob again, because it's been a long time.
Yeah, really good. It's been a year, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Catch up.
Yeah.
Give him this. Well, I hope he likes it. I like it.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
You all right?
It's been a long time.
It has.
Martin. Oh, it's lovely to see you. You all right?
Yeah.
Should we go in?
Yeah.
Martin has brought along a special gift for Rob, something he hopes will help bring him closer to the family he never knew.
Whoa. That is brilliant.
That's one you haven't got, that's Mum. That was taken about the time you were born. That's her mother, our grandmother, and that was taken about 1920. That is her mother, so that's your great-grandmother.
She's a cracker, isn't she?
Yeah, that was, I think that was probably taken about 1890, judging by the way she's dressed. I thought that was nice because it's your direct line, and perhaps...
Absolutely brilliant, thanks.
I just thought that'd be nice for you to have.
Yeah.
Since being united with Martin and Sue, Rob has been trying to find out more about his natural father. The story their mother gave the twins was that he died during the war. However, Rob's research has dug up two incredible revelations.
We often wondered why the relationship between our mum and my dad didn't materialise, but we never did get an answer on that. What we do have are some letters that Dad wrote home to initially his cousin. And so what we do have here are letters. They've stood the test of time. So we see one there in February 43, one for you, Martin, 12th of June, and there's some particular significance in that date. You may remember.
That was when wasn't she getting married?
We have Mum's wedding certificate, which showed that she was actually getting married on that very same day.
This gets stranger and stranger.
Yes. And on that very day, my dad was writing home to his cousin saying that he still hoped to marry Mum.
Martin and Sue had been told by their mother that she hadn't married Rob's father because he was killed in active service.
From what I can see, the letters, they obviously only show one side of the story. And it appears that we have a man who was jilted.
Oh.
But we don't know why. And as I say, that is just one side of the story.
It's really intriguing because it's just not the story that we've been following, is it, all these years?
On top of the conflicting tales over why his parents' relationship didn't result in marriage, Rob has made a far bigger discovery.
The information that the father had died during the war, we were unable to substantiate that, and indeed subsequently we found that the father had lived for another 60 years. He did in fact live until 2003.
Now I think Martin looks like you as a little boy there. There's photos of you that you've given us, and I think you look alike there.
Tragically, Rob missed out on a reunion with both his natural parents. But Martin and Sue are determined to make Rob feel part of the family and have brought him to a special place that has played a big part in their lives.
Rob, our gran used to come here every Sunday. This was a church that she used to come to. This church means a lot to us because we've had a lot of important family events here. I got married here. One of our daughters got married here. Mum was obviously had a funeral here.
The reason why we wanted to bring you here today is because we've decided that we want to put Mum's ashes somewhere, so we're thinking of having them interred here so that we've got somewhere to go to on birthdays, etc., and to leave flowers and just somewhere important where we can come to, where my mum is. I just wanted to share that with you and let you know what we're going to be doing.
I think that's a nice idea, Martin. And, you know, I'm pleased to have an input into one of the family events.
It's lovely having Rob in our family because he just fits in. He's one of us, and I've got two brothers now instead of one.
He's always been there, but now we've got him in person, so it's just completion, really.
I deferred looking for my family, my mother in particular, for about 50 years. And today somehow seems to be, in a way, the end of that journey. But in a sense, it's the beginning of something new. And now is the time to actually enjoy these relatives.
In Wiltshire, Sue de Haven had hit a brick wall and had given up searching for her baby sister, Eileen, who she'd become separated from 50 years earlier.
In 1962, Eileen went to her father, and I was already, by then, being fostered in Chippenham.
But unbeknownst to Sue, a mere 20 miles away, the very same sister she'd been trying to find had been searching for her too.
Out of the blue, I received a message from Eileen's daughter on a social media site saying that her mum had been looking for me. I was really shocked because I'd been trying to find Eileen for quite a long time and not realising that she was using her maiden name.
So after years of trying and failing to find Eileen, Eileen had finally found Sue. And the sisters were back in touch after 50 long years apart.
When Eileen and I discovered each other, it was, I think we were both a little bit cautious about what it might mean to the other. I was aware that her life had been checkered by spells of going into care, getting into trouble.
Eileen had been born 17 months after Sue in 1962, but their mother became unable to cope and both sisters ended up in a children's home.
I can't really remember much of when I was really little. I can just remember probably when I was about 2 or 3, and that was going to Swindon to live with my dad.
Eileen's father gained custody and removed her from the home before also trying to get custody of Sue.
When we were children, we actually went down to Chippenham, to Sue's house. I can't remember all of it, but I can remember going to Chippenham with our dad. I think what I was told is that our dad and that went down to try to get Sue.
But Eileen's dad wasn't Sue's biological father, and strong opposition from Sue's adoptive parents meant that she remained in Chippenham with them.
And then I turned into quite an angry young teenager. It was sleeping rough, let's say I was drinking. So I was like thinking, I really wonder how Sue's life, has she got an happier life than me? I think it was just sad that we didn't grow up together, being that we come from the same mother, because I think we would have had a good bond, because most children that come from the same mother normally have quite a strong bond. And I felt like we were cheated because that was taken away from us.
Eileen eventually married and went on to have children of her own. And it wasn't until her 50th birthday that she decided it was time to try to find the sister she'd lost.
I started to want to trace, like, my natural mother and Sue. Some of it was curiosity. Some of it was looking for something that I felt that I had missing, especially that was with my natural mother. Some of it was because I wanted to see how Sue's upbringing was. I think because my children was growing up, and I sort of thought, actually, I'm going to start doing a little bit more of a search. When I was on Job Seekers, they got me to do an internet course, like use the laptop and computer, and while using the laptop, apart from just doing job searches, I thought, right, I'm now going to start doing things that I want to do with it. So the first thing I'd done is went on to Genes Reunited.
After having no luck finding Sue on genealogy sites, it was Eileen's daughter who suggested she turn to social media for help.
My daughter took Sue's name and went onto Facebook and done a search for me, and there was a few Sues with that name, but straight away she come across the one that she said, this is your sister, Mum. This is her. A few days later, I set up my own Facebook account, sent Sue a message from my Facebook account, and she then sent me a long message back saying that she'd been looking for me for a long time. Hi Eileen, it was a lovely surprise to see you've joined Facebook. I do hope we keep in regular contact now, because I would love to know how you and your family are doing. Anyway, do message me when you can. Take care, stay happy, love, Sue. I was like shaking, thinking, my God, what have we done? We've just found each other after all these years.
The sisters were soon speaking on the phone.
We just couldn't stop talking. It was like we'd known each other for all the time. There was so much to talk about. We was on the phone for about 4 hours.
Sue and Eileen then arranged their first meeting at Swindon train station.
As we got to Swindon, I saw a woman sitting, waiting for the train to come in, who I thought looked remarkably like me. And I got off the train and we had quite an emotional big hug.
When I first saw her, I knew it was her straight away, and she said to me that she knew it was me straight away. And obviously we give each other a big hug and we cried and we just chatted. It was just like amazing. It was just like, I can't believe this has really happened. After all these years, it's like, I really can't believe it.
I think it's fair to say that I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I was absolutely fascinated by meeting someone that looked so much like me. I wanted to ask her about everything all at once, and in fact I think it probably came out like that. You know, one question followed by another, where she lived, where she worked, you know, even down to, you know, what clothes she liked to wear, everything. Everything about her was fascinating. We went and had lunch together, and the whole time I think I was looking at her with my mouth open, trying to take in every single aspect of her. We asked a stranger to take some photographs of us, and when I got those photos developed, it showed even more how much alike we were, and that no matter how it might have been 50+ years since we'd seen each other last, but we had a lot of characteristics in common, which I found extraordinary.
She was quite sad that I had it quite hard over the years, not just children, obviously, even as adult years, different relationships and things like that had gone wrong. So, and I wasn't working, and I hadn't worked for a long time. I was like, oh, you know, I'm really glad you had a great life, really, and everything.
We both knew that our life experiences had been quite different, quite diverse, and It's a difficult one because I didn't want her to feel that I was in any way rubbing in that I'd had quite a successful, happy life since my adoption.
It feels to miss a gap because I think it's also because she's related to our natural mother. We're both come from the same mother. And even though I love all my other brothers and sisters just as much, there's a different feeling there because we're from the same mother.
We've become closer and closer, and I feel like I've got my little sister back. My first experience of having a little sister.
Today, the two sisters are meeting again, and this time a special guest has been invited along too. Dilys is the nurse who was charged with looking after Sue in the children's home where both sisters lived all those years ago.
This is the first picture I've got of me with Dilys.
Yeah.
And
Is that me? I thought that was my mum.
No, that is you.
It was Dilys's parents who ended up adopting and raising Sue.
Well, look, Eileen, if it hadn't have snowed then, I probably would never.
Families can be driven apart for all manner of reasons.
I had no information at all about where my mum went.
And when you do lose touch with your loved ones,
you don't know who you are, where have you come from.
Finding them can take a lifetime.
I might have a brother that's still living here.
Especially when they could be anywhere, at home or abroad. And that's where the family finders come in. From international organisations...
Hi, it's the Salvation Army Family Tracing Service.
...to genealogy detective agencies.
For someone to say that it's changed their life, it makes coming to work, you know, really, really special.
And dedicated one-man bands.
It's a matter of how much effort you really want to put into it, how badly you want to solve the problem.
They hunt through history to bring families back together again.
Finding new family is wonderful.
In this series, we follow the work of the family finders.
Suddenly you get that one spark of breakthrough, and there they are.
Learning the tricks they use to track missing relatives through time.
I didn't think I'd ever find sisters, but I have.
And meeting the people whose lives they change along the way.
I've been waiting to meet John my whole life.
Since we've met, I feel part of a family again.
You just completed my life for me.
Many families get torn apart, and it can take years of detective work to find out why. Often financial difficulties can lead to relatives being separated. Sometimes ill health gets in the way. And occasionally it's the sheer volume of offspring that can lead to desperate measures. Today we follow two such cases. Tony Robinson, who found out late in life that he had siblings he never knew existed.
And then she dropped a bombshell on me. She said, "What about Ian?" And I might use the words I said, but along the lines of, who's Ian? She said, "Well, the other one that we had adopted." I said, "What other one?"
And Lorraine Hall, who grew up believing she was a legitimate only child until the funeral of a family friend revealed the shocking truth.
And I remember saying, no. And she said, "Get in the car, she was your mother."
Tony Robinson was born in 1953 and was brought up in Carshalton, Surrey, by his parents, Shirley and Raymond Robinson.
Growing up, there's myself, my sister Linda, my sister Carol, my sister Diane, my brother Michael, and then my sister Marion. That was the family. I shared a bedroom with my brother Michael, bunk beds, and my four sisters lived in a room. A great upbringing, just lower class, not a lot of money, the six of us living in a three-bedroom house. And whenever I could, I did paper rounds, milk rounds, baker's rounds, butcher's rounds, worked in shops, just because you couldn't get pocket money, I just had to earn my own money.
When he was 12, a childhood illness resulted in Tony being sent away to what was known as an open-air school in the countryside to recuperate.
I was an asthmatic, so I was sent away to this health school down in Guildford. And I was there for a couple of years, 65 to 67, and I was boarding there, so I had a great time down there, though.
Originally developed for the treatment of children with tuberculosis, by the 1960s, open-air schools were caring for children like Tony with a whole range of respiratory conditions. Before the Clean Air Act was revised in 1968, heavy smog was responsible for regular deaths from high levels of sulfur dioxide, and those with chest or heart problems were particularly vulnerable. Many children were sent away from our cities to escape pollution. Fresh air, better nutrition and exercise made up the therapeutic regime. It was during the 2 years that Tony was boarding at the open-air school that his parents had to make a heartbreaking decision.
I can remember once being about 10 or 11, that sort of age, in the back garden. I can remember Mum and Dad coming out to say, we've had a boy named Stephen, we've had to have him adopted. But at that age, I didn't know what adopted meant. I had no idea. And it was never discussed afterwards, ever. Till the day my dad died and my mum was upset about it. The fact that it was never brought up in a conversation all those years later, it just went out of your mind.
Following the death of his parents decades later, a chance discovery set off an incredible chain of events.
When my mum died, it was down to me. So I came down, spent a few days down here sorting out paperwork, and I came across this Christmas card and a photo and a letter from West Sussex Adoption Agency. So I thought, well, what's all this about? When I saw the name Stephen, I put two and two together. I suddenly remembered who Stephen was. Just a flashback of being told about 10, 11 that they'd had a boy named Stephen adopted. So that really set me thinking of what's this all about. And that was the chain of events for me going on this trail of trying to discover who, what, where, how, who Stephen was.
Emboldened by a sense of responsibility, Tony made the decision to try to find his estranged younger brother.
At that time, all I knew was Stephen. You know, so there was a seventh sibling out there somewhere, and I needed to find him to bring him into the fold. There were still 6 of us still around, so we needed to find that 7th person.
Tony's first move in tracking Stephen down was to contact the adoption agency listed on the paperwork.
Well, the first thing I did was I rang West Sussex Adoption. There was a phone number on there, so I rang them, explained the scenario about my mum and all that, but they wouldn't give me any information because they just wouldn't. You know, they wouldn't confirm it, they wouldn't deny it. I had a copy of a letter, that was all they said, no, sorry, we just cannot give that information away.
Tony's attention now turned to the mysterious label on the back of one of the envelopes.
It then got me back to this address that I found on the back of the Christmas card, and there was no name, so I'm assuming it was Stephen. So what I did was we wrote a letter saying who we were, what we're doing, why we're trying to do what we're doing, and we sent it that address. And after about a month, we never got a reply back. And we thought, well, what can we do now?
The next step was to trawl through phone directories in an attempt to match a name to an address to find a contact number.
We found an addresses that we thought matched the address and wrote to them first and got no reply back. So we then started looking for a phone number. We did find a phone number, rang it up, and it was the right phone number, but the wrong person. They didn't live there anymore, but they did have a number. I explained the story of what we're trying to do, and because they're a bit hesitant, you know, it could be anybody, you know, so she said, OK, so give us a couple of days. I gave her my number, and blow me, I got a phone call back. We spoke to Jenny, which was Stephen's ex-wife at that time, and she just went mental in the nicest possible way that you could think of. She was screaming and jumping up and down. She said, do you realise how long he's been looking for you? I said, I had no idea. I've only just found out. You know, if it hadn't been, I had no idea how many times he tried to contact her. So I'm just going to be emotional now. And it was just that moment, really. She said, I'm going to have to ring him.
Within the hour, Tony found himself on the phone to the brother he'd never known.
And he said, hi, Tony, this is your brother, Stephen. And I just gave the phone to my wife. I just couldn't take it in for a few minutes. You know, she was chatting to him as if I'd known him all his life. You know, and then I had to come back and compose myself, and then we spoke for hours and hours about all sorts of things. What struck me immediately was there was no animosity. He was so pleased to find his siblings. You know, he didn't know how many of us there were. When I told him, he said, what, how many? You know, he had no idea there was another 5 of us on top of me. He had no idea.
They wasted no time in setting up a meeting.
Stephen lived in Horsham and I lived up in County Durham. We were a long way apart from each other. So it was very glamorous, but we decided to meet at Peterborough Services. When I pulled into the car park, because I had no idea what he was looking like, what he was wearing, and then I saw this lad sitting, and he had the car door open, he was sitting there, I said, there's Stephen. I just said, that's Stephen. You know, and we met in the car park, believe it or not, and then sort of shook hands and said, oh, brother, and all that. And then we said, right, we're going to have a coffee, and then we went inside and we was there for hours and hours, just going over, just chatting, really. It was a good day. Yeah, and I rang my wife up afterwards, my wife Sharon, and I said, I've had a fantastic afternoon. You know, it's a 3-hour drive home, but hey, it's worth it.
Following an emotional reunion, Tony couldn't wait to tell his other siblings all about their long-lost brother, who he'd finally managed to track down and meet at last. But the story didn't end there.
Obviously, I spoke to all my sisters individually, and they're all fantastic and over the moon about it. They couldn't believe it. It was such a short time that I found him. And then I was speaking to my younger sister, Marion, and she was obviously elated and ecstatic. And then she dropped a bombshell on me. She said, fantastic news. She said, what about Ian? And I might use the words I said, but along the lines of, who's Ian? She said, well, the other one that we had adopted. I said, what other one? She said, you must have known. I said, no, I know nothing about Ian at all. I just didn't know. I knew nothing.
Having just found one missing brother, Tony was about to start searching all over again.
Not knowing he existed for all those years and then finding out he did exist, it's every emotion you could possibly think of is there, and more.
Lorraine Hall was born in 1964 and raised in Birmingham as the only child of Pat and Ray Edwards.
I was brought up believing that Pat and Ray were my natural parents. I had no reason to doubt that.
Growing up, Lorraine spent lots of time with a family friend, Sylvia, who lived nearby with her 11 children.
Sylvia was known to me as Pat's friend. We used to go and have visits, and I used to go and play with Sylvia's children. And Pat used to spend quite a bit of time with Sylvia. To me, they was good friends, and they was confidants as well.
But when Lorraine was 15, Sylvia died, and a huge family secret was dramatically unveiled at the funeral, attended by Lorraine and her parents.
I remember being asked when the children were getting in to the main family car to join them. And Pat came to me and she pointed and she directed me to get into the family front car. And I said, no, I can't. And Pat was quite forceful. I remember her putting her hands on my shoulders and saying to me, come on, no, get in the car. And I remember standing up to Pat, which I didn't do very often, but I remember saying, no. And she said, get in the car, she was your mother.
After 15 years of believing she was the only child of Pat and Ray, Lorraine was stunned by the shock revelation that Sylvia was in fact her biological mother.
I remember being embarrassed. I remember being totally lost. I remember just putting my head down. I just remember holding my head down in shame, not being able to breathe, not being able to remember anything.
In a heartbeat, Lorraine discovered not only that her mother wasn't who she thought she was, but that the childhood friends she'd grown up playing with were actually her brothers and sisters.
Knowing that I am one of 12 children and being brought up an only child, words sometimes.
The truth behind why Lorraine was the only child not to be raised by her birth mother remained a mystery. And as quickly as Lorraine had discovered she had siblings, she lost them again. Until her death at the age of 46, 11 of Sylvia's 12 children had been in her care. But following the funeral, the children were split up. The eldest left home, some went into care, and the youngest moved away from the area with their father.
The biggest thing for me at the time, and it's something I've struggled all my life with, was the untruths. maybe Pat or Ray or both of them could have sat me down and told me the truth, that Sylvia was my birth mother. Everything I'd grown up to believe was a lie.
Lorraine went on to leave home, get married and raise a family of her own. But questions about the whereabouts of her brothers and sisters and what had become of them plagued her.
All my life, I was always wondering where my siblings were. Didn't know what country they was in, didn't know what city they was in. Hoping, longing one day to be able to walk down the street, to see them.
Lorraine began trawling genealogy websites for any trace of Sylvia's 11 children.
I really felt that maybe I needed to put down on paper the family tree as I knew it, because I felt that when my grandson was born that I needed maybe to do something so my daughter would have answers readily available. That many times it came up blank, I was searching and I still could not get nowhere. And then this one day out of the blue, I had a match that popped up, and it was a proper match, and it matched the age, it matched information I'd already discovered, it matched local location in Birmingham, and I thought maybe this could be it.
But when Lorraine tried to access the details of the family tree, she found it was a locked private profile, and to be granted access, she would have to write to the administrator and introduce herself.
I didn't know if anyone in my family knew I existed. I didn't know if they even knew that Sylvia had me. So it took me another couple of days, and I composed a message saying that Sylvia was my mother.
The administrator passed Lorraine's email on, and a week later came a reply.
When I saw a name popped up that I had an email, every emotion you could ever imagine. I was happy, I couldn't believe it. I was scared. All the worries and woes of rejection. Maybe they don't want to know. Maybe they don't want to be part of your life.
All Lorraine could do now was to sit back and wait to find out if these really were the siblings she was so desperate to find.
You recognise that?
Yeah. I don't.
It's Mum's purse.
Mum's purse.
In Surrey, Tony Robinson had successfully tracked down his brother Stephen, who'd been adopted as a baby. But his sense of achievement was short-lived when his sister dropped a bombshell. While Tony had been away at boarding school, there had been another baby boy, also adopted out of the family.
My sisters assumed that I knew that Ian had been born. I was away from home. I knew nothing about it. They just assumed I knew, and it was just never, like Stephen, it was never discussed. But I knew nothing.
With the small amount of information his sisters had given him, Tony began looking for his second brother. His first port of call was the Family Records Centre.
So I went through the records and found Ian Robinson on the 5th or the 6th of December, 1967. So I found his birth certificate.
Having uncovered his brother's full name and a date of birth, Tony's next step was to visit his local adoption agency to try and find a current contact detail for Ian.
They said they would do what they could, and they came back after a meeting or two and they said, "We've done some digging for you. We've discovered he's changed his name, but we're not allowed to tell you what his name is." So I wasn't happy, and I said, "Well, how the hell am I going to find him?" He said, "It's down to him. If he wants to find you, he'll find you."
It looked like Tony's search had hit a brick wall.
I was going through every emotion possible: elation, frustration.
But little did Tony know, he wasn't the only one who was looking for a lost brother.
I was sitting at my laptop just using social media. It was about 11, half 11 at night, just before going to bed, just catching up on things, and I saw this message appear. And I read it and I thought, what's this all about? It was a name that I'd never knew, wasn't friends with anybody, and this name suddenly appeared. And it was saying along the lines of, "Hi, my name is Martin. I've told from an early age I've been adopted, and my family name was Robinson, my parents were this name and that name, and I've got my siblings of all the names." He said, "I'm just trying to find out if you're my older brother."
It turned out that Ian had changed his name to Martin some years earlier. Tony had found his second missing brother, or rather, his little brother had found him. A flurry of emails followed.
It was emotional, even though we were on the end of a phone. It was still like, I'm talking to my brother. You know, this is someone I know absolutely nothing about, but it was my brother.
You don't know what to say. You know, there's a million questions you want to ask, but you haven't got the time to ask a million questions.
There was like a little bond straight away between me and Tony. It was like we did actually kind of know each other, whereas we hadn't spoken to each other. We didn't really know too much detail about each other. There was that little connection between us.
And during the course of that week, I spoke to him every day for hours and hours, just talking about everything and nothing, just to hear his voice.
Martin had been adopted when he was 7 months old.
I always knew that I was adopted from a very early age. I always knew that my name was Ian Robinson, and I was the youngest of 8. And I originally came from the Carshalton area. That was all that I knew, but my mum never kept anything from me. I remember saying that if you want to know anything, let me know. But obviously, at that time, I had a family, and I didn't have the any interest at that time for looking for the real family. Only really when my mum passed away that there was a stirring, shall we say. I think because, out of respect, when my parents were still alive, they were my parents.
But when his mum died, she left him some paperwork, and it contained some intriguing information.
It's basically a history of my family that was given to my mum and dad when I was adopted. It tells me the years that my brothers and sisters were born in, the fact there was 3 boys, 4 girls. It gave me a lot more detail than what I actually had. It also hints as to why I was adopted, and it also explains in here as well that the next one above me, Stephen, was also adopted. It was a little bit of a shock to actually read it, to find out the reasons why, but it says in here, my mother feels the strain of coping with such a large family on a limited income. So straight away you can tell that it was financial. It explains that what happened with Stephen also happened with me, for the same reasons.
Martin decided to apply to the authorities for details of his birth family.
Done it online and made the application and put a request in for the adoption papers and family records. All in all, I think it took about 8 months.
After a lifetime of separation and many months of searching for each other, the brothers got in touch and arranged to meet.
The elation of seeing him for the first time, it was a hug. And I'm not normally a hugger. It was a hug. A few tears, because it made the family complete.
Tears were flowing from both sides, and we got on great. We actually got on like we knew each other. We weren't complete strangers. We were laughing moments after we'd stopped crying.
Today, Martin, Ian and another of his newfound siblings, Diane, are meeting up. Their other adopted brother, Stephen, would have loved to have joined them, but his daughter is about to have a baby any day. The first coincidence they've discovered is that Martin used to live on the same estate that his sister Diane still lives on today.
I mean, I lived on the estate for about 12 years, and to think that my sisters actually lived on the estate at the same time, it's so weird that we never actually bumped into each other. And then again, I wouldn't have known anything about them, so I wouldn't have known what they looked like or any sort of family resemblance. But it's nice to actually go back onto the estate and actually get a few memories back.
You nervous?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, bro.
Oh, yeah?
Hello.
Go on in, go on in.
How are you? Long time no see.
I know, it's good, isn't it? Cheers, man.
How you doing, young man? How you doing? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
With over 40 years of family life to catch up on, the siblings are keen to fill each other in on the time they were apart. And they're starting by swapping some treasured family snaps.
Now that is the earliest one that I've actually got of myself. Now,
Pick you out.
pick me out and that, yeah, there's a football team at school. It's that one.
Oh, you?
Yeah,
You're the goalkeeper.
yeah.
Yeah, obviously runs in the family then. I was a goalkeeper. Smallest player there, but I was a goalkeeper.
Yeah, same here. Look, yeah, I'm virtually the
Yeah.
smallest one there. Right, now these ones are the ones with the funny hairstyle.
I don't know.
Come and shock us.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Having a nice
my
relaxing
God.
time in Austria.
Is that you?
Yeah.
He's posing.
Is that really you?
Yeah, it is. You can see it's him, yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell he's a Robinson. That there.
I thought that's old.
It is.
Yeah, really are.
That is us all on holiday at Butlins. But that's Nan and Grandad, and I don't even remember them being on the holiday with us.
That's Dad's mum and Dad.
Oh, right.
No, obviously Dad must have taken a picture.
We all had long hair, and before we went away, Dad made us have all short back and sides.
You know the old pudding bowl and
Pudding bowl over,
Yeah.
yeah, I remember them,
I
yeah.
cried my eyes out. I really did.
That's Mum on her own. I assume it must be the same setting, is it? That's at Butlins, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sitting on
Butlins. Dad always does that pose, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah, he's a bit of a poser.
Yeah.
That's the little one, that's her, sitting on one of the little toy cars.
With Noddy.
Still can't drive, can you?
No.
No idea where that would be. Would that be like a Christmas thing or something, you know, when there was...
Imagine, we used to do them, didn't we?
Yeah, we used to have big family gatherings and things.
Yeah, parties and things like that.
Now that I'm actually seeing some of the pictures, I can actually get the feel of what it was like as a Robinson family. And I do actually regret not being part of it, but obviously that wasn't my choice at the time.
But it's still all a blur to me, because I just really can't remember that far back.
And it must have been difficult for them
Yeah.
to make that decision in the first place.
There's so much that I still don't know about.
Of course you
and obviously not being involved, there's so much like history that you've got. But it's nice, it's really nice to see the pictures.
I'm glad you're with us now.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And they're all looking forward to yet another new addition to the family.
I still haven't heard from Stephen yet. He's not a granddad yet, so I'm still waiting. I did say it don't matter if it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the morning, you need to let me know straight away.
Is he excited?
Oh, extremely.
Yeah,
he's like a cat on tin roof at the moment. He's really excited.
Martin's keen to see how the estate has changed since he lived there in the 80s. And who better to show him around than long-time resident Diane?
So how far down would it have gone then?
Right up to the end.
Yeah, right to the very end. To this road here, this it would have ended here.
Yeah.
And then got where those houses are, right down there. Oh, blimey.
Right, I've got a picture of it, look.
Oh, wow.
This is where it obviously is. This is the old building that
The
you
original
live
building?
in. This is the original.
So can you see your flat on there?
I reckon probably around there.
There.
Yeah.
Right.
What a difference, though, isn't it?
Yeah, because that one there would be just up there.
To look at it now, you think, oh my God, I lived there.
Yeah, I know. It's,
for 12 years.
12 years, yeah.
No.
I mean, I first come here, it was 88, I think, middle of 88. Bearing in mind, you're only, like, literally a 2-minute walk away.
Yeah.
It's funny how close we were.
Frightening, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very frightening.
Yeah. Finding out that I lived on the same estate as 3 of the sisters, and with Diane as well. I was here for 12 years, she's here for like 30-odd years. To be so close and not even know about each other, that was a really weird feeling.
It's just changed so much, hasn't it?
I know, I couldn't believe it when I first come down here.
You can't put how important it was to get the family back as a complete family. There's just no way of expressing that. Not knowing it existed for all those years and then finding out it did exist, and now he's in the fold. It's difficult to put into words. It's every emotion you could possibly think of is there, and more.
This was actually something that I never expected was going to happen because I had my own family. So this was the last thing on my mind. But now it's happened. It's nice because they're so welcoming, and I feel as though that I've been part of the family for a lot longer than I actually have. So it's definitely something that's an added bonus, and it's going to continue.
Now Martin has come back into our lives. We'll never let him go. He's part of our family. Always will be.
It had to become my mission in life to somehow get us all together as a family. That was it. It just has to be, you know. And now it's happened. It's well, we're just starting out again now, and we just can't wait to keep it going.
In Birmingham, Lorraine Hall was trying to track down siblings years after the shock discovery at 15 that the woman she'd thought was a family friend was actually her biological mother.
Missing out on possibly the life I could have had compared to the one that I did. Not being at any weddings. Having 38, 39 years, missed Christmases. It's all them moments that I lost, all them years where I felt alone.
When a family-finding website threw up a match, Lorraine contacted the genealogist involved. It turned out that he had been researching the family for his friend, who lived 300 miles away in Scotland. Her name was Donna, and she was one of Sylvia's daughters. Lorraine had found one of the 11 siblings she'd been searching for.
Very happy to send her an email, and she took a couple of days to reply back because I think she was so sort of shocked.
Donna was the youngest of Sylvia's children.
I was born in 1975 in Birmingham, the last of well, at the time I knew 11 children that my mum had. Knew about or knew of my half-brothers and sisters because 2 or 3 of them sort of lived with us on and off in the first sort of few years.
After Sylvia died, Donna's father took her sister and her brother to live in Great Yarmouth, and they lost touch with the rest of the family.
I don't know what happened, we just lost touch, and I think, you know, the Christmas cards eventually stopped, and that's sadly what happened. The communication lines faded away.
Then, years later, a health scare prompted Donna to pick up the search.
I'd had breast cancer at 26, and we went to the family history clinic, and of course they were interested to know, well, let's have a look at your maternal side and see if it's genetic from that. I then had to try and remember their details. That would be nice to find them, even to warn them. Certainly if the cancer was genetic from mum's side.
Donna's diagnosis now gave extra impetus to her search to trace her relatives.
I can remember trawling through the Friends Reunited school list, trying to sort of have a rough guess, well, OK, whether they would have gone to school, you know, I know roughly where we lived, so they would have gone to a school around there, but going through, and then no names were obviously coming up.
Struggling, Donna turned to a friend, an amateur genealogist, for help, and he began to build an online family tree for her.
My friend had put on one of the forums looking for information about my mum and her husband. Lorraine had seen that. I think her heart must have skipped a beat, and she went, that's my mum.
Lorraine and Donna were soon exchanging a flood of emails.
Sorry it's taken a few days to reply. To be honest, I did not know where to start. I suppose I've been in shock. Having this contact has always been my secret ambition, and I dreamed, and I longed deep down, but I thought it'd never happen. I knew that you'd all moved away, but I was not sure who with and where to. No one told me, and to be honest, I've never known where to start looking. I'm so looking forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
The sisters arranged to meet.
So we met up eventually after Christmas in Chesterfield.
I got there, I was on the steps early. I'm always late, but for that I was early. I was standing there, I was looking around, couldn't see no one. Everyone that was walking by, I was hoping, praying it was them. And then all of a sudden, I saw this little person, and straight away, looking into her eyes, I could see it was Donna.
It was like meeting a very old friend for the first, again for the, after a number of years when you haven't got to see them.
I just remember walking around with this silly grin on my face, watching every movement, watching her walking around.
Lorraine and I are almost so similar, in our outlook and the way that we view the world. It's quite frightening at the same time to and that's why you think, God, it is weird.
But the story didn't end there. Donna's research was homing in on another of the siblings, an older sister called Belinda.
I think I might have found Belinda through finding her ex-husband's account. first. It's a bit convoluted way around it, but then looking and going, is that them? And then you sort of go back and have another look at the family photo and go, yeah, it is.
Donna sent a message and waited for a reply.
Sent a message back straight away. Yes, it's me, it's Belinda. Yeah, it's me. So I thought, God, Donna's found me. How bizarre is that?
Donna passed Belinda's details on to Lorraine, and once in touch, they quickly made an astonishing discovery.
I couldn't believe it. Belinda and me had been living less than a mile apart since I'd moved back to Birmingham 3 years previously. Maybe we'd walked past each other on the street. Maybe we'd been in the same supermarket queue.
Belinda was born in 1961, Sylvia's sixth child.
Living at home was a bit of an ordeal. I was mainly left to look after the children, get them up in the morning, get them ready for school.
Eventually, stress of home life proved too much for Belinda, and she moved out at 14, leaving her half-sister, baby Donna, behind.
The day it all kicked off and I ran away from home, and Donna was there, and we had an afternoon.